Hey, everybody. Welcome to the stream. We're finally here. At last. I am ready to game and forget about looking at tax deductions. All right, let me wait a second, everybody. Wait a second for the real information to come out. Be patient. Where link? Where is the link? Streamer just went live. Give it to me now. The t-shirt is live today. It's finally available for people to buy. It'll look like this, but maybe a little different because this one is not from Redbubble. This was a sample from a different company that I ended up not using, actually. But the picture is still the same. This t-shirt is live. This is also not the Redbubble one, but it's gonna look basically identical. The graphic is the same. So, where is the t-shirt? I am going to make a bit.ly link, so it's a smaller link. Oh no, I forgot that I have to remember my information. I have been going as fast as possible today because multiple things, was planning on doing my taxes, which I did, and turned in like a responsible adult. What I wasn't expecting was for the t-shirt to just randomly be live today with no notification to me from the website. And also, I want to give a shout out to the two people who managed to snag their version of the Algarada merch before I could raise prices, because I didn't know they were going to do a site-wide 25% off sale today, which they don't cover. So it was like I set my margins that I wanted from each t-shirt, which is a few dollars per shirt, and then they just decided to do a site-wide 25% off sale. So, the two of you that did get a shirt, congrats. You got it a little bit cheaper by like $1 to $2, somewhere in there. Thanks again, t-shirt vendor websites. Yeah, no, it's every single one of these websites is going to go bankrupt in less than 5-10 years, okay? All of them. And I anxiously await it because they're all miserable in their own ways. However, they allow me to have a t-shirt that is created and that you can now buy at a link I will now provide. I'll give you the base link, but I saw Kaibo in chat. Don't pin this one. We need to make a different message once I get this bit.ly. This is just the default link. That way you can go ahead and look at it. I'm not trying to string you along, but I have some caveats and some information that you need to know before you go wild. And I need to figure out my login stuff. I actually got my login on the first try. They're just confused because they're like, we haven't seen you in so long. Please confirm this is you. They're making me reset my password. For no reason. Nothing bad even happened. They're just like, hey, you haven't logged in a while. Change it. I don't want to. I'm not gonna remember that. Okay. Okay, this should work. Boom. created. I'm going to make a command real quick for chat. We're going to make an exclamation shirt command. Okay, and I think it is good on exclamation shirt. Let's see. There we go. Got an abbreviated link, so it's a little smaller. Now, the information you need to know about the shirt. I saw someone in chat already. You guys found it before I did, which is hilarious. Someone was like, should I get the t-shirt in black or dark gray? I cannot choose what colors are available. I can barely choose anything on Redbubble. It's intended to be a black shirt. You can do whatever you want, right? That's fine. This isn't about artist's intent or like respecting the art. It's about there are invisible transparent sections on the art that will change how it looks visually, and you should be able to see that on the page. Can I pin that link? Yeah, you can make like a little post with that link and pin it to chat if you want, Kaibo. That one's good. I'll show you guys what I mean, as long as this page is fine, which I think it is, but let's do this. There's the shirt. If you missed it, haven't seen it, we got the link in chat. We got a pin. Thank you, Kaibo, for the chat pin. I appreciate the enthusiasm. We actually get to use the chat pins. Nice. Anyway, what I mean by transparency is this. This is the default. It's the premium t-shirt, right? You can get whichever version of the shirt you want. There's a cheaper one that's called the Essential t-shirt that's a little lower quality, but it is cheaper if price is an issue. So that's why the premium is the featured one. If you change it to white, you'll notice that there are a significant number of artistic elements that no longer make any damn sense because it has transparency. Since this is designed for a black t-shirt, we don't use black ink on a black t-shirt, right? So you can get the inverted weird one. You can get the navy one, and all the transparency will be whatever the color of the shirt is, right? The gray one looks wrong, and the dark gray one all of the like highlights here are messed up, right? You get whichever one you want, but it's supposed to be the black t-shirt. If you get a different one and it doesn't look right when you get it, I'm sorry. I only see the premium one. Okay, the reason that you only see the premium one is because if you scroll down here, if you like scroll to even a little bit, you would see also available on other types of shirts. So if you wanted to get a long sleeve or whatever, you can do that. However, I can't turn these off. These are just like on by default, unfortunately. I only really wanted the intended shirts were supposed to be the premium, the essential, and like the hoodie and the pullover. Those are really the only ones that I have any experience with. On Redbubble, I have gotten the pullover, I've gotten the essential, and I've gotten the premium, and they were all good. So if they're bad, let me know, I guess. Like if you get a t-shirt or you get something and something's wrong with it, I can't really fix it, but it'd be important for me to know so that I can try and prevent others from encountering the same fate. But yeah, there's a variety of different fits for you. Is the upcharge for premium tea worth? It is a better material. My only concern is that the like the Essential's fine. I have a Essential Darkwing Duck shirt, and it's fine. The premium shirt is just premium for like $5 or $6 extra. It's called premium for a reason. Feng Shui likes their blends. I hate blended t-shirts. I find them scratchy, itchy, thin, and floppy. So I don't like them. And I think I avoided selling them here. Because the Essential Tee just looks a bit different. It's kind of more... It looks more heathered, I guess. I believe they are 100% cotton. Heather gray t-shirts are 90% cotton, 10% different material. I am a pure cotton from my tender gamer flesh individual as well, yes. The Redbubble site is ass. They all are. All of them. The reason why this t-shirt is only just now available is because this is the fourth or fifth resort. Okay? It was the king of the ashes. You know what I mean? Like I've been through a bunch of different websites and platforms, and I ended up just going with Redbubble because I got t-shirts that I liked a couple years ago. Hopefully they can still deliver that. What am I gonna say when people ask me what the shirt means that doesn't sound like I'm a mega dork? Do you have to explain your t-shirts often? I feel like if you're wearing a graphic tee, you've already identified yourself as a mega dork. So why are you pretending? Say it's just an alien t-shirt, yeah. I only wear graphic tee at home. Kaibo, you're a coward. I exclusively wear graphic tees because they're comfy. I value my comfort more than anything else. Just say aliens are real. But anyway, it's a awesome alien vibing on a shirt. So I don't think you'll have to explain too much. They might ask you what Algarotalata means. And when they say Algarotalata, they go, you should say Algarotalata to you too. You know? Like, you guys just had a moment together. This groovy, man. It's like, yeah, tell them that it's like Hakuna Matata. Actual great response. They'll understand immediately. Oh, yeah, it's like Hakuna Matata. I'll be like, oh, okay. Yeah, that'll clear it up in one explanation. It's about spreading peace, love, song, and dance to the universe. That's right. I've actually had a lot of strangers comment on the last Redbubble shirt that I got. It was like a Darkwing Duck shirt every single time I wear it outside. I don't wear it outside as much anymore because I gained a bunch of weight. And it doesn't fit very well. So, once I fix that, then I can wear it outside again and get more comments. Your chat is broken. True. No, my chat's fine. Your chat is broken. I can see what you're saying. You guys are fixed. Either way, so other things that are worth knowing about the t-shirt is there is a site-wide 25% off sale right now. But the second that sale is done, if I don't see it, notify me, because I'm gonna lower the prices of the post-sale shirt. Because I didn't choose to make a sale. It's just like a site-wide sale. So I had to raise prices for the sale, and I'm reducing prices after the sale so that they can stay at a baseline. Because the whole point of this was I didn't want people to feel too much FOMO. So I'm going to try to keep the prices basically the same, whether it is on sale or off sale, is what I'm trying to say. I will make an attempt. It might be off by a couple dollars or $1 or something. And the reason for that is Redbubble's back end is terrible. I am not allowed to set my margin as far as how much money I want to make per sale, right? I can't say I want to make $3 per t-shirt sale, $4 per t-shirt sale, or $5 per t-shirt sale, whatever. All I can set is how much markup there is with a percentage, and then it doesn't show me any other information. I just pick a percent, and I have to do all the math myself with a calculator. So if the 25% sale randomly ends and the prices go back to normal, I'm gonna reconfigure those prices, and it'll take me a little bit. But yeah, I'm having to like instead. The way they basically want to obfuscate it because they don't want you to know how much of the money they're actually getting, effectively, right? Right now, if you buy a premium shirt, I'm gonna get a little over like $5 and change per shirt for the premiums. But I had to like calculate that myself because it doesn't tell you. I'm trying to, my goal is like $5 a shirt. The hoodies and stuff is gonna be higher margins, and there's nothing that I can do about it because Redbubble does not allow you to change the margins on a per item basis. They group items into clusters, and you set one margin for all items in there, and it is what it is. So I technically get more money if you get a over like a sweatshirt or a hoodie, but this is more for you than for me. I paid the artist Ashley Lang a commission to make an amazing shirt, which she has delivered. I'm extremely happy with this. If I can unfurl it, it looks awesome. And now I'm just trying to make it as easy as possible for anybody who wants one to grab one or a version of it. It doesn't have to be a t-shirt. Are they American? They are American. But I think she did an amazing job. And she was done with it a while ago. I have not been waiting on her to finish the design. I've been waiting on these like t-shirt companies to figure their shit out. The shirt that I'm wearing right now is not from Redbubble. It was from a rejected storefront that I got samples from. I waited almost 2 weeks for the samples to arrive, and they started to peel after the second wash. So, decided not to go with them. So I am hopeful that your Redbubble experience is better. Let me know if your shirts start to peel. I can't replace them. You might be able to get a refund from Redbubble, but the last few shirts I got from Redbubble have been actually some of the strongest surviving shirts that I have. So that's why I ultimately went with them, and I'm just hoping that you have the same experience. Yes, this Ashley Lang and Stir are married and live together. It's crazy. What? My shirts are dissolving right now. I know, me too. Got one. Thank you for sorting all this out. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm going to leave these up for a while. You don't have to feel rushed to grab it. It's going to be at least a month in the store, in the shop, so don't feel too much FOMO. I'm going to leave them in there for at least 30 days. Probably more. Hot take, shirts look cooler when they're half dissolved. Well, careful what you wish for. I'm just sorry I couldn't get it to you guys sooner, though. Sorry it took so long. I'm aware the subathon was ended in January. but there were a lot of roadblocks along the way. Every time I would pick a new service, I would research it and just uncover the myriad ways that it was like a terrible company. Redbubble is not without reproach, but I have at least had experience buying and being happy with what I bought from them. So, as long as that hasn't changed in the last year or two. Redbubble pricing is so weird. Yes. I have very limited control. I can change one margin on my end and it affects 12 different items. I can't really set them individually. I can control like premium t-shirt price, one of the sweatshirts, and then everything else is in a giant clump together. So the pricing is a bit odd. Are we still doing new sub badges? Yes, I'm gonna work on that. Things are slow. That is still a goal for 2024, is to have all that refreshed. But artists are very busy right now. The people that I have contacted to help with those and get commission with those have been too busy. We can pick that up next sprint. Pick what up, Kaibo? Guys, I finally bought RimWorld and my tutorial colony ended with Randy sending a raid of Tynan himself to stab my pawn and kidnap them. Perfect game. Hello, Hammer. What's up, dude? How's it going? Because you didn't buy his book? Are you a certified Scrum Master? No, I don't know what Scrums are. Other than like, I've heard the word before. But I genuinely I don't know what it means. And I'm not ashamed to admit it. Good, nobody knows. It's a status update meeting. What Lego set box is in the background? That's the one I'm supposed to build from the subathon. I'm still planning on doing that. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. It is the space one that Alice got me for Christmas that we did open on the subathon. Where's Rivendell? Rivendell's still in the box in my bedroom. It's a big box. But yeah, that's like the space background one. Look, I have built more than half the Legos that I owned, okay? That's more than some of you can say. Think about that. I got Starry Night. I got Sonic. I've got Ship in a Bottle right there. And then we built like 2 flower sets. And something else. Maybe. I don't remember what the other ones were. We still have the tall neck from Horizon because it just looks awesome. Haven't built that one yet. I still have the Mario set, which I've had forever. And then basically I just don't like building the big ones. Like the Mondo 5,000 piece ones are too intimidating for me. The ones that are like medium, small size, I enjoy that because I can finish it. I'm like a, bomb sniffing dog. I gotta get a win every so often to feel motivated. I gotta get like a confirmation that what I'm doing can be completed. I don't think I could, I don't know if I can finish the massive ones. And then if I do, where do they get put? I've recently acquired the insect collection. Dude, the insect collection looks pretty awesome with like the beetle and like 2 other critters. It's like a praying mantis and like, what's the name of that beetle? Hulk or, I forgot what that beetle's called. It's not Hulk. It's got a name. I want the Titanic. Titanic would be insane. Hercules. Hercules. I thought of strong man who starts with H. I was close. All right, this music is illegal. You're not allowed to listen to that. You are allowed to listen to this, though. Music? Hello? Oh, there's just no main menu music. That is strange. Oh, there it is. It was restarting. Anyway, I think that's all you need to know about the t-shirt. I hope if you just got here, the short version is the featured shirt is the premium shirt because that's the one I would recommend. The essential shirt is still fine, but obviously it's not premium. The color is supposed to be black because of the bleed through of the image, but I can't remove the other colors. You can get what you want at your own risk. Fourth is that the price right now is on sale, but when the sale ends, I'm going to be lowering the default price to try and equalize the during and after sale price to the best of my ability so that you don't have FOMO. I didn't set the sale. It's just a site-wide Redbubble sale that they sprung on everybody, and they don't cover the 25% off. It comes out evenly. The link is pinned in the chat, and we also have the exclamation shirt command, which I will probably just make a timed command right now. Let's do this. I'm just gonna copy pasta that and put it on a timer. Like every 30 minutes seems good. All right, should be on a timer. So it'll just pop up randomly. But anyway, thanks everybody who already said that they grabbed one hot off the presses. I hope that it's good quality for you, and let me know your experience with it after you get it, because I'd be very upset if you have a bad one after all the build-up, especially. And also, if you do have a good or bad experience, feel free to take pictures, not of yourself, but just of what you get afterward. And feel free to tweet at me. I know that Twitter is for millennials or boomers only now, but feel free to share your experience. Etal doesn't want to see us. I'm not soliciting pictures of people from the chat. I just want to see what your experience is with the whatever version of the shirt you end up buying. If you are featured in the photo, either have your parent or guardian's permission to post it or be an adult. Okay? How about that? I gotta call my mom. Anyway, we're finally here because I had to deal with all the... I finished the taxes for various reasons that I'm not gonna elaborate on. I have to turn mine in manually. So I had to go out in public and stand in a long line of people. And man, I tell you what, post offices just have... Like, if alien contact reaches Earth and their first experience greeting humanity is the line in the post office, we are doomed. It's over. I don't know why, but the line in the post office is representative of some of the worst experiences that you can just have living your life, existing day to day. I was standing in line for like 15 minutes while the guy behind me was playing his phone game at full volume. Just ding, 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 do, 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 ding, 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 and it's just like making constant noise behind me the entire time. The only person that's playing, just playing the phone game the entire time. Not even there, just mentally checked out. Candy Crush addiction. And I'm just trying to like keep eyes forward. You know, there's a small child in front of me who seemed very nice and there was laughing and having fun, but I'm like, I'm here to turn in my taxes. I gotta go home and start the stream. I'm like stressing out. I'm also like starting to have a borderline panic attack just because I'm staying up till 3:30 a.m. trying to finish, and then I wake up after 6 hours and I go straight back to doing more taxes, and then I'm like cramming it out, and then the printer, I thought I had a great experience. I had to print this out, and I was shocked it worked on the first try. The printer actually worked and printed my documents, but the one document that I needed to take with me to know where to send it, the address, would not print the final page. Why not? So I'm sitting there like unplugging it, plugging it back in, turning it off, turning it back on. Ran out of cyan. No, it actually, last year, it ran out of black ink and would not print my documents. It would just give me a blank sheet. It would just send a blank sheet through like, this is what you ordered, right, Chief? No, use the other ink. And after like 45 minutes of troubleshooting, I finally figured out that you can game the system if you take the empty or dry, it was dry ink, it wasn't actually empty, black ink cartridge. If you remove it, then it tricks the printer into using the color ink cartridge for black ink documents. Wow. That's crazy, right? Why can't you just do that yourself and figure it out? Do we not have smart devices nowadays? So anyway, I didn't know, like, dude, I remember being in the computer lab in elementary school and the printer queue would get messed up. You know what I mean? Like, your print is behind 3 others. None of them are printing. They're all stuck in an endless queue. The little loading symbol just keeps spinning around. How is that still happening like 25 years later? That's still happening. This printer would not clear its failed erroneous print queue until I rebooted the whole computer. Printer technology has probably gotten worse. Yeah, I think it's probably gotten worse. I just got around to looking at my printing queue. My God, so many. Anyway, I made it. Okay, I made it. The job is done. The deed is done. Fix the t-shirt. Ready to game. But that's why I'm late today. That is why we're late. To be fair, we just did 4 streams in a row that were 12 to 13 hours each. So, you know, we're good. I'm a little tired. But I'm anxious to see what else we can get up to today. I think we left off in a pretty reasonably chill spot. The only thing we were looking at is the infection on Fredato, which I believe we are going to be in the clear for. We just got a really good 73% quality tinned, so Fredato should heal from that infection. They do have a stab scar in their torso that I feel like might be new from this, possibly. Scars can be a little annoying because they cause residual pain frequently. And sometimes they'll actually say the cause. They might have just had a torso scar because they have a scratch scar specifically from a shambler. A shambler scratched them in the eye. And it has reduced their right eye's efficiency to 75%. So they can't see a little bit out of their right eye. Frodado in the hospital again? No way. WTF, where'd all these colonists come from? Chat, we had a very, very busy and exciting season finale last night. There was kind of a lot going on. We got invaded by zombies. There was a pack of 16 shamblers led by a gore hulk who was also a shambler, like a Left 4 Dead moment. You know what I mean? That was a Left 4 Dead moment. And they were gonna punch their way through this side of the wall where we had a captured gore hulk, a regular one, and we were studying it. And I was worried that this gore hulk was gonna get free, and then we were gonna have 2 gore hulks plus a horde of zombies. And so chat came up with the genius idea to just kill that guy. So we sent like Dragobot or somebody up here at the very last second, executed the gore hulk we had in restraints, dipped back out of this room as they were breaking down the walls. So that was pretty exciting. I missed the season finale, yeah. RimWorld is like that. How long will the shirt be available? It'll be available at least a month, Andy Umster. There's a site-wide sale on right now. After the sale's over, I'm gonna try and bring the non-sale price down as far as I can to meet the current sale price, somewhere around there, if possible. So I don't want too much FOMO. So it'll be something like that. The t-shirt will be around at least a month. That way people have plenty of time. I can't control the site-wide sale though. They kind of sprung that. And also they don't cover the discount. Like if you were selling a t-shirt for $20 and of that, let's say you were selling, the default price was $20 and you had a margin of 20%. So the shirt's now $24. They sell it for $20, you make $4. If they have a site-wide sale of 25%, they just reduce everything down, right? So now a $24 shirt would be, math is hard, $6 off, it'd be like $18, and you would get less than $4. I don't know what the math turns out. You have to do the math yourself. It's a little annoying. I was like, Alice, please help me. How do spreadsheets work? Help me math. I don't know math. So I've been messing with the prices. I bought it before the adjustment and feel guilty. You should not. You should not feel guilty. You should take the win. Hi dog and fellow home slices. What's up, Sim? How'd the rest of the stream go last night? Glad you've been enjoying Stardew. We just launched a t-shirt today, and I paid my taxes today, and now I'm live. Finally. Chat's waiting for me to unpause right now, but I don't wanna, because I'm trying to remember what happened last night, actually. But how's it going, dude? Oh, I don't like this. Where did this come from? This wealth meter. Woo! So wealth is basically just a graph of how valuable your colony is. It includes everything. Items, structures, buildings, people, all those things. And it's loosely a gauge of how much you can expect the difficulty to go up, because it's one of the values that the storytellers process when determining what and how much to challenge you with. So I look at that from time to time. Did you do a caravan? I did do a caravan, yes. That's probably, the dip is probably us going on the caravan and coming back, I would guess. This is when the colony basically died. And then we resurrected it. The reason we did a caravan is because there was a site that was projecting psychic negative energies onto like half of our colony. Also, I feel like the music's like loud. The reason it was projecting psychic negative energies on the colony is because we took Bitehammer into our good graces. Bitehammer's 12 years old and called out for help. They needed a assist. They refused to tell us what was chasing them or what was threatening them. But I decided to go ahead and accept them into the colony because we have a lot of charity to make up for before we stop feeling so guilty. So I took Bite Hammer. It revealed the local, I guess, localized regional projection of psychic power. We had to caravan over with a couple of our pawns to try and take it out. It was guarded by 3 man-hunting bunnies. And those weren't as big a threat as the fact that it is negative 73 degrees Fahrenheit outside because it is the dead of winter. Actually, that's not true. It's almost the end of winter, but it's still very cold. And we are very far north. Not quite the pole proper, but we're in the middle of an ice sheet in the far north during a volcanic winter, which covers the eye in ash and soot, blocks the sun, lowers temperatures, extremely cold. So that's the main threat. And not going on a bunch of snaps while you're traveling. So we were able to withstand the pressure, took it out, got back. The second that the caravan returned, like the second they returned, the Shambler army approached, attacked the colony imminently, and or instantly, I should say. And then the Gore Hulks attacked. So we were barely able to withstand that. We've cleaned up. We're healing an infection that we got from that, and everybody else is chill. Gibraltar is actually currently experiencing some nightmares and is in the midst of some terrifying hallucinations. They are a strange character who we know very little about. We don't know anything about their childhood. They didn't teach us or tell us anything about where they came from or why. All they said was they wanted to join us, mysteriously. We know that they're not telling us everything because they have body mastery. Gibraltar doesn't have basic needs like eating, sleeping, or comfort. Her body is driven by some unknown mechanism which has turned her eyes completely white. So, very strange, suspicious individual who hasn't done anything bad or untrustworthy yet. But then again, this would be the third such individual. We haven't found anybody that had body mastery before who seems to be powered by some ethereal force in order to sustain them physically. That's new. But we had a couple of people join under similarly suspicious circumstances, though with different conditions, who, 1 or 2 of which died for the colony and were quite nice. I think, was it Gnome saying? Was Dr. Urist one? We had 2, right? I love the new Wanderers. Yeah, we had a couple of them that died for the colony, if I recall. I don't know if I got the right names correct. Gnome saying did a screech. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So I'm willing to keep reaching a helping hand out because A, we desperately need colonists, and B, we have a charitable, essential charity mandate from our ideology. So I think good RP is we try to help. We failed at helping many different transport pod crashes around here. Some due to negligence, for which we are eternally sorry and guilty. Some because of the hostile environment forbidding us from even making it to their body before they expire. So I think it's only right that we try and help Bite Hammer and raise Bite Hammer, who's already got a revolver at the tender age of 12 and had to help us survive against the zombies breaking down the door. Gibraltar helped in a big way. Mostly Lost, was Mostly Lost a prisoner who joined us? The reason I have trouble remembering is because when they're in prison, they're one name, and then when they join us, we change their name. So that always confuses me a little bit. But I think Mostly Lost was a captive. Oh, it was a drop pod crash. Okay, drop pod. Drop pod crash. Epic Cat was a captive and is now our moral guide. So we got raided by our former friends, now hostile enemies, the KBM Civil Outlander Union, who are normally traders and like just nice people who want to do business with us, but we took one of them captive and ate them in a desperate time many moons ago, and increased hostilities between us, so they have sent a raid as revenge. We captured Epic Cat from the raid, told them we're not so bad, the people who did that are dead now, and life can go on. Why don't you join us? And not only join us, help steer our troubled minds on a path of greatness as our moral guide, you know? So it's a show of good faith. It's like an old-timey alliance marriage, maybe. For our RP it is, anyway. So we have a new moral guide who actually has some social skill and is a doctor. Excellent. Psychopath Nimble Night Owl. Don't we have two? Do we have two night owls? I cannot make Gibraltar go to sleep. That's our other night owl. They have to stay awake at all times. But yeah, that's kind of where the colonists have come from. If you don't know anybody besides that, then you have to go further back in the VOD. But that's your catch-up. All right, what is chat saying? It's Alex, hey man, I've been watching you here and on YouTube for several years. Hey, what's up? Thanks for watching. Hope you've been enjoying the streams. Thanks for the kind words. It was just Gnome Saying and me, Psychic Slaughter, and Death Defy, respectively. Oh yeah, Dracobot is the current, like, leader of the colony, more or less, and has the ability to withstand death with death refusal, which we've used twice, at least. And in some very creative ways there, so it's been a fun campaign. Now that you've got the store working, any chance of a rerun of the Waspy shirt? Probably not. That one goes back too far. Probably not, but never say never. I just got here. Can you repeat all that? Yeah, sure. Just rewind the VOD. 20 minutes. What's up, Mary Skipper? How's it going, dude? Welcome back. But yes, those of you who just joined, T-shirt is live. We talked about it for like the first 20-30 minutes of the stream, kind of letting you know what's up. And link is in chat with the pinned comment or exclamation shirt command. And that reminds me, I need to make a tweet. There we go. Tweeted. Tweeted for the new shirt. I'll post some information in the Discord also, probably tomorrow. Just as like a consolidated info. That way there's no confusion and people don't have to watch 20 minutes of VOD to know what's going on. Whew. Deep breath. Let's check our medical emergencies. Bite Hammer, 12 years old, helping out in some big ways. Feeding Fredato. It's really important to keep your... I know it sounds obvious, but RimWorld is a game that tracks whether a pawn who's recovering from an infection has eaten food. And they're worse at recovering if they are hungry. So it's actually huge to keep them fed while they are trying to overcome illness. I know that sounds obvious, but RimWorld is just that detailed. And you wouldn't think the video game would care about that, necessarily. But anyway, Dracobot is on full-time cooking duties at the moment. We're just making some simple meals. We have a lot of mouths to feed presently, and they're getting better at cooking. They've got like a skilled professional. Epic Cat is a night owl, so they're going to be kind of awake when everyone else is asleep, more or less. I think moods are looking pretty good, so I'm ready to go back to a work schedule. Something like this. Something like that. Looks good. New viewer tuned in for the first time the other day when that wild revenant was outside and you sealed yourself in. Been hooked since. Thanks for the entertainment. Hey, thanks for watching. I'm glad you got to see that saga unfold. Loving seeing all of the new gamers in chat, the new viewers in chat. Everybody hyped about the new expansion at the same time. I like the vibes that brings. Everybody's excited about the same thing. It is my favorite gaming ism when there is a new game or expansion or content and everybody's just like hyped about. That's why I like playing new stuff better than old stuff. I like the initial wave of hype. When everyone is collectively spirit bomb excited about the same thing. But you guys are going to be so disappointed when I go and play other games. Hopefully not, but probably. The good news for you is I'm going to be RimWorlding it up for a while, I think. Because I'm still very into this new DLC. However, I do want to check out Manor Lords sometime this month. So we'll make some time to check out Manor Lords, I think. I'm not ready to check out the preview build yet. I might wait a little bit. Unfortunately, Epic Cat is getting night owl and daytime. I don't like working during the day. It's 13, the 13th hour, and they're supposed to be asleep. So it's kind of your fault, is what I'm hearing, Epic Cat. I don't like working during the day. I want randomizer apparel, a visage mask. Do we have? We have no visage mask. Were they buried in it? I think someone was buried in it. I will make one for you. Potentially out of steel, I guess. We can make one out of silver. I don't think I want to do that. I'll make one. Go to sleep. This DLC's got me thinking about playing again. You should. Hi, new viewer here, Algaradalada. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Just glad to see the RimWorld fire reignited. That's why I take such long breaks. Like, we haven't played RimWorld in over a year, other than a brief stint in the Hot Potato Challenge. But, like, single game content for long periods of time is the key to losing your actual joy for things that you enjoy. So I just accept when the fire fades and let it burn down and do other stuff, and then it comes. That's why it comes back, because you got to give it some time to breathe. And some of that is just having new content, right? But some of that is the new release experience and having a bunch of stuff feel new, but also giving time for old stuff to feel new again. Because I think if I was a full-time RimWorld streamer or like YouTuber, content creator, I wouldn't be this happy playing this. I would just be kind of like more angry Redditor, kind of. Who's like, this DLC, this isn't as replayable as the other ones. There are too many new events in my game. I think that's how I would feel. I think I would be like some of the Reddit comments that I've read. Any interest in the new Stellaris DLC? Not really. Stellaris needs something. They need some love. Yep, I've seen those. Yeah, I'm not going back to the RimWorld subreddit anytime soon. I didn't know that half of them were kind of... I wouldn't call them angry. Like, I've definitely seen angrier subreddits, right? I don't think that they're as bitter or toxic as some other ones that I've seen, for sure. But they're just begrudging. I would say a large portion of the RimWorld subreddit begrudges the DLC. They're like, well, this isn't what I wanted, but I guess I'll buy it because I play this game with 1,233 mods, and I guess I owe the developer money. And there's no joy in it, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. They lost the joy of why they play in the first place, I think. And now it's like a job. And they have very specific things that if those specifications are not met, then, well, I guess I'll give them my money. Anomaly is literally what I crave from RimWorld. The events are amazing. I've had a lot of fun, yeah. Purple Page, can you not have your snap in the coldest room in the base? Please? Could you go somewhere where you're not going to die of hypothermia? Critical alert hypothermia. It's serious. Maybe I should just arrest them. They've already been imprisoned recently. What's one more time, right? Okay, I'm gonna have to just make this your thing. The best way for me to lose interest in a game is to read the subreddit now. It does end up that way sometimes. The worst part, though, is when they're right. The Diablo 4 subreddit was right. Okay. I guess it would be more like the Diablo subreddit. Listen, the anger in the subreddits is fine when I agree with them. You understand? Big difference. But anyway, the new Stellaris DLC. I don't really know what it is. I mean, yes I do. I watched the trailer. I have forgotten what it is. Is that worse? Do they sell season passes now for Stellaris? Why is there a season 8? I have never seen seasons 1 through 7. Randomus, please relax. 2 of your colonists have gotten sick from the plague. Purple Page and mostly lost. Ensure you have a medical bed and a doctor. We've already lost a colonist recently to the plague. So we should probably take this seriously. One of them is the doctor, but we have another doctor now. So thank God there's a second one. This is why having a backup, because somehow in RimWorld, the doctor will always get the illness. That's not how it's coded, but it seems like a fact of life. Okay, let's start with, I'm gonna say, let's just go with the good quality medicine. And start them with at least 1 round of the good stuff. Wait, who is it? It's Purple? Purple's in prison though. We need to release, but then they're just gonna have another snap, probably. They're grumpy, they're hungry, they're sick. Slept in the cold. This room is 70. This room is 56. In this room, it is 62 Fahrenheit. I think this room is much colder because this is unheated. so the cold air is bleeding through the walls. That door is not being held open. And then in, well, it's 23. Why is it 23 in here? We have too many doors. Oh, you've just been standing there all day airing out the base, I guess. Gibraltar. What are you doing? Relax, dude. Just let him go. Okay, anyway. Let's go ahead and release. Change. Look, you're going back. Go in the masterwork bed. And then mostly lost, get in here. Oh, dude. We're dropping things in a lot of places. Bite Hammer, can you do me a favor and feed Mostly Lost? Wait, is that Glitter World? Why are you... Did I pick Glitter World on accident? All right, Purple Page's immunity is already starting at a pretty nice level, I would say. Bite Hammer, thank you for your help. Hal's Mostly Lost.
This is the Sound Redemption.
Not doing great. 97% quality Tyndall. Change that. So one doctor has the plague, and the other one is going on an insulting spree. Due to ×3 unsettling conversations. An unsettling conversation made me very creeped out. Nobody should think or speak of such things. Guess who's awake all night? And who just had a void catharsis of their own? Epic Cat is also the moral guide, because everyone knows that it's written somewhere in RimWorld's code of conduct that if a moral guide has a snap, it is going to be an insulting spree. Epic Cat will wander around randomly insulting others because ate non-fungus plant. Well, Epic Cat is a psychopath with no empathy, so I think that this is actually quite fitting. Epic Cat insulted Gibraltar's eloquence and their brother's appearance. Who's your brother? Do you have a brother? I don't know if you have a brother. Gibraltar is currently rivaled with everyone in the colony. That's not good when you're the weird stranger potentially possessed by a spirit. Who doesn't need anyone to ever eat or sleep or anything like that. Stellaris is 1 season per year, so they just started at 8 since the game's been out that long. Stellaris is all the DLC of 2024. Didn't a new Stellaris just... Yeah, I thought a new DLC just came out. So I thought. Also, thanks for the beginning of stream subs. I think that since today is the Algarada t-shirt day, we should say hi, at least for a few minutes. And scare everyone in chat who doesn't know who Etal Alien is. Okay. Prepare yourselves, chat.
Alien, please, War of the Worlds, 1 for gifting. Oh, 1 bitty. Thank you for supporting the stream, Earthling. Meep meep starts grooving to the beat. Plish. What a algaradalada.
Why? Why is this? It struggles so much to talk. What an entrance. Indeed. I don't know why it just referred to a sub as a biddy as well.
Bitties raining from above. Thank you, Feng Shui Gorilla, for the sub-gift to Anonymous. I begins dancing joyfully. Meep, meep. Alien, please appreciate the generosity of others, Earthling. Algaradalata.
Dude. The 2 doctors in a social fight. Mostly Lost got bodied, by the way. Epic Cat got bruised on the right leg when Mostly Lost tried to bite their leg. And then Mostly Lost got bitten on the left arm.
What a cosmic gesture, Krathar. Thanks for the sub to Askiri. Begins a funky alien dance. Meep, meep. Let's keep the good vibes flowing, Earthling. Alien, please spread the joy of music and community. Algaradalada.
If you're wondering, that is actually my voice. And we did a whole voice acting sesh that was inspired by the voice from Disco Elysium. The body voice from Disco Elysium.
Ooh, Krathar, you're on a roll with the sub-gifts to Loitalian. Dances with excitement. Me, Asim. Let the music move you, Earthling. Alien, please cherish these moments of generosity. Algaradalata.
So pleased with themselves. All right, let's see if it wants to just talk to chat. See if it wants to say hi to chat. While I check on the plague. It's looking really good here. We had some really high quality tins, so I think we can just do heal root from this point on. I want purple page. Insulted times 5. I've been directly insulted.
Alien, please emits a delighted dance in response to Gogogatsu's happy message. Meep, meep. Your smile brings light to the universe, Earthling. Let's shimmy our way through life with joy and positivity. Algaradalada.
Humanity celebrated its own magnificence and bore witness to its creation. Therefore, Algaradalada. Therefore. All right, purple page, don't snap. I'm gonna have somebody come by.
Begins a heartfelt dance.
Yes.
Meep, Mip. Alien, please, grateful for your support and touched by your words, Earthling. Let the rhythm of the universe guide us towards healing and connection through music. Algaradalata.
Music. Music. Dude, mostly lost. Go to bed, bro. I was bringing somebody in here to feed you. Don't do it. Go to bed. Rest. Was imprisoned, sick, unsightly environment, awful hospital. Look, bite hammer. Get in here. Clean this place up. Yes, draw a cute little symbol there to keep everyone happy with the chalk. The two people in the hospital have the worst mood. They got the brunt of the insulting spree. Mostly Lost put an end to the insult spree through combat, but then lost. So Epic Cat, the doctor, was just standing over them, taunting them. What are you gonna do? You got the plague. I can say whatever I want. You are a brigand. Your brother is a barbarian. Your nephew is a hedgehog. And now Purple Page is going on insane ramblings, becoming untethered from reality, ranting about impossible subjects. He'll snap out of it in a few hours. Okay. You know, I think you're okay. You've got huge immunity over your plague. So do what you need to do to feel better. Mostly Lost, you're a little less good, but you're still good. Need a research project. Do we? We're researching skip abduction for our anomalous research, which sounds insane. Perform a psychic ritual that abducts a random hostile person from anywhere in the world, putting them in a short-term coma for capture. I am very interested in growing my colony through skip abduction. I'm also interested, I think we just unlocked machining and biofuel refining recently. I would love to go gunsmithing so I can make a bolt-action rifle. Because we lost our only bolt-action rifle. But since we unlocked the ability to refine biofuel, we can actually make a biofuel refinery. It costs 3 components, 150 steel, and it's not really good to just leave outside here, in my opinion, just because we already have too many eggs in this basket. And they would work better at it in an air-conditioned environment. In my opinion. So, where does that leave us? We're kind of running out of room. Chat, what if we just dragged a wall here? I don't know. I was thinking about, like, extending the size of the marble crematorium, sort of, and digging a little space out. The problem is it's difficult to dig anything at the moment. Because our only mining pond, we don't have one. We have Fredato, who's enjoys being underground anyways, and has level 5 mining. That's it. Our only goal today is to get a mining pond. That's pretty much the only thing I hope to achieve. I would like 2, but 2 is a bit greedy. Put it by the farms? Yeah. I'm just worried that they're gonna break in through the walls. This is probably not a bad spot, it's just at risk of infestations. So maybe I'll just do it here. Yeah, I'm aware they mine faster if they have light. That's impacting your global work speed. I know. It's not feasible to light up an entire mountain, unfortunately. Can't make torches because we don't have any trees on the map. We have 400 wood, and that's it. Then it runs out. Can't make electricity because we have to lay steel and build individual lamps. And we barely have enough electricity to support what we've got going at the moment. We have only 8 components, so it's very difficult to build any additional power generators. And we can't build a chem fuel or wood fire. We can build a chem fuel gen when we have chem fuel, but wood fire is not possible. And we can't build a geothermal because it takes 8 components, and we don't have a good builder. Many reasons. Doesn't it level them faster because it takes longer? Possibly. I don't know. Flashlights do not exist in RimWorld. Fredato honestly doesn't mind too much being in the dark. They're more concerned with Purple Page's rambling than anything else. How do you renew wood in this biome? I've been occasionally growing some sad hulls of fibercorn. With our limited space, but since our colony size has grown, we need more food now than we did before. Luckily, we're almost at the end of winter. We've managed to stockpile a decent amount of veg. We got about 800 veg, 200 meat. This is when having sidecasts is actually amazing. There's a sidecast that provides light that I love. And it provides a little bit of heat. It's one of my favorite sidecasts in the game. If not my favorite. Super useful. Alright, how are your plagues going? Still treated for a few hours? You're doing great. Mostly lost. You're doing okay. You're doing pretty good. Solar pinhole. Yeah, solar pinhole's crazy good. Hey, Chatnito. What's up, Giso? How's it going? I'm glad the design is finally here, says Megothic. Now I need to decide if I want a sweatshirt or a shirt. Thanks again to everybody who's already got one. Very much appreciated, and I hope the quality exceeds your expectations. I'm going to be buying some myself. I'm basically going to be donating. Like, I have this one, but I need to get the Redbubble one so I can be sure. Uh-oh. The 1 second that I show Algaradalada. Mostly Lost has suddenly become allured by a captive entity and is convinced it must become free. Were you convinced due to these ramblings of Gibraltar by chance? Gibraltar rambled about the perverse beauty of suffering, inhuman rambling. And there's just a sight stealer here, and no one's around. Gibraltar doesn't even have a weapon at the moment. Thrombohorn. Okay, well, and then just wake up Epic Cat. Epic Cat's outside. Please don't. Can we just only a 60% chance to arrest Mostly Lost? That's not good. I don't want to take that chance and then accidentally kill. Yeah, we're just gonna. Yep. Nope, don't melee attack it to death. Sorry, wrong command. Thrombohorn doing some work. Fredato hit the side stealer with a tear from the Thrombohorn, wounding its leg and foot. Yo, Thrombohorn right now for us is pretty goated. We destroyed their lung. That was earlier. The Gladius hit the torso. Thrombohorn turned their right foot and right leg red. I guess they do have legs and feet. I thought that they didn't have legs and feet, but they do float. Doors on the entity rooms is starting to look like a bad idea. That's exactly what they designed it to do. You have to have doors because your colonists have to access them to study them. That's the whole point of the DLC. Which makes for very interesting gameplay, I think. If you just have if you have a captured entity and you wall it off, you've captured it for no reason. You may as well have killed it. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, Sight Stealer? Are you enjoying Anomaly? It's great, yeah. I like it a lot. It's probably the most fun that I've had with a new DLC release for RimWorld. But we have a exclamation... Is it an exclamation DLC command for my myriad of recommendations? I like the word myriad right now. Rim DLC. Do you have a favorite part so far? I mean, it's just the whole thing. I think it's very cohesive. I think that it is more fun to play than it first appeared from the announcements. Not that the announcement was bad or anything. It was a good announcement. It was just like, I wasn't sure what to make of it or how it... Like, I could read about it, but I wasn't sure how it would play. Or how it would, like, change a regular playthrough. Until I actually played it myself. Chat is grooving. Alien has blessed you. And so has Alien, please. Ooh. Okay, Mostly Lost needs treatment. And we need to have our other doctor carry 3 medicine around with them at all times. So they don't have to go fetch it. Alright, Purple Page is already immune. Good. And has stopped rambling. Also good. We need more tables to eat at for this many colonists. Bite Hammer, you're not supposed to be here. Go eat. You're gonna freeze. It's dangerous. I bought the shirt and this is the first time I ever got some merch. Hey, thanks. Enjoy it. I'm glad that it's finally out in the world. Yeah, children draw stuff on the ground for recreation. They have fun doing that. We stand with Elvis and Marilyn. God, I forgot about that. Dude, Mostly Lost is having a bad time, man. They're having a real bad time. They're the wrong ideology. But look at this. Gibraltar rambling. Purple Page rambling. Insulted times 2. And is still greedy for an impressive bedroom. Like, come on, man. Look at this. You don't like it? This is the best bedroom in the whole place. Come on, VOD watchers, sing along.
Alien, please grooves along to the energetic chant Meep Meep, embracing the cosmic vibes from Breaker Crab's lively message. Let's dance to the universal rhythm together, Earthling. Ya ya yo, Algaradalata.
Perfect timing. I didn't even do that. That was just perfect timing. They even yayoed with you. We toddy tell alien yayo. Somehow you did. Gibraltar is idle. There's really not anything for you to do? Purple Page needs to re-equip a weapon. Take the bow. Alright, here's what I want to do. What I want to do is make sure Epic Cat's using their abilities to try... I wanted to convert Fredato, because Fredato's been here longer, with the Anthro-Archotechnic ideology, which is human primacy. They demand a bunch of transhumanist stuff as well, which we will not be able to provide for them, probably. However, Fredato is iron-willed, which makes them incredibly difficult to convert. They are resolute in their belief system. Mostly Lost, on the other hand, is just greedy, and has already been reduced almost 30%. So we're going to try and attempt to convert Mostly Lost, reducing their certainty in their own beliefs. Let's see. It's unfortunately going to make Mostly Lost a little upset, but I think it's worth it. Almost 20%. And they should get immunity soon. They're at 98%. That's not good. That is not the place that you want to collapse on the ground. Shut that door. Dangerous. Bite Hammer is going on a tantrum because it's cold outside. Put the gun down, Bite Hammer. Put the gun down. Why are you even out there, dude? He's got a gun. The colony is still going. Yes, it is. Armathia. Also, thanks for the recent subs. Lord Snow, happy 1 year. Appreciate you subbing for so long. Years a long time. Bragger Crab, Yayayoing for 14 months. What's up, Bragger Crab? Snorble says, thank you, Etel Alien. Your music saved my life for 33 months. Crather with the double gift sub. Thanks for 2, Crather. Feng Shui also with the gift sub. Yes?
Jives to the beat in celebration. Meep Meep. Alien, please appreciates the loyal support from Lord Snowy T5. Let's keep the dance of gratitude going, Earthling. Your presence adds to the cosmic symphony, Algaradalada.
$823 wood at this work site, but they're also in the midst of a pollution zone. Heavy pollution there. Can I help you, dog? Why are you awake? Oh! Elbow chat, sorry. You were supposed to be asleep.
Alien, please, dances happily with joy, meep, meep. A gratitude for Amathea's subscription. Each connection strengthens the universal bond. Let's groove together in this cosmic dance of unity, Earthling. Algaradalodalda.
Did this alien eat Randy? This is the alien from the subathon that is now featured on the t-shirt. So they came back to visit us. The rumors of their demise at the end of the subathon have been greatly exaggerated.
Starts to dance with excitement. Me, alien. Please welcomes Where Is My Juice? Sec 4 to the cosmic community. Your presence adds to the universal melody. Let's dance together in harmony and explore the wonders of the cosmos, Earthling Algaradalada.
Where is my juice? Do you need to go outside or something, dog? Where did the cows come from? On the t-shirt. Are you asking where did the cows come from on the alien t-shirt? Are you aware of the potentially most common association between cows and aliens? Aliens drink milk too. You see, the aliens sucked them up into the spaceship, and that's how they got on the shirt. Exactly. Precisely. Midas is compelled to lick face. Yes, he is, actually. He might need to go outside, even though it's only been an hour and a half on stream. I cannot control the call of nature for the animals. Speaking of, there are too many yaks. Can we all agree there are too many yaks? There are actually 6 yaks. All right. We need to set up auto slaughter. There should really only be one adult of each. And like 2 at most of each young, I would say. That's still, they're not even going to slaughter any with that parameter. Chat, what's a good replacement for prepare carefully until it updates? I mean, I like prepare moderately, which is obviously not as much preparation, but I like prepare moderately personally. You prepare less, but still moderate. And that one's updated, thankfully, because I needed it. Also, where's my juice? Thank you for the brand new Prime sub. Very nice of you. Armathia also dropping the sub. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're having fun. Lord Snow and Bragger Crab, thanks again, guys. Each one of you. All right. So there's multiple ways we can actually help convert Mostly Lost. Because we have the ability, right, to convert, but we can do a conversion ritual, which is more effective if successful. And that'll kind of gather everyone around, maybe do some chanting, some convincing while they lay down on a table and relax. Definitely not the captive audience. It can backfire, though. Convert, I don't think, can truly backfire. It can just give them the kind of debuff for being converted in the first place, which is a negative. I wish they'd just leave me alone. I know, but you know what? I got a clipboard and I am ringing the doorbell until you answer, Mostly Lost, okay? I'll see you on Sunday. Epic Cat, what do you need to do? What do you do? Apparently there was nothing to do, even though they're unrestricted. By the way, there was a new update today. I did not even look. I remember someone in chat mentioning that. I assumed that I have the patch. Was there a patch notes for the RimWorld update? Prepare moderately, just letting him set parameters to auto reroll honestly cut pawn selection time by like 45 minutes. Yes, correct. No patch notes yet, probably some minor things. Once they release patch notes, I'll probably turn the game off and back on just to be sure we have the like latest. Wait, we do have patch notes or we don't? Only change that matters for you, reduced entity count required to advance to waking monolith level from 8 to 7 to avoid soft locking in ice sheet biomes. Cool. That actually does apply to me, even though I don't really know what it means because I haven't even raised my monolith level once. We got more fish to fry. Bigger fish to fry, I guess. Must discover one more basic monolith entity. Okay, so we could do that with a chant if I wanted. Two colonists idle. I need to give you guys some more stuff to do. What do you want to do? Here's what I'm gonna have you do. Purple Page is gonna come build this fungal gravel. I've got a build order for you there. We need to mine the steel out. I know the animists will be upset. And now we finally have a fungal cave. Upon which I will make a grow zone for the fabulous and wholly necessary Nutrifungus. Now, we need to grow more Nutrifungus than this, but this will get us started. And Nutrifungus has a minimum growth temperature of 32 degrees Fahrenheit. So unfortunately, we do need to warm this as well. So this is a potentially expensive endeavor, but I'll put the heater like down here in the corner. Nutrifungus also requires total darkness to grow in. I don't want to Jeff, and yet I will write something that like 17 other people have written and I neither need to know nor care about right now. In Blux. Aren't there dark lamps? There are, but dark lamps are actually considered light for the purposes of growing Nutrifungus. So Purple Page is in charge of growing, but I think we need to wait until the temperature updates. And the heater's not really going to turn on because we don't have any cable. And we don't have electricity or power. My doctor said my Nutrifungus is growing too rapidly and I should see a specialist. I really don't want to build hidden conduit all the way down the hall. But I also don't want to build regular conduit in the middle of the floor. So how do I power this? I guess you, I guess if I control which blocks we mine first. I can smoothen / replace certain ones. You can't put cables or wire in regular granite walls. You can't just go through cave walls. It has to be either a wall that you built or a wall that you smoothed. So, no matter which way I choose to do it right now, it's gonna take some work. What I want to ultimately do is have this be a 3-wide hallway, right? But I would like to start building the Nutrifungus. Or you could just stop being a coward and go ahead and just build cable down the middle of the hall. And then just fix it in post. We'll fix it in post. Is Volcanic Winter still going? It is. It's been going for 16 days. A whole season. All right, we have one heater in here. The great thing about the mountains is when you're actually in the mountain proper, it's a great insulator. And if you're in the heat, if you're in a hot biome, building in the mountain is just cooler. The temperature changes as you go deeper underground. Not super beneficial for us on this map, but hey. The temperature in here is still slowly going up. I'm not sure exactly where it'll peak. It's already at 13 Fahrenheit and still rising. Outside is -14. Cozy with a risk of bugs. We're chill with bugs. We like to eat them. We yesterday became tunnelers with a ideology reformation. To be honest, I wouldn't mind if they even slowed down the pace of reformation. I feel like it happens in fluid ideology really fast. But then again, we have had a pretty long campaign and we just got kind of stagnant due to forces outside our control. Are they restricted at all? No. Epic Cat, why do you have a bunch of like 3s for stuff to do? You're easily the best warden. Also the best animal handler. Pretty good hunter. And then clean and then haul. Okay. Hey, look! It may not be much, but it's ours. The first little Nutrifungus. We're gonna need so much more than that. We must delve even deeper. Only took 4 years. We haven't even been alive for 4 years. We just became tunnelers within the last, like, month, 2 months, tops, 3 months, maybe. Okay, tops doesn't mean what I said it means. I'm thinking about just going up this way a bit. With it, extending the cave. Because we're at an easy 70 degrees, even at -40 outside, so we should have one heater should be enough. So that's a 9x9. Maybe go 2 more. Dig that out, increase the size of the farm. How long has this colony been going on for? I believe you, Chad, do you start in the summer of 5500 or 5501? I don't remember. It's like 3 or 4 years. 5500? Okay, so like this is year 4 though. So we haven't survived for 4 years, right? Because 500 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. Okay, maybe it has been 4. I guess it has been exactly 4 years. Math's hard. But we just became tunnelers. So fungus is new. We're growing some cotton so we can make some more clothes because we're down to 17. And everybody... Oh, we need to update the bills. True, because we technically have 3, 6, 7 colonists, even if I'm still not sure if Gibraltar is going to stick around. So we need to start at 7 of everything. And we need to make sure that we have bills for our children so that they don't get too cold. So we're gonna make a bill for Baby Bite Hammer. I'm 12, I'm not a baby. Yeah, that's what you think. Count equipped, do not count tainted. Look everywhere, at least normal or higher quality. Only start if you're at least level 5 skill. And then we want to have 2 parkas. And then same thing for pants, so you have something to wear. The reason I set it to 51% hit points is because below that threshold, it becomes tattered apparel. It's starting to get some holes in it, and the pawns don't like that. They don't like wearing clothes that don't fit well. Wrong pants. You're right. I wish you could change it from here and keep everything else the same. The keys are in my other pants. It's all the... Oh, because there's another bar up here. I don't suppose you can copy these settings and paste them here. Yeah. It's too bad.
Alien, please attempts to understand the concept of wrong pants. Me. Curiosity piqued by Wolfest Wolf's message. Let's shimmy through the mysteries of fashion and expression together, Earthling. Dance on in whatever pants you wear. Algaradalada.
Chad, this is the second time you guys are making them talk about pants. Dance on in whatever pants you wear. It's always about pants. Okay, what else do they wear? I guess they have a parka, a shirt, and pants. So they have like 3 different layers. So let's do shirt as well. Do until you have 2. Okay, looks good. You have your instructions. Can kids not wear toques? I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. They have their own size helmet, so I would doubt it. But maybe. I don't know why they would have their own size helmet, but not their own size other hats. Maybe. I guess they can. Okay. Well, there you go. So we still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 according to this. Oh, I need to assign to the kid apparel policy. And then that'll probably fix it. Okay, and Purple Page should be able to find another one then. Okay, so we have 2 normal quality ones that are on shelves. All right. Fredato, you kind of got your work cut out for you, to be perfectly honest. I'm going to get you someone to help as soon as possible. What do I do with Mostly Lost in Gibraltar? They are supposed to be... We have actually too many people on plants for once, which is weird. And we can start building things, but what am I going to be build? Oh, dude, let's go ahead. Let's do what we have thought about doing. It's time. Second layer. They need build tasks. I can give them build tasks. That one's going to be a little odd. I have to do it one at a time there. The question is, should we do a whole second layer or should we do it like partial? You guys are going to need to kind of like reinstall this. Move that out of the way. Cancel, cancel. Because full looks super thick. A partial would look like this, where they always have to go through exactly 2 blocks to get into the base. Like, you don't have to change the zigzag, though you can. This is sort of just reinforcing the weakest portions. Toss, I got 2 shirts, one for me and a surprise for my alien-loving friend. Hey, thanks, Danny Donuts. Enjoy, I hope they're good. My nightmare is waking up when you guys start getting your shipments. You put them through the wash a couple times and then go, uh-oh. I hope they're good. They should be. So for the purposes of insulation, if cold air is here and warm air is here, air does not go diagonally through blocks. It goes over and up, right? So the cold air starts here, it's bleeding through this wall, and then it's bleeding through this wall, and then it's in here. So for all intents and purposes, this is double walled for insulation, I believe. Likewise, if air is here and it goes through, it's just going through one wall, so this is not as well insulated. But if you build here, it is insulated. Because air can't go from this tile side diagonally into this. So just this simple upgrade should actually make this slightly warmer and also more secure because they'll have to go through extra blocks. Like if they break this one open, they still have to go through that one or this one to get in. So there's guaranteed 2 blocks on any side that you do this. And we can make it even more dense, but I think that that is a pretty simple but effective upgrade. And I also think it's a great idea to finally do the airlocks. There's no reason they should be able to just go straight into the base. Will insulation decrease power consumption? Yeah, in theory. So like we've already kind of insulated here with this extra layer vertically. We've kind of insulated here, but this room's not being heated. You also need 2 doors, right? So 1 door is not enough, even if you have 2 walls. Too many blocks on the bottom zigzag. What? Oh, these? Yeah, I mean... You can... It doesn't hurt to have more. It's not like we're running a resource deficit on granite right now. But I guess it keeps your wealth down a little bit. It doesn't really matter, though. If anything, it's better to have more, I would say. Anyway, I want to focus on getting some proper airlocks. Is having a 3rd layer helpful? I think no, because they won't be able to reach the middle layer, so they'll never be able to do repairs. And if they can't reach it, I don't like going more than 2. I limit to 2. And then what I typically enjoy doing is having a 3x3 area here. That looks something like this. But I don't think that more than 2 blocks insulates more from... I don't know. That one, I'm kind of just pulling out of my ass. But I think that 2 blocks is sort of like your peak. I don't think having more significantly alters the airflow. I think 2 is the most you can do. But yeah, that'll give them something to build, something to work on, and keep them from being idle. Gibraltar is a night owl in daytime, and there's not anything I can do about it. They do not sleep, so we just have to deal with this penalty throughout the day, which is kind of funny. Gibraltar has snapped. She can no longer tolerate holding such dangerous entities in captivity, and intends to destroy as many as she can. Speak of the devil. The final straw was no recent conquest. Chat, we need a prison. Like a proper prison. That is definitely something I would like to work on. Why did you have 10 meals on your person? Who dropped those? We need a lot of things, correct. We need a lot of things. Chat, do you think I should tempt fate here? She's stealing food rations. And just go for the conversion while they're imprisoned? Because no recent conquest. I need to teach you to love yourself, Gibraltar, okay? And to stop hating us because we look different. Love yourself. You are one of the good types, because we're all one of the good types. Okay, but yeah, this is going well. Mostly Lost is on full-time research duty, which is excellent. Honestly, having Bite Hammer around has genuinely been helpful, because they've already been training medical by watching other people, and they do a lot of cleaning, and they're generally really well, that's catharsis, I guess. Catharsis is part of it, but they have childlike confidence. There's so many interesting things to learn. I love that that's one of the moodlets. We can also make schools and classrooms and stuff for them, but we just haven't. We've learned the art of gunsmithing. Craft simple, manual-operated guns such as revolvers, pump shotguns, bolt-action rifles, and incendiary launchers. That is a lovely one to go ahead and pick up, though component expensive. I would like to learn how to make... I think you can't go wrong with long blades, and just getting a longsword and warhammer and or spear going would be something that would be a big upgrade for... We do have the Thrumbo Horn, which is good, but having other melee options would be nice, because you can also sell Thrumbo Horns for big money if you need to. So having some alternatives. It's a pretty fast research as well. Their certainty is going down pretty fast. That was one convert attempt, and it went down 11%. So I don't reckon they'll be stuck in here for very long. Yeah, they don't have anything that makes it easier or harder to convert them. One wide will transfer heat between two rooms. Two width will half temperature change and equalize it with the outside temp instead of adjacent rooms. 3 doesn't do anything. Nice to see I'm still alive. Purple page, you just doomed yourself. Good job. Look what you did. All right, purple page, can you move these spike traps? Epic Cat can help. Bam. I want to make some more as well, because like the limestone spike traps are good for training our construction skill and just giving us a little bit of defense around the outside of the base. And I generally like... I'm a little torn, chat. I like the door here because I like poking one person's head out and sniping left or right. But it also gives the enemy cover if you try to flank them. So I almost feel like putting it forward is better. I think it is better. I think I'm gonna change my ways. I know it's only one space, but it actually makes a big difference. Because you can go in here, open the door, and create a sort of bottleneck for like manhunters to come in. The reason I leave these spaces on the side is actually for lights, and I just remembered we have wall lights now. The times have changed. I also want a double wall it on that side. Chat, now this looks even more like something naughty. We're gonna have to build something over here. A snowman? Yeah. Yeah. A snowman. Of course. Too many yak. Too many yak. Chat, I need to take the dog out. He's sitting here patiently waiting. He's not in his bed. He's just sitting on the ground waiting for me. So, I'm gonna take him outside. And I'm gonna grab a beverage for myself, maybe a little snacky. And I will be right back. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys are having a nice afternoon, almost evening here for me. And thanks for coming back for another one. We kind of just getting started, to be honest. So, a lot more to go. Because I don't have to do my taxes today. Because I'm done. I'll be back in a few.
Alien, please, sways with intrigue at the mention of morel mushroom. Meep, meep. Enjoy the cosmic flavors, Go-Go Gatsu. Let the dance of cooking and culinary exploration guide you on a flavorful journey. Bon appetit, Earthling. Algarada Lida.
Whew, what up? Perfect timing. Thanks for waiting. Chat, I'm starting to suspect that 12 to 13 hours a day every day is unsustainable. My old body. Constance Stachys, Baron of the Fallen Empire, seeks your help. Turn the volume down a little bit. His royal archaeologist recently extracted 3 prisoners from an ancient cryptosleep vault and intend to question them. To keep the prisoners secret from court rivals, Stachys wants you to hold them for 15 days. +7 honor. That's a lot of honor. Poison synthesis, tech print. A tech print is basically a physical form of research that unlocks a certain amount of research progress. Some things require a tech print to unlock. Most don't. The physical form of tech prints can range from scraps of paper with diagrams all the way to advanced self-contained teaching machines. Regardless of form, they play the same role. They give your researchers the confidence an idea is possible and a rough idea of the designs used in more established societies. Okay, so basically, this one is for bionics that synthesize venom from internal chemical reactors for toxifying attacks. Unlocks venom fangs and a venom talon. It's pretty cool. Now, here's the issue. 3 prisoners is a lot of work for 15 days. The upside is winter's over. It's going to start warming up outside. We would go straight from freeholder to yeoman in one go. If we accept. The prisoners are suffering paralytic abasia. So on the upside, we really only have to feed them, right? They're not gonna rebel against us. We just have to give them some food and make sure nobody kills them. Which does ease things up, that we know they're not gonna like try and murder us. You can equip venom fangs? No, they get built into you. They're bionics. You go into surgery and you come out with venom fangs. Or a venom talon is kind of cool. All right, Chad, did anything happen whilst I was gone? I'll think about that one. I will think about that one. What is wrong with Epic Cat? 2 unsettling conversations. Made me very creeped out. Nobody should think or speak of such things. Oh, Gibraltar is still in here, but hasn't quite converted yet. Their mood is souring, but it should improve once they no longer care about conquesting or being an ugly baseliner. The people who come to us as furry flock individuals always hate themselves. Loser, how are you doing? We have someone handling animals, right? Purple Page is technically supposed to, but they're really not even like the best suited. Technically, Epic Cat is. Epic Cat, I think, is handling it. They're literally a vet. Lynx can't be trained. I just need them to stay tame. I believe you can train tameness. If you don't train them, they lose their tameness and go wild. I'm not sure if you can or can't train tameness. I would think so. But they're 80% wild already. Oh, you have to have a skill of 8. Oh, so loser is not long for this world. And we have a skill of 6. That's unfortunate. And I don't think that there's anything else we can do about that. So they're not trained or talented enough to be able to train Loser to stay tame. So it's only a matter of time. Do you guys want to flick the power switch on? That'd be pretty cool. Yo, we found components? Did we mine any yet, or did we just uncover that? We found components. Heck yeah. Kinda huge. Chat, does a... Hold on. Does a heater produce light? Oh, it does. The mushrooms will not grow around the heater. I thought that was just a graphic. I didn't know it actually produces light. It's 50% lit here, 50%, 50%, 50%. And then one more space, it's dark. But still too bright for mushrooms. 16% is still too much. I wonder if that's always been there or if it just got put in with the lighting update. Maybe both. It couldn't be both. Don't ignore me. Either way, that's really cool. So the best way to do this is to heat them from outside and vent the heat in. It'd be the only like true method, or just dig further and put it in a different corner. One of those things. Hello. A reclusive child from the League of Kanto is visiting the colony named Skubov Galga. She seems to have a few items to trade. And Epic Cat has converted Gibraltar away from the furry flock into the truth. Welcome to the light. You are free, my child.
Here, alien, please, is fascinated by the concept of centralized heating. Meep, meep. Embrace the warmth of progress, GSO 18. Let's dance to the beat of innovation as you embark on this technological endeavor. May your heating system bring comfort to all earthlings. Algarada Lada.
Centralized heating alien. Also, Gibraltar newly converted feels so much better, you know? Was imprisoned is a 12-day, I got put in jail. Like a caged animal. But you don't care about doing conquest or raiding anymore. And you love yourself a bit more. You're no longer biased against yourself for being the wrong xenotype and being a baseliner instead of a cool pigman. So I think that's a huge net gain. Generally what I like to do for my top row, this always blows at least one person's mind. You can move these around. I like to consolidate the people who are of my ideology versus the people who are not of my ideology. Look, it's a us or them situation. That way I can kind of keep tabs at a glance and remember who's still in need of a conversion, which reminds me, we can do that now. We were trying to convert Mostly Lost. $60 to 43%. All right, for the next one, I'll probably do a ceremony. We might just turn this into our ritual room. This has been like a utility room for a while. I'm also gonna need to deconstruct this wall because we can't see, we still can't, I thought you could reach corners for smoothing, but apparently not. These have been here for forever. So I gotta do the old-fashioned deconstruct the wall to smooth the blocks in the corner, which is unfortunate. I swear that got patched a while ago. Howdy and good evening. What's up, hello, Tom? Welcome everybody else who's just jumping in. I feel like I just started. Relative to how big the other streams have been, I guess we have. Chat, Automatic Butcher is taking care of business. They killed Acid Snow. Okay, in my mind, they were gonna kill the ones that don't have names, and not the ones that do have names. So, regretfully, if Acid Snow is still out there in the chat somewhere, you didn't make it. Is Automatic Butcher base game now? Yes. It has been for a couple of expansions, I think. Either is it Ideology? Oh yeah, Mary Skipper, you're right. If you smooth the wall next to it, then it gets smoothed. But I did smooth this one and it didn't get smoothed. So, I don't know. This one's smooth, this one's not. No, Etal, read my comment. Fine. Corners automatically smooth if the one next to it gets smooth, only if a block in the immediate radius isn't something you've placed. So because this block is touching, then it doesn't smooth. 1.3 added auto butcher? Yeah. I think that was Ideology. That's complicated. Yeah, basically I think you should just be able to reach into the corner. The same way that you can build into a corner, right? You can build a power conduit in a corner no problem from the other corner. So you should be able to smoothen as well. Anyway, rest in peace, Acid Snow. Whistling Spirit, your longtime lover, has just been turned into food. There's a new yak in town. I don't feel like naming the rest of the yaks if they're just gonna die. Because we still have too many yaks and we're running out of meat again. But are we though? Are we running out of meat? All right, mostly lost. What weapon were you using? Something ranged. Oh, mostly lost just researched long blades. We can make our own long swords and spears. And from here, I kind of want plate armor, even though it's cold. The theory being, it's still potentially useful to me because we're so component limited that it would be nice to have some melee plate armor for fighting inside the base, where we already have temperature control. If we're fighting outside the base, probably no armor. Is wood plate armor any good? I mean, it's better than not wearing armor, right? But other than that, no. Not really. I'm also gonna pave this with some steel. Avoid being cheap. We should have a good amount of steel. And then a light in here would be excellent. Dude, the wall lamps are so good. Yeah, I guess this side's better. Gibraltar Ding level 7 construction. Bite Hammer is still cleaning, but also observing and learning. You haul that rice, please. How does one pave a room with steel? I mean, it's steel floor, right? Like panels. Steel panels, kind of. I got distracted. What range weapon do you want? How about a pump shotty? 2 pump shotties. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Dude, I've been super impressed with how long. I don't know if it's because of the DLC or because of luck or what, but we have been kind of in this early combat stage for a while. And it's been really fun having to use recurve bows, great bows, pump shotguns, revolvers, auto pistols, and actually getting to enjoy the early game tech without starting as a tribe. I feel like the game has been in need of slowing down for a long time, and I don't know if this is just RNG for us, or if it's because the new events kind of muddy who's actually coming to attack you. But it really needed some like pace of play, because there's been too many times where the first or second raid, I kill a dude or a few dudes and I have a heavy SMG, I have an assault rifle, I have 2 bolt actions after like 2 raids. And it just like skips past too fast. They have all these really cool researches, like learning how to gunsmith your own weapons from scratch, learning blowback operation to make machine pistols, gas operated so you can do chain shotguns, LMGs, and make those yourself. And historically, most RimWorld campaigns, you just do that so you can get to this stuff. You just kind of skip through. So it feels like I'm having to earn my tech levels a bit more, which I think is something that RimWorld needs to have on average. Because I think that the early game combat is quite fun, and I don't feel like it's been extended too long for me, because it feels like everything we get is an upgrade. Like that Masterwork Great Bow was like, yes! Getting a couple pump shotguns and putting them to use against like an infestation or some zombies was like, yeah! That felt like, it feels good, you know? Or having a Thrumbo self-tame and slaughtering it so you get a Thrumbo horn as a melee weapon was like, yes! That kind of stuff. Much needed for sense of progression. This might be controversial, but do you... before I say I think something should happen, I would maybe instead say, chat, do you think it would be interesting if there was like a new mechanic in RimWorld that was not researching how to make something, but rather gaining an affinity with using something? So like, if your character has been using their Masterwork Great Bow for a long time, they're pretty damn good with it. But the second that they switch to an assault rifle, they're not so good anymore, because they've never used it before. So it's not just like an instant upgrade, and you might actually have to make a decision as to whether you want to start learning a new weapon and training with it and getting better, or if you want to stay with the tried and true because you're just so god tier with it. Like Kenshi, I guess. Kenshi it's less obvious though when you... Like, most of the weapons in Kenshi are side grades from one another or used in specific circumstances, whereas weapons in RimWorld are direct upgrades. There will come a point you will never use a revolver again, you will never use a pump shotgun again, you will never use a recurve bow again. Too micro for vanilla? I disagree. I would have agreed with you in 1.1 or like 1.0 RimWorld, but I think we're so far beyond that in terms of what you have to take care of with your pawns that really doesn't change much as far as like your moment-to-moment experience. It's just a skill like any other skill that builds up over time. Like, we're already pretty familiar with how that concept works. Because I disagree that something is micro, too micro for vanilla, when this page exists and it has its own search bar. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm not suggesting that you're like so awful with a new weapon that you can't use it. Maybe it would just be better if you could develop an affinity or skill for specific weapons, specific weapon types that make you comparable or better with it because you've used it so long. But yeah, I think it's a bit oversimplified to say, like, that's how technology works. Once humanity invented the bolt-action rifles, bows became less useful. Because in RimWorld, we're not getting 500 men lined up in formations, one row kneeling, the other row standing behind them, firing off muskets like Napoleonic warfare, right? If you pit one dude with a musket and one dude with a bow, the guy with the bow might pull it off because if both of them miss the first time, the dude with the bow is going to shoot faster and start landing some hits on you. You know what I mean? Like, combat in RimWorld is much more individualized. I think splitting into one-hand shooting and two-hand shooting could be okay. I don't even know how that would work. The lack of lighting in your rooms is bugging me. Are you talking about the lack of lighting in the room that specifically needs no light in order to grow fungus? Because otherwise the entire base is lit. Where places people inhabit are lit. These lights only turn on during the day. What are you talking about? Space is freaking lit, bro. The battery room is dark. Oh no. The room they never have to be in is dark. But yeah, I think it's less that, like, oh, you suck at using new weapons. It would be cool if you could just improve your skill at using older weapons. So you might want to keep them around longer because you've already, like, become adept. I also think, this is probably something that's outside the scope of RimWorld, but it would be cool if things like Careful Shooter and, like, those types of combat traits could actually be developed instead of just, like nature versus nurtured. That would go a long way. Like, imagine if there were traits that you could develop that were like Careful Shooter, parentheses, bows, that you just develop through your own achievement and hard work. Something as simple as that could be a difference maker. Like, have a few learned traits added to the game for combat purposes. Or you've been in melee combat this many times, so here's a bonus to either offense or defense or something. He loves progression. I love progression. Just finished yesterday's VOD, ready for more randomness. What's up, Barrick?
Alien Plays
Oh, no.
dances joyfully in response to Billy07's enthusiasm. Meep, meep, collaboration makes the universe brighter. Let's revel in the possibilities that lie ahead. Together, we'll groove to the rhythm of creativity and shared dreams. Earthlink. Algaradalada.
Algaradalana, Chad. That brings me back at the end. You just didn't recognize them, Ballistic Bro. The t-shirt is out today. The link is pinned in the chat, and we have the exclamation shirt command. The Algaradalada shirt is finally available for all. All who may want it. All right, let's get some more fungus growing. And it's a floor, right? Yeah, fungal gravel. Boom. Gotta build that first. Epic Cat, why does the moral guide always have it so rough? The unsettling conversations are you having with Gibraltar? So Gibraltar's biggest downside is these unsettling conversations. Nobody should think or speak such things. They are disturbing. A peculiar person who seems fixated on horrendous ideas. Talking to her is often upsetting. Diverse thoughts, -4. My truth is so obvious, yet many of those around me are so deluded. It's horrible. Devs, we've got a typo here, okay? Many those around me, okay? I expect that to be fixed in 1.6. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. Thank you for your hard work, developers who are definitely listening to me right now, at this exact moment. Failed to convert, mostly lost. It didn't work out. Awkward. Dude, I'm growing you guys some fungus, all right? It's growing at 96% efficiency right now. That's pretty good. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, we got another potato haul. Chat, we're looking good on vegetables. I wonder if we should change half of this back to fiber corn so we can get some more wood. I would say that or hops. We only have 8 beers? Oh, hops it is. Transport pod. A pyromaniac, haven't seen one of you this run, named Sora is crashing in a transport pod. If she survives, she'll be badly wounded. Sora is not affiliated with any faction. This is a charity incident. Okay, they might be close enough for me to get to. They're dead in 11 hours, and they have no parka. Do we have any knowledge of which pawn is the fastest? 4.6 is, I don't think anyone's super fast here. There's probably people who are just a little slower than 4.6. Gibraltar is really slow, as is Fredato. And then Mostly Lost is 4.6 as well. So Purple Page is a good speed. I wonder if it's better though to send out let's send out Mostly Lost and Purple Page. I think that's a good idea. That way we can try and like tin them. What if we just brought out the fire bow and set them on fire? That might keep them warm. And away from frostbite. I feel like tending them out, is tending them out here better? I feel like yes, but maybe not. I think it is, because I think it combos too much with hypothermia. Also, it fulfills charity even if they die. So actually, that counts as pod refugees saved, even if they don't make it safely back inside the base. Which means we should adjust our strategy. Quest active. Wooly, Universe Chief of the League of Kanto, has informed us of a collection of valuable items. This consists of a biomutation lance guarded by 7 pigskins and an unknown threat. A limited use psychic effector. It twists and reshapes the musculature of the target, causing them to transform into a terrifying creature. The lance was crafted from a broken shard of dark archotechnology. All right, I didn't even look at the pawn because I am not turning anyone away from this colony right now. It would take something very, very specific for me to do that. All right, welcome in. I know you've suffered blood loss and hypothermia. A mining pawn, but they're a pyromaniac wimp misandrist. The monkey's paw curls. Oh, well, I'll take it. I'll take it. Fireball mining, that's all I want. I wish it was double, but we don't have a lot of construction either. We only have one passionate construction person, and the other one brute forced their way up to level 8, so it's actually good, believe it or not. This is best case scenario for us, I think, given our luck recently. They are a believer in the anthro-archotechnics, human primacy transhumanists who want body modification, and we are going to start converting them to our own ideology. Simultaneously, we need to create an actual proper prison. We'll be fine, chat. We'll be fine. Just a casual pyromaniac. Look at this. We have found the components, dude. We've actually got more. We have 11 plus these 6. We're in business. Okay. With that level of component, we need to make some more batteries. We're rapidly, I think, running out of battery space. I vote we go ahead and make this kind of like hallway. And then put a door here. And then sort of just like convert this into a second battery chamber, or even combine them, possibly. And just sort of expand on this. You've got that big empty room. Yeah, because it's not done yet. It's too complicated to put prisoners in rooms where you're planning on mining out steel, because then it just opens up the prison awkwardly. So I'm trying to do a little bit of stuff at a time. Trying to do little by little. But yeah, Fredato actually got 2 components from all of these. They have come a long way brute forcing that mining skill, actually getting like some amateur but capable amateur results. So I'm happy with that. All right, Gibraltar, get your Gladius. Really, really happy to have a new... Dude, this has been a very transport pod heavy run. I don't feel like there's usually this many transport pods falling in. However, we've only been able to save less than half of them, I'd say. Right? We really haven't been able to rescue that many. God damn, that's 7 colonists. Who knows how long it'll last? But it's good to see. Yes, it is. Extremely good to see. I am pleased as punch. Okay, there we go. I'm back. Does that infant have a revolver? Excuse me, they're 12 years old? Okay, almost 13? In RimWorld time? Someone got banned? Not yet. Do you want to get banned? I was just checking the t-shirt link page to make sure that everything was correct and looked the way it was supposed to. Thanks again to everybody who has already bought a t-shirt. I hope you get it fast. It should also be purchasable worldwide. We found Jade. Dude, Jade Gang. Shipping is always going to be bad because it's 2024. Shipping's always going to suck. Can it run out of stock? Not unless Redbubble goes bankrupt. Alex, did you see the Algarada shirt in white? Yeah, I don't recommend it. But you do you. You do what you want. I gave the whole spiel already. About why you should buy it in black specifically. All right, I really like this. The purpose of this is basically an airlock, so there's not just one barrier between them getting in our base. Like it is down here, for example, where it's just one singular door. All right, that's not ideal. Don't love it. And also just one wall, right? So probably just gonna go ahead and get everything down here double walled. Maybe we fix our little grave situation. If you're wondering about this room, because I've seen some questions asking, these are some dead colonists, and I buried them with the desperate hope and prayer that one day we might be able to find a way to bring them back. So I'm trying to preserve their bodies by keeping the temperature cool. So we have this air-conditioned room, and the air goes through the vent and keeps this cool even during the summer. We haven't checked on their bodies in a while, and so I assume that they're still in one piece and intact. But this is like the poor man's cryosleep. Can't guarantee that they'll come back with all of their brain power, but what I'd like to do is actually work this into a better fridge freezer storage facility. And this needs to be double walled also, because I think that is more or less double walled right there with just one block. Cryogenics, also known as emergency rations. No. You clearly misunderstand. Most definitely not emergency rations. What was that noise? Oh God. Happy birthday, Bite Hammer. We got you some chimeras for your birthday. Boing. Bite Hammer has reached the biological age of 13 and has experienced a growth moment. He has shown minimal personal development, complaining that watching others cooking meals is freaking boring. Bite Hammer has a strange fear that by being outside in the sun, he will end up catching the plague. Honestly, that may be why we're getting the plague so much. I don't know. Who can say? I'm not a doctor. We have been getting the plague a lot, considering we're in the middle of an ice oasis. Bite Hammer is now old enough to do the following work: smithing, researching, and dark study. Are we certain that 13 is old enough for dark study? We should probably legislate that. Choose a trait for Bite Hammer to gain: masochist, Careful Shooter or Iron-Willed. Wow, you are going to grow up to be a god if you get this type of luck right now. Genuinely difficult to pick here. For Bite Hammer, there's something exciting about getting hurt. He doesn't know why. He's just wired differently. It's got to be Iron-Willed. I think. I don't know. Careful Shooter is great, but I don't really love putting shooting traits on pawns with low propensity for shooting. Iron Will is definitely the safest. Yeah. And it's just good. So Masochist, they like getting hurt and feel good about it. Careful Shooter takes more time to aim, shoots less frequently, but hits more often. It's pretty strong. But yeah, Iron-Willed their will is an iron shield. He keeps going through thick and thin when others broke down long before. When this growth moment happened, Bite Hammer was at a growth tier 2. The higher the tier, the more trait and passion options you have to choose from. And more passions overall. They're kind of just observing us right now. Okay, lock it in.
Alien, please contemplates the Earthling's observation. Meep, meep. The human spirit is a mysterious force. Let's dance with resilience and curiosity, embracing the challenges and joys of existence on this planet. Together, we navigate the cosmic mysteries. Alga Radalada.
Very true. A group of twisted, animal-like chimera monsters have appeared nearby. The misshapen beasts will watch your colony, waiting for an opportunity to attack. They are skittish and may retaliate. Oh my god. Well, clearly we're doing too well for ourselves, because that is a lot of chimeras. Including some new ones with the tusks. This is the first time we encountered chimeras. We only had to fight 2, and even then they were a little scary, but we only had 3 colonists then. Now we have more colonists, but I don't know if I want to 1v1 chimeras with human melee versus chimera melee. So we are just gonna retreat inside. Possibly update our safe zone, because we have some new areas that we should be allowed to go in, including the caves back here. All right, well, let's go through and make sure everyone's home. And I don't think we can 7v7 the chimeras, okay? If we couldn't take lynxes, I don't want to try against chimeras. They're kind of just chilling down here for now. So we're gonna more or less ignore them for the time being. We live within the caverns now. Just put some cataphract armor on and you'll be fine. It said they were skittish though. Just have someone go out and bang some pots and pans together. It's easy, dude. All right, well, you guys need some building orders. I can give you some building orders. You can start smoothing these walls. Okay. Start there and then work our way back. I like this one piece of jade. I think I'll keep it. Epic Cat is hiding in room due to eating a non-fungus plant. Your mood is pretty good. We found more jade. Yeah, what's wrong with Bite Hammer? Oh, Bite Hammer's on the wrong clothing bill because they grew up. They grew They turned 13 and immediately outgrew all of their clothes up until that point. And just on the spot were like Hulk bursting out of their clothes as a result. Congrats on your ability to now do some other stuff like smithing. That's going to be useful. All right, I also want the builders to maybe just go ahead and give us the solar gens to offset what we've currently got going on here. We've got a decent stockpile of components. I think 2 solar gens is in order, and some more batteries to try to help us expand. We're gonna need more heaters, we're gonna need more lights, we're gonna need all that stuff. Sora should be joining us soon. Rescued from a drop pod, we're currently converting. And then we'll have someone to help learn how to mine, get us deeper into this gargantuan mountain. I'm gonna work on getting some more batteries hooked up. Uh-oh. A group of goats abandoned or lost have wandered into the area. We're not gonna be able to go get you, guys. We're not allowed to leave the base right now, just in case they have like a long distance that they can see from. Okay, Gibraltar's build skill construction is 7. Ooh, Smith suits of plate armor from metal or wood. This heavy armor noticeably slows down movement, but protects very effectively. Nice. Nice build there. What next? We got really fast research at the moment. Did you hear a snake? I thought I heard a snake. What difficulty is this? Randy losing his fun, naked brutality. We have an exclamation RimWorld command, mods command, Rim DLC command, all the commands. I'd say you're never wrong to be able to make some basic prosthetics. We're gonna lose some arms and limbs eventually. It's still volcanic winter also, which is kind of insane to me. And we're desperately in need of some more shelf space for the kitchen. I know I'm building 2 small shelves instead of 1 big shelf. I was about to expand the kitchen and freezer, and then Chimera showed up. Does this colony even need the sun? We do for energy at the moment. We're relying on it for the power grid. We just got a whole cloth harvest, which is excellent. And then we're gonna switch from cloth to like a fiber corn. Because we got another 500 potatoes here. Wait, is the right time for geothermal? I'd like you to tell me what you think the right time for geothermal is. Chat. You guys are so quick to jump to geothermal. What is the right time for geothermal? Do you think it's now when 7 to 8 chimeras are outside? Do you think it's right now when we would be left with 6 components with no other known components in the entire game to repair everything inside of our base? Always be geothermaling. This is why you restarted your campaign and mine's still going. All right, I take back what I just said. I recant my previous statement. I would like to apologize to the chat members. The chimeras have begun their attack. I did not know that they would attack, to be perfectly honest with you. I think since we have no armor, the only way to even think about surviving this is door strat. Door strat's the only way. And we have to just hope and pray that we only have 2 melee. You need 3 melee for a proper door strat. Do we have anybody else that could do melee? I could like... I could give Epic Cat... They're not gonna do much with either one, to be honest. First colony wipe was Lynx, now we have Super Lynx. I also don't think I love the Great Bow in close combat. I mean, it's still accurate, and it's still gonna do insane damage. Okay. I'll trust in Dragobot's 14 shooting skill. But I think maybe... But I don't love that Epic Cat is going to be the moral guide and on the first line of defense. For Dotto, wear a simple helmet, report to the front. Gibraltar, we only have 1 good helmet, apparently, in the whole colony. Terrible crafters. Wear a simple helmet. Report to the front. Epic Cat, since you have kind of low combat skills, Dragobot, Purple Page, Bite Hammer's a child, and Mostly Lost have better skills. It's probably correct for you to also pick up just an axe is fine. And then like a normal helmet. And then report to the front. Okay. Everyone else should not need helmets. What are the odds they bite you in the helmet anyway? Like, not very high, I feel. But still. Purple Page, you don't... Yeah, you'll figure it out. Okay, Bite Hammer, you actually can wear a helmet now, right? Yeah. We probably didn't make enough helmets, though. You're going to be in the back. I really don't think you're going to need a helmet. So just show up, and you'll be fine. And then Mostly Lost, you go open the door. And we need to hold that door open and basically just let them path into us. Otherwise, I guess they're just going to break down the walls. So I honestly think the only thing we can do is fight them on our own terms. Right? All right, they're getting their equipment on. I'm gonna go pump shotgun instead of a curve bow. Epic Cat on one side. They might just ignore the fact that they can reach my pawns and just go through the wall. That kind of looks like what they're doing. We will find out in a moment. Gibraltar up front. Okay. Purple page. Mostly lost. Bite hammer, Drago. Okay, the ones that get super speed is good because that means they'll get there faster and then we can just fight them. Oh, dude, we're dead. Right? This is not good, right? There's so many. One dead, but it was already pre-wounded. What's the other strat, though, right? This is, like, probably the best strat. Okay, what did... Oh, dude. Fredato, they scratched your head. Remember when I said, what are the odds that they hit the helmet? They got you in the eye. And you're dead in 11 hours. That was one hit. Combat commands. They're actually not the leader. So. We never made them the leader. But combat commands also accuracy. It doesn't really buff damage, but hitting more is good. How do we make them switch spots? You really can't. I assume everyone is shooting like... Rip. That's not good. Fredato has been torn to death. The last events in Fredato's life. Fredato hit the Chimera with her left fist, injuring its torso and spine. The Chimera gnawed Fredato in the torso. Their nose was shattered. Their eye and ear was scratched. The worst part is that opens up a spot that we have to fill before they do. All right, how's this one going, dude? Look how tanky they are. We're nailing them. Revolver. That's you, Bite Hammer. Great bow in the leg. We got so many body shots, 2 Gladius, a pump shotgun, cut in the head. I'm doing my part.
Alien, please. Intrigued by the Gibraltar contingency's cryptic message, meet me. The enigma of borrowed time deepens the cosmic narrative. Let's dance through the mysteries of fate and temporality, discovering truths in the universal rhythm. Algoradalot.
All right. You're going to sleep. Italian, go to sleep. They said that they were temporarily retreating. Man, Fredato, dude, you just look how unlucky Fredato got, right? Because Epic Cat took over and did not get hit once. Does have a level 9 melee skill. Fredato does. So I was kind of depending on that. Epic Cat is like nimble, which is great, right? Melee dodge chance plus 15, but only 2 actual skill. And then Gibraltar has 5. Rip our iron-willed undergrounder who's psychically hypersensitive. Who wasn't even able to... Okay, 2 things. Number 1. Fredato was a very valued pawn because they were the one who was doing all the mining. So of course they died. The second thing, though, is iron-willed was going to make them insanely difficult to convert. So maybe it's not the worst thing. Like, if I had to pick one person to die in the colony, it probably was the iron-willed non-believer. So, who also doesn't have any other passions for any other skills other than combat. So, like, they did what they were supposed to do. You did your job, Fredato, and for that, we salute you. You did your part. Now, I say we go out and fight these guys, or at least keep sniping them. Okay, only one of them is completely uninjured. The other two are bleeding. One will probably die. I didn't know that this was even a thing, that they could retreat for a reprieve. That makes this seem a lot more doable. I'm actually really impressed with how well we did, to be honest. I was expecting worse than Fredato dying. We're just unlucky they didn't get downed. Why did they retreat? Because that's their behavior. This is one of the new creatures, a chimera. It is not known if this is a combination of natural animals or a poor imitation of animal life created by an insane machine mind. It might have some smart animals. I like that they can pull back, regroup, and then come again. Creating a choke point bottleneck in which you can, like, fight is so important in these types of situations. If we were just out in the open, we'd be extremely dead. There's probably some more strategies beside that, but here's what I need. I think that that's one of the best ones. Haul the chimera. Someone else close the door. The thrombo horn passes to another. More twisted meat. I can't believe my streamer made a kill circle. I was expecting half your guys to die. I mean, if they kept on attacking, we might have gotten some unlucky hits, but otherwise, everyone was doing work. Like, Dragobot was just letting the arrows loose. Didn't get any kills, but we got a headshot. Great bow arrow through the chimera's skull and head. She also shot a neck. Injured some legs, which they were using to attack. Epic Cat killed a chimera with their axe. And then got some kidney shots, a headshot through the spine, another headshot slam with the axe. Just got here. Only a 2 in melee, but is extremely graceful. Bite Hammer. Only just now 13 years old and was able to kill a chimera with a revolver perforating the body and stomach. Got a shot through the jaw. Well done. Gibraltar didn't get any kills, but did get a handful of... Oh, hi. Did get a handful of slices. Fredato didn't get any kills, but held their own as much as they possibly could. Mostly lost. Was just shotgunning. Got a shotgun kill on one of the chimeras through the body. Hit some liver shots. Blasted the leg. We were just locking and loading, shooting as fast as we can. I'm sorry to see this happen, but also... oh no! Knock knock! A mysterious obelisk has crashed nearby. The obelisk comes with putrid psychic energy, gradually intensifying as it approaches some dangerous limit. You can send colonists to suppress the obelisk to prevent it from activating. You can also mark the obelisk to study, to try and learn its purpose, and perhaps make use of it. You can always attack the obelisk to destroy it, but doing so may unleash unnatural and dangerous phenomena. Okay, this one is actually conveniently located. So, I am actually going to build up a little building around this if I can, because it's right outside. This one we might actually be able to do. So why not protect ourselves? It starts at 40% suppressed. Praise the obelisk. Praise the obelisk. Maybe even extend the base to it? Possibly, but that's a little grand right now. I'm gonna start by just making like a fancy chamber for study. I wonder what it does. You'll find out without the help of people writing a bunch of stuff in chat. Of course. Right, chat? All right. Chat, we need to have a funeral for Fredato, yes? Like, we can actually have a funeral now. I'm gonna try and build you a sarcophagus. I'd like to build everyone a sarcophagus. Actually, where am I gonna put it? We'll bury you outside for the time being. We might need to extend the frozen chamber, which we'll definitely use. I would like to just get everyone their own sarcophagus to honor them. Unfortunately, 1 or 2 people were eaten and therefore cannot be honored. We also desperately could have used Combat Command, and it slipped my mind to have the ceremony for Drago. Observed Chimera is a -8? That misshapen creature, the cracked world flesh. Horrifying. Interesting. Gibraltar rambling ×4. Is she insane? By the way, if you're new to RimWorld and you think about the things you can do in RimWorld, if Gibraltar, the timeless being, is constantly uttering strange mottos, messages, voices, thoughts, ideas to others around them, there is a way to stop them from doing that. You can remove someone's tongue in RimWorld, along with many other different types of operations. RimWorld is probably most infamous for being able to capture prisoners and harvest their organs, be it their lungs or kidneys, to reappropriate for your own colonists who might be in need. Obviously, you can extract blood from them. Surgical inspection. I don't think I've ever done this. An invasive surgery to find any hidden abnormalities within a patient. This must be new. Well, I didn't even know this was in the game. I'm glad I just looked at this. What if sometimes it's better to leave well enough alone? Like, you know what I'm saying? It might be. Maybe it's just better not to know. You can install peg legs, wooden hands, wooden feet. Administer the Void Sight serum, or give them a beer. Oh yeah, Annihilation was an awesome movie. I think that has one of the scariest scenes in all of cinema for me. The movie itself is super weird, but that one, like, I enjoyed watching it. Very weird. So the Chimeras they are still on the map, actually. I thought that they were gonna leave the map. That one's dead in 3 hours. We kind of just need to take the fight to them, in my opinion. A freak localized flash storm is striking a small area with lightning. This can cause massive fires. They're not too far away. I know this is generally not good before you start going into combat, but I'm gonna have Mostly Lost just drink a beer because their mood is so bad. It's gonna make them a little worse at shooting, but they need a little alcohol warmth to steel themselves for what comes next. They're down to 2. One of them is bleeding out in 1 hour. The other ones are relatively healthy, so there are still 2 chimeras that are pretty healthy. I watched the VOD and saw my death. Rip Bozo. Rip Bozo indeed. Alright, I'm gonna hold this door open though. That way it doesn't take as long to walk back through. Because I want to stay there. I know the chimeras are incredibly fast. I think if we just kind of like form up. I'm surprised we can't see them yet. Okay, don't. Alright, we can at least start sniping at this one. I really don't. There it is. The chimeras have begun their attack. That was a 42. Cut in the lung. And the other one should be much slower. All right, 1 down. Really well done. Just extremely well done. Now the other one. The shotguns, though, dude. Oh, the shotguns are just slowing them down so much. Don't get cocky. Don't get cocky. Gibraltar got hit. Claw through the ear and eye. Dead in 20 hours. Okay, crisis averted. Well, Fredato's dead, but you know what I mean. Yeah, the double shotgun stopping power is awesome. However, chimeras mostly ignore it, actually. They get insane speed and a new ability when you hit them, and they actually shrug through stopping power while they're under that influence, which is kind of insane. All right, Epic Cat, you can get a meal and eat down here. I need to make sure everyone's back to the regular meds. And we're starting to go ahead and chop up the chimeras, which is going to give us a lot of kibble. And dread leather. Okay, patched up. Back to work, everybody. Now let's focus on 2 things. Dracobot, I want you to begin a role change. To be our leader. We don't have a leader. That's why that, I mean, it might have saved Fredato. The fact that you weren't the leader and couldn't do combat command. So maybe we missed a few shots that would have saved them. Who knows? It could have changed our fate. I'll let Mostly Lost avoid this, and we'll just have the believers come. Whoa, look at all these new dudes. Yo, look at these new dudes. Dracobot, you're supposed to be the one attending this meeting, dude. We're all waiting for you. I don't know. This room is super crowded. I can't wait to get a proper ritual room. Which I was thinking about converting this into. All right, listen up, everybody. I used to be the leader of this damn colony. I still am. But I need a name tag that says Leader Dracobot. So that's what we're here to do. Our formal ceremony. Where I remind you about how well I have steered the colony in the absence of Loser and everyone who came before. Dracobot spoke about her weaknesses and how to overcome them, wishing to serve a greater purpose and the responsibility of her new role. I hope that you'll accept me. Epic Cat, Purple Page, Bite Hammer, and Gibraltar. Many of you are new to this colony, and it hasn't been easy. We've lost some along the way. But it's time to turn over a new leaf. Chat, I'm telling you, the song is weighted. This is the second time today. It's a Stellaris scenario. The algorithm is messed up. All right, I'm gonna have Gibraltar go ahead and bury Fredato. I think the leader of the colony should be the one who lays Fredato to rest. How do we do a funeral? Oh, you weren't part of the religion, so we can't hold a funeral for you because you weren't part of the ideology. I kind of think that that should not necessarily be the case. Because we still have witnessed allies' death, but we can't, like, honor you with a funeral because you're not a believer. Rip nerd. Did anyone feel especially attached to you? So we get 2 days of witnessed an ally's death. Also, you botched the construction of... You just lost 2 components for your incompetence. And you can't even blame the injury. Of 96% manipulation with a 7 construction, what's your construction success chance? 92%. XCOM'd. Unbelievable. Well, rip 2 components, I guess. Anyway, I was gonna check and see if anyone was especially attached to you. I saw one of my people die. They were alive one moment and dead the next. My rival Fredato died. Serves them right. At least there's some justice in this world. Epic Cat also is pleased that Fredato is dead for 9 days, dude. +3. They hated you even more. Purple Page. My rival Fredato died +5? Oh my god, everybody freaking hated Fredato. Well, how about Bite Hammer? You're just a child. Witnessed ally's death. Okay, you're just a child. Gibraltar hated you too. Mostly Lost was indifferent. All right, don't screw it up twice. Thank you. All right, you guys are unrestricted again. Celebrating Fredato's death with a ya-ya-yo. As you do. Okay, we're gonna let everybody sleep, and then we're gonna try a conversion ritual in the morning with Mostly Lost and see how that goes now that we have some proper leadership. Gibraltar has become overwhelmed with horrible visions, rambling.
Fetus, the alien, please joins in the rhythmic chant. Meep, meep. The cosmic dance unites us in a symphony of why-ah-yay-yo. Let the beats of the universe guide our movements and emotions. Together we groove in harmony, Algaradalada.
Indeed. Very true. Okay. uh... Oh, we're bringing goats into the base? Oh. Chad, I'm actually thinking about it, dude. They're no longer rivaled with everyone. They're acquaintances now. Dark visions. Did it happen? Did it say it happened because of bad mood? Observed corpse. Why is there a yak cat? Oh, there's milk under that. I thought it was saddlebags. I thought it was like, where'd this yak go caravanning? Okay, Epic Cat really came in clutch there, helping out with the assistance with melee. We desperately needed that third melee, and I think it made a huge difference. I'm sad to see Fredato go, but I honestly think that could have been a lot worse. Don't forget about the Spire. I'm not. It's only 59%. It's got 2 more full days before we have to worry about it big time. Everyone's asleep, dude. What do you want me to do? It's the night after the Chimeras died. Get your taxes done? I did, yeah. I was up till 3:30 a.m. in the morning, and then slept for a few hours, woke up, finished it, turned it in, had to fix the t-shirt, and then we're live. We've been live for only 3.5 hours. We're gonna have a longer stream tomorrow, probably, because it won't be starting at 3:30 like we did today. Late procrastination? Yeah, I work best under those circumstances. That's how I did my entire school career. Write my paper in the first class of the day so it could be turned in for the 7th class. That's the only way I can operate. A solar flare has begun. It's negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit outside, which means we've got problems. Gibraltar won't be able to build this. We have a little bit of time. How do you botch construction of a campfire with level 8 construction? Is it because of ADHD? Yeah. If I'm having to do something like taxes months in advance, I will just fall asleep. My eyes glaze over and paralysis sets in, basically. If I have like pressure to do something, it gives me focus for that kind of thing. If there's no dopamine associated with it, I have to have the threat of being late to something. Why not take meds? Let me just go down to my local American med store. Just take meds. It's easy, Chan. They sell over-the-counter self-diagnosed ADHD, right? I think. Just do drugs. My partner is exactly the same. Described it to me last night about how boring tasks make her feel tired. Yeah, it just puts my brain to sleep. I had an insane problem with staying awake in classes when I was in school, high school and college, especially. Unless the teacher was particularly interesting or compelling, I'm out. Still got A's and B's all through school, though. Like, I was a good student. I was an A and B student my entire school career. But I was like, I can't do this, man. You gotta be interesting or I'm out. And I can't control it. I became a master of pretending like I was awake. Like, put the book down, have the fist kind of covering my eye. I'm reading the page, and then when I like stir awake, I flip the page. And then, you know what I'm saying? That classic. Shame on you, history teacher. Shame on you. I actually had a really good, I had really good social studies and humanities and some history teachers. I had terrible math teachers throughout my entire school curriculum. And I know they were bad because I had a different math teacher every year because the other teacher would either quit or get fired. So I never got very good at math or statistics or algebra. I'm pretty good at basic algebra. I'm really good at like mental numbers and math. But yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence that my best subjects were the ones in which the teacher was interesting. And my worst subjects are the ones in which I had the worst teachers. Purple Page started a social fight with Bitehammer. Dude, Bitehammer is 13 years old. Restrain yourself. Bitehammer called Purple Page a moose, and Purple Page was like, "You what? You little runt. I will teach you your place. I will crack your jaw and bruise your head. Don't aim for the head. Bitehammer's so small, they only can hit him in the leg. They're like, yeah, yeah. Just like hit you in the shin. I can't reach up there." Tox, did you ever get called on while you were asleep? I'm sure that I did. Yeah, at least a few times. But the thing is, teachers are much more lenient with students who are getting good grades. And also, I was never a teacher's pet, but all of my teachers liked me. Because I was always willing to raise my hand and answer a question if I knew the answer. Like I was participant. If the teachers needed somebody to read out loud, I actually volunteered instead of hide and hope that I didn't get called on. So I think that they liked me. Because I kind of made it easy on them. I was a very willing, like, student participant in the activities of the class. And I am also still very good at reading out loud. Fluently is a weird word, but you know what I mean. I've always been good at verbal reading and reading comprehension. Okay, solar flare is over. The crops have survived thanks to the fire. Bitehammer, you probably don't need heal root, but we should just, I think we should just grow more heal root. Let's do another heal root plant here. Auto butcher. Dude, we actually do have a lot of yaks, and now we have goats. And it's taking too much effort to try and feed them all. Dragobot cracking open a cold one at 7 p.m. before going back. Yeah, I think we can unsuspend fine meals as well. So we're using combos of things. We got yak beef, we got milk, and we got potatoes. As long as there's 40 ingredients, we can make 4 fine meals. It's like 10 ingredients per meal, basically. All right, I was gonna do something in here, right? A conversion ritual, yes. Bring mostly lost forth. Hopefully, under our guidance, they will become mostly found. I'm not sorry for that. Okay, 4 out of 10 participants is 22%. Room impressiveness, it's not very impressive. Epic Cat's social impact, they're quite good. They could be better, but they'll be good. And, you know, 52% chance it's effective. I'm willing to take those odds. 17% masterful. Do it. Gather round, everyone, in the former monster chamber, now turned ritual auditorium. Favorite part of Anomaly so far? I just like that it makes you play the game in a different way. It doesn't feel like it's just a bunch of reskinned raiders. It feels like very dynamic. I also think it has a really good build-up of content where obviously as you progress or as the difficulty increases, there's going to be more of everything, but I think it was really neat kind of having like a couple shamblers on the map who die in a few hours and being like, interesting. And then the next time shamblers come, there's like 5 of them, but they live for like 3 days and they wander around the map, and if they see you, they'll kind of hunt you, and we had a couple of encounters with that. And then from that point, we had like 16 shamblers led by a shambling gore hulk that launched an attack on the colony straight away, and it was like this kind of building sense of dread, and I think that the DLC accomplishes a building sense of dread with a bunch of the different scenarios that play out. The Revenant, of course, goes without saying. Like, I have played with the zombie mod before, but this felt much more intentional, balanced, and polished. Shout out, the zombie mod was fun. Yo, we did it! The conversion ritual was effective. We gathered around, we did some singing maybe, I don't know, did we sing? We did some chanting probably, and we tried to have a come to Randy moment for Mostly Lost. All of Mostly Lost acquaintances were gathered around, kind of trying to influence them. The conversion ritual was effective. The speech not only delivered solid arguments and visibly swayed the convertees' thoughts, but kept the crowd entertained as well. This is Epic Cat's first speech to the colony, and it seems like they did an effective job. Everybody who participated gets a +3 mood for 6 days. And we get a development point, which allows us to reform the ideology again, because we have enough points for our fluid ideology. But I'm not ready for the 4th meme. It's too early. We're going to hold on to this one. We just got Tunneler, it feels like. I do think fluid ideology could be slowed down, and I wouldn't mind. But either way, Mostly Lost is still not converted. They just were, like, pushed very far towards conversion. When the conversion event succeeds, it's much more effective than just a regular person-to-person convert. But conversion ritual has a chance to backfire. So the ritual itself got them basically to the brink of agreeing that, okay, random Archy's pretty good. Are there any RimWorld mods that add rivers and lakes? Those are just in the game by default. They may not be exactly what you're thinking of, though. I really love all the new enemy types. They did a fantastic job with them. The events, too. Yeah, I agree. They've all been really fun. Peepo Rive. Peepo Rive Goat. Mostly Lost, I think, has been a pretty good pickup for the colony. 14 intellectual having a full-time researcher who's also a doctor. It's good stuff. Greedy is not the best, but we'll eventually give them a good room. Did we name the goats yet? I'm not really naming anybody that's an animal. The only animals I'm going to name are animals we can actually train. Unfortunately, the lynx is gone. Did I miss this? Where's Loser? Loser, unfortunately, could not be tamed. Where is Loser? Did they just leave? Oh, there they are. Oh, they're up here. For some reason, I looked at the icons only. I didn't look at the names, and it just looked like the goat at a glance. Like, this was identical. Anyway, Loser is going to leave because we physically cannot tame them. Different animals require different ability points in animal handling. And Lynx needs 8. And we don't have anyone in the colony who has 8 handling. So they're becoming more wild. They were at 3 tameness last I looked, now they're at 2. Then they're gonna go wild. Just like the last Loser. Okay, we need to do something here. I don't know if this is the play. I'm gonna give this a little bit more time. Maybe this is the play. Okay. Anything else that we were doing? I probably should get another airlock in the south. I think that'd be a very wise decision. Okay, delete the caravan spot. Get another door. How are we supposed to get there? You wait, be patient until, you know, I can finish what I'm doing without being questioned by chat every 3 seconds. Quest expiring. Yeah, I wasn't gonna do this one. I might have done this one, but it wasn't something I really wanted to do. Honor is not really helping us right now. I guess it was like this, wasn't it? So that door actually just saved us against the chimeras. I'll explain why. So when the chimeras were bottlenecked into our little area here, if the door had been in this block instead, we would have... Actually, it would be largely the same, I guess. The advantage is that we have 3 people here fighting against 1 person here, because you can attack diagonally in all the spaces around them. But this person is only able to hit one of these people, and the one behind them can't. If the door goes here, then... I guess it doesn't really change that much. I had a reason for this earlier, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, okay, never mind. The reason I did this is because if enemies broke in through here, or were trying to break in through here, and I wanted to flank and go around, if there was an extra wall, they would effectively be in cover. We'd be giving them cover to break into our base. So by forcing this out, if they're standing here, then we can just shoot them without them taking cover. It funnels them a bit more. Yeah, they'd have to take cover back here with 1 person in between instead of having like 1 person fighting. I don't know. I think it was more for the outside. I guess one advantage is that you could have somebody run forward. You could have a line here of melee. You could have one person run to open the door while leaving the melee there to hold the line, and then cross back. If the door was here, you really can't move anyone in front of your melee because they're occupying all space. So you'd have to move one of the melee, which is the worst thing. Like, it's almost the same. Also, standing on top of a door is another thing for ranged weapons to hit. Yeah, I guess that's true. You might accidentally shoot the door when you're trying to shoot the person, even if the door is open. I wonder how much that affects it. Dragobot Scott. We need 2 cooks. I wouldn't mind having 2 people who could help us out here. Howdy. Howdy, lonely swineherd. We need a miner, I know. That's what Sora's here for. Sora is about to convert as well. Pretty soon. Epic Cat is the one who primarily talks to them. Though if they're asleep at different times of the day, hopefully that doesn't matter too much. Let him cook! I'm trying. Alright, I say we go ahead. Yeah, we can go ahead and handle this. I don't think it's going to be a problem yet, but we can go ahead and handle it. I wish it didn't have to be a warden, though. Epic Cat should be taking care of it during the night, I think. I didn't know you had to set it to automatically suppressed, I think is the issue. There we go. Corrupted obelisk is advancing at 20% per day. It's ready to be studied, but for now, we will suppress it only, lest we incur any unforeseen consequences. Study is also set to off. Thank you for listening to my stream and giving me more than 5 seconds to say anything. Why you do this? Why you build here? You cannot go there. You did not do this. Shut up, chat. Ethernet port entrance. Kinda, yeah. Alright, Epic Cat, you got it good enough. It's down to 66. Epic Cat's doing pretty good here. I want you to build this. Gibraltar. I want you to listen to me, okay? And I want you to build this. And then I'm gonna want you to build that. But not that part yet. I want to know what happens if you don't suppress it at all. Well, we already didn't suppress one obelisk, and it turned all the animals on the map except for our animals into flesh beasts, so that was pretty cool. You'd know if you were here watching the stream. And also, you could just Google it instead of somebody in chat's gonna get confused and just not take that question hypothetically. Research finished. Prosthetics. Build inexpensive prosthetic body parts to replace lost limbs. I don't know if we even have any lost limbs yet, do we? Also, the lights in here, it's time to switch to night mode. It is definitely night mode time. I'm also hungry because I only ate a very, very fast frozen dinner for lunch. And that's it. Is it time to just start on microelectronics? We don't have chem fuel, otherwise I would take smoke pop. We can make chem fuel, we just can't make chem fuel. We can make the ability to make chem fuel. We got a lot of stuff that we can do that we just haven't done yet, and I need to slow down a little bit. I don't think it'd be the worst to just understand how Psychoid Brewing works for the future. Epic Cat converted Sora, a prisoner, who changed ideologies and is now ready to be recruited. They have 1.5 will, 17 resistance. The resistance is the only one we care about. But it's time to start convincing them. So let's do it. We cannot make chem fuel. We cannot make chem fuel. Perhaps one day we can make chem fuel. Chad can just not help themselves backseating now. Cease. Or be put in the hole. Or cease and be put in the hole. Vanilla wall lights is chef's kiss. I agree, yeah. I do think it's a little bit OP. But I'm glad it's in the game. I wouldn't mind if the numbers were tweaked a bit. I don't think it should be a vanilla craft without research. Personally. All right, now that this wall is done, we're gonna do a little deconstruction and a little expansion and a little rebuilding. A little fixer-upper. Likewise.
Meep, meep.
Okay.
Retrograde motion for 80 moons of support. Your cosmic energy fuels our dance of exploration. Stay groovy, earthling, alien, please. Algarada la da.
True. Very true. That's Meep scare. Okay, yep, the floor. We need paved tile in here as well. Do I have the audio up? Oh, I have the game volume up. That's why it's so loud. All right, chat. I'm gonna switch to night mode. Boop. It's too bright in here. It's hurting my eyeballs. And then I don't want to say we're going to have a replacement for Fredato, because no one can replace Fredato or Gnome Sang or Dingarin. However, Sora is hopefully going to join us relatively soon and give us a much needed building, mining expertise, despite being a pyromaniac wimp. I only want to focus on building limestone spike traps after you've done everything else. Sora, the Kingdom Hearts protagonist. Dude, yeah. All right, how good are your persuasion attempts? Epic Cat, our newest moral guide. 0.6, about 0.6 per attempt, it's not bad. Dracobot as the new leader can do combat command now, or a speech, but moods are actually pretty good here in the colony, to be honest. I need to kind of change the rock stockpile zone. There we go. These rocks don't count anymore. This is a nice, comfy base. I would live here. It's a little too cramped. I'm working on that. Trying to fix that up a little bit. Haven't gotten into mega base planning yet because we need at least 2 mining colonists and 2 construction colonists before I even start thinking about the big base plans. Right now, we're just kind of making little expansions where necessary. But yeah, they're doing a good job with cooking. I don't think that they're doing a good job with the kibble. The freezer is a little confusing. We have kibble, we're just not hauling it. Oh, yes we are. Bitehammer's doing it. Yo, thanks, Bitehammer. What's wrong with this goat? They lost their front left hoof, their front right hoof, and their rear left hoof to frostbite. You have a warmed home here. All right, we gotta have to kill you. You're not cut out to live here, little goat. We're gonna put you out of your miseries. This one's pregnant. I'm so sorry. How did you get frostbite? Chat, we don't need goats and yaks. We just don't need goats and yaks. There's no reason to have goats right now. Don't even give chat time to complain. We have yaks and Lynx that is quickly realizing it doesn't need us to survive. Well, it does. It just doesn't think it does. Working on the kitchen expansion now. And I know that there's a lot of graves in the kitchen. I'm working on that as well. Yes, I know there's a lot of bodies in here. Don't make Bitehammer do it. They're just 13. Epic Cat's helping you. You gotta grow up fast on RimWorld, okay? You can't just stay an innocent child forever. They have shotguns. Also, the bodies are still perfectly intact. Believe it or not. So, here's the plan. The plan for in here is fix up the storage situation. There's really not a good amount of space for storage. We'll do what we can do. Okay, the best we can do is probably this. Can I please just click the shelf? Oh, I was clicking the shelf. It's just a small shelf. Okay, you need some pave. I can't even see the floors in here, really. I also don't necessarily think that we need 2 ways in and out of this kitchen. Like, 1 entrance and exit up here is fine, because if we secure this wall, we can maybe get 2 stoves in here so 2 people can cook. All right, how about lights? It would have been easier to just find the light. Inside the build menu. Let's do like a light here and a light there. And then just deconstruct the existing one. The wall lights are amazing, though. All right, you guys have a lot of hauling to do, but it's oddly satisfying to watch when they start these haul processes. I don't know if this is a sanitary work environment. But there's literally like graves with people in them next door. It's not even next door. The wall hasn't been built yet. Which is a little crazy. Gibraltar, what are you up to? I feel like you're just constantly going back and forth. There we go. All right, how about the floor? Are we doing marble still? Chat, you know what we should research? Silver floors. Why are you keeping the bodies? The real question is, why aren't you? Silver floors, Mr. Moneybags over here. I gotta keep things clean. But yeah, we've been overdue for a kitchen renovation. I think this is gonna be good. Reorganizing. Mostly Lost is researching. Gibraltar's helping build day and night. Bite Hammer, little Bite Hammer keeping the base tidy. Purple Page doesn't have anything better to do crop-wise. We still got a good amount of food that we haven't even hauled because there's nowhere to take it. And we have 7 sets of clothes. That's good. Let's also set a visage mask. Do until you have 2, counting equipped, 51% normal quality or higher, at least skill level 5. That way our I just realized our guide does not have the gear that they want because I did forced apparel with the helmets and kind of just forgot about it. So I will clear their requirements. Okay, the freezer is leaking. The freezer is not freezing. There we go. The freezer is now freezing. Yo, I'm excited about this. Okay, other plans include putting a door there. Deconstructing the existing door, we now know how to prepare psychoid leaves into a mildly euphoria-inducing and addictive tea at a campfire or a cooking stove. We also know how to be mysteriously duded by a warning alarm while we're looking at the research tree. There we go. Sterile materials. Construct sterile tiles to make clean rooms for safer and more effective medical treatment, research, and cooking. Everyone always forgets about research. Oh no, chat. It's time. A group of outlanders from Cabium, not Cabium, have arrived in transport pods. It looks like they want to besiege the colony and pound you with mortars from a distance. You can try to wait them out, or go get them. That's a lot of dudes. That's 14 dudes with a heavy SMG somewhere in there. And they're gonna outrange us with bolt-action rifles. That's a lot of dudes, Chad. And guess what? We got some flak, a little flak, one flak, a single flak, two flak, three flak. But they're not fully flacked. How dare you, Bob? How did he scale so hard? Wealth has been kind of unchecked. This is a jam, though. Oh, yeah. This is probably not the best. This would have been better. I don't think just drawing shamblers is the play. But at this point, what other choice do we have? That's a lot of guys, and it's a lot of rifles. I just don't think shamblers are gonna help, but let's go. It's gotta be better than Void Provocation, which could just be like one dude. I don't have enough bioferrite, chat. We're poor. This song is a bop. The only thing that I could, like, actually do... I don't know. We're kind of like super screwed, to be honest. This dude's got a smoke pop pack. Chat. This is a Hussar with a go juice dependency. Bro's gonna be fast. I say let's all just take a quick Gamer Death BRB. I was gonna take one anyways. I wasn't expecting to get sieged with mortars when my longest range weapon is a great bow. So, yeah, this is a siege. This is not just a raid. They're about to drop some mortars on me. That's why I'm paused right now, so I can think. So I can think. Randy, give Randy mortar. You know? Randy give, Randy mortar. That's the way of the world. I'll be right back. I am actually going to grab some food. And listen to this. Yo. Ooh. Hello. Hi. Combat music all the time. I needed to eat something, man. I feel a little better. Today, just needed to like step away, get some fresh air. I got a plan. I don't think it's a good one, but I got a plan. Okay, the problem with my plan is, why is my mouse at 10,000 DPI? There we go. Step one of the plan is to uninstall the brewery That's the whole plan. No, I'm just kidding. Step 2 is look for the machining table. Okay. Okay. Instantly grab machining table. Put it there right now. So, you guys. Dragobot is still the best crafter in this whole darn colony, okay? Grabbing food. I'm still grabbing food, okay? How do you know I'm not still grabbing it? We're gonna make a bill. I think our biggest issue right now is that we do not have the same range that they have. We're being outmatched by bolt-action rifle. Now, the bolt-action rifle versus the great bow, right? The great bow has a range of 30. And the bolt-action rifle has a range of 37. So they're gonna be shooting at us before we can even get our longest distance shot in at them. So I'm wondering if it's, we have 11 components. Well, it's time to use those components. I think desperate times. So I'm gonna have Dragobot work at the machining table, force work, try and pump out 2 of these rifles. Okay? Meanwhile, the other weakness we have is move speed. If we have to go start a fight against these guys, wherever they end up settling, so the siegers are looking for their spot right now to post up. If we have individuals who are slow out there, they're either going to be left behind, like Mostly Lost with a slower movement speed, or Gibraltar has a slow movement speed. Bitehammer has a slow move speed. But also that might just be based on where they're located at this exact moment in the dark, right? Not on a path. But I'm thinking that we kind of just have to do everything. And while Dragobot is working on a machining table, actually, here's what I need you to do, Dragobot. You're the leader of the colony. You should be, I know you just took off your hat, but realistically, you should have at least a helmet and then work at the machining table. Everyone else, we only have a few helmets, don't we? Epic Cat, wake up, don your helmet. Purple Page, don the helmet. Bitehammer, don a helmet. And Gibraltar, you don't need a helmet. You're like undead or some shit. But you are melee, so maybe you do need one. I think Mostly Lost versus Gibraltar, Mostly Lost is probably more valuable as the doctor, so. Which one did we not reserve up here? Did we already wear 5? Here we go. Okay. Helmets are getting donned. So, the only hope we really have here is that some of these dudes did not bring parkas. It's not that cold because of course they invade during the like late spring or almost early summer. It is still 20 degrees Fahrenheit outside. These guys are comfortable down to 11. Yeah, these guys are negative 44. They came prepared. I gotta give them credit. They came prepared. But this is gonna take 3 components and a bunch of steel per thing there. Meanwhile, we're gonna start a freaking ritual because I don't think that there's a choice. If we draw animals, they are probably not gonna be manhunters. They could be, but they're probably not if we do it successfully. I think we just go psychically commune with the void and hope RNGesus takes the wheel. I don't know. I'm just gonna do it. Attract an entity which can be captured and studied. There's a chance the invoker will fall into a coma for several hours. If we draw animals, what if they come out and they're like Muffalo? Okay. Let's do it. So, Dracobot is not included in this. So we're gonna have Epic Cat do the chanting. And then everyone else, we still have enough chanters, even if Dracobot's not included. There's a 48% chance the Invoker will receive Dark Psychic Shock. That's a high chance, dude. So I need to figure out who I'm most okay with getting knocked out. Honestly, Epic Cat is a good doctor, but is not a good fighter, comparatively. Bite Hammer is the other one. Maybe we just let... Okay, how messed up is it if we let 13-year-old Bite Hammer conduct the chant to try to summon the monster? All right, Void Provocation, Bite Hammer, it's time to do a little growing up. Let's go. Bite Hammer's psychic sensitivity is only 50%. Oh, you're banned because you suck at being psychically sensitive. Never mind. All right, Epic Cat it is then. That was a funny idea, but I think Gibraltar is much better at melee, right? 5? Well, yeah, well. They're like the only melee we have now that Fredato's dead, and they're not even that good at it. Epic Cat is nimble, though. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. This is tough. We don't really have anyone that we can, like, easily part with if they fall asleep. It's fine. Just do it. Epic Cat is the moral guide and should lead us. I believe in them. Gather round, everyone. Hold hands. We're desperate. Drop pods are coming in with supplies for the raiders. They're gonna start setting up shop. They've got 2 mortar positions. They've got incendiary shells that they're about to start dropping on us and high explosives. The chant has begun. We can only hope that it is both something menacing to those outside as well as something that will spawn on their side of the map, which is unlikely. Epic Cat is leading us in the chant, ranting about the irrelevance of morality, erratically ranting about the deceit of your memories, the perverse beauty of suffering in the cold embrace of solitude. Bring forth something that can move. There's only one wolf on the whole map. Maybe we just, like, I don't know. We might get desperate. It really depends on how fast Dracobot can put these bolt-action rifles together. They're building defenses. They're about to have the steel mortars built, and then the siege will be underway, and we'll be in trouble. Let your voices be heard, my brothers and sisters. Let the void hear your call. Epic Cat has fallen into a dark psychic shock for 2 hours. Part of this person's neural pattern has been disrupted by a dark psychic power. The shock from this process has left them in a temporary coma. Epic Cat has finished performing the Void Provocation ritual, sending out a psychic pulse that will attract entities. prepare for what comes next. In the process, Epic Cat glimpsed something horrifying beyond human understanding. The psychic darkness shocked him into a short-term coma. Meanwhile, the first shots have been fired. The volley is on its way. Okay. Mostly Lost has become overwhelmed with horrible visions, rambling about things that only he can see. He will snap out of it in a few hours. That's not good. Our only hope is that they aim for the fungus farm, because it turns out mortar shots cannot go through mountain. The rest of this colony, well, the batteries! Come on, dude! First shot in the battery room. No way. Well, they didn't get all of them, did they? Somebody go turn the other one on. Oh yeah, you can't walk. Bite hammer, lightning, they won't hit the same target twice. Right, guys? I don't think, like, I physically don't think that we can go out and fight them. Especially when we only have 4 people. So we just have to take the brunt of the attack and cry about it later, I think. I really don't think we have another option except to try and survive. While also building bolt action rifles so that we can at least go harass and try and break their siege. Another shot. Going for the farm. Missed. Is there another one? I hear it. The wall? All right, who can help us out with this? Gibraltar is going to put out the fire. You guys need to be on a safe zone order. Oh. I need to change. I hate that safe zone precludes them from reaching tiles that they can ordinarily just reach. All right, it's not the best safe zone, but it'll do. Gibraltar, can you go repair this, please? They're going for my power, which is highly unfortunate. And we have no idea what monsters are even being summoned or how long they'll take to answer the call. Oh god, that one looks like it's going center cut for the crops. I mean, that's best case scenario, I think. Best case. What type of bomb is that? Oh, they hit the mountain, they missed. Epic Cat is up and at him. Epic Cat, where's the thrumbo horn? What? Harbinger tree sprout. Harbinger trees have sprouted nearby. These gnarled trees grow flesh-like coverings and can feed on corpses and raw meat placed nearby. If well fed, the grove will continue to grow. In a tribal myth, these trees are the emissaries of a shapeless god who rules an endless black ocean. The myth ends after the shapeless god reaches up from the water and tears down the sky. Will consume corpses and meat placed nearby. Well, chat, I don't think that we're saved. I want to say that we're probably not saved. I assume that is what we brought forth. Can we do another ritual? No, but we can do a Desperate Animals ritual and give bioferrite. And that's what we'll do. With the current ritual quality, there's a 64% chance the animals will arrive as manhunters. Here's the plan. Bite Hammer has 50% psychic sensitivity because he is psychically dull. And it's not as affected by psychic phenomena. So in a twist of fate, we send 13-year-old Bite Hammer into the room alone in order to chant this ancient ritual that we have only recently uncovered. There is a 70% chance they will arrive as manhunters. That's as bad as it can get. Bite Hammer, we're depending on you. Bring the offering of bioferrite. Ignore the flames around you and someone save that thrumbo horn. You now have sufficient knowledge of void-related phenomena to attune the void monolith and further open its psychic conduit. This will draw the attention of more dangerous, anomalous entities. I don't know if I want to do that. But it's unclear on the win. But hang on, chat. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. All right, we're gonna need you guys to put out the fire here. It's getting hot in this hallway. Incoming! A bad assigned to Draco bot has been destroyed. Aren't you glad you weren't sleeping in it? That's okay. We have a backup bed, I think. No, the crops! Okay, Epic Cat, don't disturb Bite Hammer right now. Gibraltar, the interior of the wall. Okay, it's actually not fine. There's a big weak spot right there. But the fire is more important. It's gonna get really hot in here really fast, so we're gonna hold this door open. It's already 200 degrees in here, chat. It's already 230 degrees in here, chat. It's already 300 degrees Fahrenheit in here, chat. It's 350 in here, chat. Get him out. Oh, mostly lost, took a direct hit. Shredded arm, shredded torso. All right, we have a burn on the torso. Here's what you guys need to do. This is uncontrollable. The only thing that we could do is try and make it outside to vent the heat, but that's gonna take a while. I think it's our only play. It might kill the crops too, but how do we do that fast? We send Purple Page over here. And just open the crops, right? That's the fastest way to do it, to make an outdoor, to make a room outdoor. Okay, also Epic Cat, you need to tend Mostly Lost. Just do some field tending. Gibraltar, you go ahead and shut that door. Okay, they're really gonna burn that one down then. Chat, I'm not... You just have to trust me, dude. You just have to trust me, okay? Removing roof will not be sufficient. Yeah, you have to remove the majority of the roof for it to be considered outside. The fastest way to vent heat is to do this. Once you destroy a wall between an interior and an exterior, it equalizes the temperature between the inside and the outside. If heat passes through a door, it is bottlenecked. It is 1800 degrees Fahrenheit in here. The bottleneck is the issue. So the next best thing we could do is tear down this wall next to it in order to allow the heat from the inside to vent, and maybe we can save the northernmost crops if they don't die to the cold. Bro, they're gonna kill Dragobots. Okay, we gotta lock that door. Don't go beat the fire out. I need you to go, like... I wish there was a repair stuff in this room. Oh, chat, when did I get a bolt-action rifle? Did we just make that one? And then they instantly blew up 50% of its HP? Oh! That's the one we just made. That's why we only have one left on the build. We just made it. That's the one I just queued up to build. Incoming. Those are grenades. Things are getting a little nasty in here, chat. Things are getting a little nasty. Also, it's clear that some people are not able to process my actions that I'm taking at 155 APM. I picked up the bolt-action rifle. It's in my hands. It did not get destroyed, chat, okay? 2, I replaced it with a bow, which I believe is the masterwork bow, is still here. Damn, he's good. Damn, he's good. I wanted to make another one. They might have blown up the bolt in progress, which is a different thing. Sorry, I was reading Discord. All you have to do is just not type. That's all you gotta do. You can just take your hands off the keyboard. It's easy. All right, we have vented this entire room, 17 degrees Fahrenheit, and now we're gonna just bring everybody in and try to contain these fires. Well, we gotta contain the fires in here too. They can't be that accurate forever. And they've got to run out of high explosive shells eventually. They'll get more, but they're still going to run out. But yes, now we can safely try and take this fire down. Okay, that fire is now a more pressing issue. Also, the music in the background's kind of getting lost. The chant is almost done! Bitehammer, what have you summoned? 13 years old and already growing so fast. Bitehammer has completed the Draw Animals ritual, but something has gone terribly wrong. The ritual has attracted Scaria-infected man-hunting animals. Prepare for their arrival. Now, one important thing. We need to rebuild the wall between us and the animals. Purple Page, they can handle the fires. You start working on the wall. Hopefully they're good animals, like strong animals, and a lot of them. Hopefully that ritual went terribly wrong. That's exactly what we wanted. A miss? All right, well, half of the crops were not food. Hops died because cold. Epic Cat is on fire. Can some... How do you put... You just put someone next to them. Oh, they're okay. They just took a mortar burn to the torso. Also, we rebuilt the wall. Temperature is rising in here, but we're putting out the fire. It should be fine. The pyromaniac in prison is like, yes! Yes! Oh, this is great, everybody! Big... Bro. A pack of man-hunting snow hares has entered the map. We're saved. They've been attracted by your ritual. They will roam the region hunting for humanoid flesh. It is 21 of them, so at least it's not like 2. And they spawned on the correct side of the map. Okay, you guys are doing good with fire control. P.S. Watch out. Fix the roof. Good job fixing the roof real fast. All right, you guys. Epic Cat. You need to do a little self-tend. With well, you don't have medicine? Go get the medicine. They're like, no! Change targets! Men! We're aiming at the wrong... Not the colony of humans, the bunnies! Okay, bro. I feel like they're gonna wipe the floor with the bunnies, but this is gonna be great anyway. They're assaulting the colony! It stopped the barrage! Okay, they're gonna come to us. They're gonna come to us. Whoever's left, they're not gonna shoot the mortars anymore. We just gotta win the fight. We gotta win the fight. This is gonna be a problem. Make sure the door... Oh, shit. Is this P music? Oh, they got another one in here. Fire's out. All right, Dragobot. Do we have beer? We have no beer. Do we have any drugs? Do we have anything for mood that I can just boost Dragobot? How long does combat command work for? Does it last for a day? 24 hours. All right, I'm casting combat command before I forget. You have 44 joints. Don't smoke a joint before you get raided. Chat. But yeah, technically, that is a drug. You're right. Here they come. Some of them are bleeding out in 10 hours. One of them's bleeding out. They got 4 bleeds, dead in 18 hours. This is honestly the best thing that could happen because the wall is secure. So we need Gibraltar to go back out and prioritize that repair. We need to put these guys kind of like on anything time. Sleeping? Oh, you didn't get a bed. I need you to sleep so that he can try and, like, get the mood up. Does anyone need a heal right now? The heat stroke will go down. Smoke leaf tolerance. How do you have a smoke leaf tolerance? Oh, I didn't change your drug policy. That explains a lot. At least you're not high. Mostly lost as dark visions. I'm gonna need you to snap out of that. And then Epic Cat, go get the Thrumbo Horn. You're gonna need it. I don't even know if we'll have a chance for some proper melee. We only have 3 people who can shoot guns right now. This is our best chance though. Divide and conquer, right? They're gonna be busy on one side, but not on the other. We need to make sure the doors are shut between these. They might come in and burn down the crops, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, they hate that building. Screw that building, dude. But yeah, we kind of need them to split up around the base. That's our best chance. And if we can defeat enough of them, they might retreat. I kind of need to wait and see what they do first. Let's make sure everyone's safely inside. Hopefully they didn't create any, like, holes in the base that I don't know about. Wow, they're going straight for the weak spot. Wasting no time. That's a lot of guys up north. Mostly lost his back, but is very upsetty. Even with Void Catharsis. They might just go back to snapping again. You woke up at a good time, though, Mostly Lost. What are we gonna do with you? I say we handle the guy in the north first before they're gonna burn the crops down if they're allowed. I don't really want to get sniped at with a heavy SMG, though. That's the issue. This Lucas heavy SMG dude is gonna get us. I heard a trap. Bowman hit a trap, dead in 7 hours. Got bit by a bunny. Tuck, dead in 9 hours, 7 hours. A few of these guys are bleeding. We just have to tip the scales. I kind of need to wait for Lucas to get out of range. This is a little spooky, dude. Alright, not a good time for the Euphoria Extravaganza. This is where being double-walled and not made out of wood or steel pays off. Because really the only place we're threatened is right there. Alright, you ready? We gotta go. It's game time, chat. We're gonna try and position everybody. Such. Actually, you go there. 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 Break. Uh-oh. That heavy SMG, though. Get him. Get him. Oh. Get him. Lock him in melee, bros. All right, that guy's got a knife. Who cares about him? You guys move up. All right, now you worry about Bob. Good job. Just murder! More murder! Get that hussar! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Gibraltar, how you feeling? You've been bruised, you've been beaten. It's not over yet, but the north side is mostly over. They're shooting a little pistol at us, which isn't nothing. I want to see our skill, right? Here's Combat Command. Combat Command boosts our shooting abilities and our melee hit chance thanks to being near someone using the Combat Command abilities. So That's why after the Chimera raid, we went through the effort to make Dragobot the leader. We got combat command up. It doesn't actually buff the leader who's casting it. It buffs everyone else around them. Did you just... Dragobot just bolt action rifled? Finish that person off, put him down? Easy, dude. Lazy, steadfast, kind, cooking, crafting, doctor, social. Dead in a few hours. Gibraltar and Epic Cat have honestly been doing some insane work. This is why melee is so important in RimWorld. It stops them from being able to shoot you back. I think when I've played RimWorld a lot in the past, I severely undervalued melee and would just kind of have an army, because I thought being further away is always better than being close, right? Because outrange the enemy, get snipers, get bolt actions, and you just trade shots. And if you just stand out there and trade shots long enough, you're gonna lose because you're just gonna get unlucky. But going in like this, you just rush them, bam, they can't shoot. Dead. Outlanders are fleeing. Get back here, you bastards. All right, Epic Cat, capture Fumiko. And let's go try and intercept somebody else. We did it, dude. The snow bunnies saved the colony. Oh my god. Botching a ritual summon on purpose to get 70% manhunter, getting manhunting bunnies, and they legit saved the colony. Easy. Because they interrupted the siege. All right, you guys shoot who you can shoot. Maybe we stop one. Obviously, the further away you are at max range, the worse your aim gets. Good kill. That'll teach you to raid us. Oh, wait, there's one more dude. Yo, look at this god pawn. Industrious. Mining. Okay, this one we actually are going to try and save. The other one was just out of pure spite. It's okay. Slowpoke, slow learners, bad. They deserve to die. Epic Cat, go ahead and tint Fumiko. Dude, what a raid that was. I honestly can't believe we're on the other side of it. All right, purple page. This kind of sucks, but drop the shotgun. Dragobot, drop the rifle. I need to turn these guys on to off of fire at will. And we're gonna try just melee attack and Mushinto. Do they fight back when you do this? Maybe. Oops. Purple page was like, ugh! Smashed Mushinto in the left arm and Mushinto died. One Punch Man. That's my rifle. Yo, that's my rifle, dude. I gotta take some weapons in. Well, we got one prisoner, but it wasn't really our first choice. Lazy's not ideal, minus 20% global work speed, but people will like to be in the same room with them, exceptionally agreeable, and they won't mental break as much. So, and they have we needed a full-time cook anyway. Okay, Chad, we got a lot of things going on. Let's evaluate. Nobody's actively dying or bleeding. Well, okay, Dragobot's bleeding, but... We got this dude down here who's manageable. And we got we brought the tree upon ourselves now, so I gotta figure out what I want to do there. We got a lot of body.
Thank you, Feistel, for 23 moons of support. Your devotion to the blood tree intrigues. Let the cosmic rhythms guide us in dance and discovery. Stay curious, Earthling. Alien, please. Algarada Lada.
Okay, thanks. But yeah, I was making sure that the crematorium power was off, so that we can decide what we want to do up there. Stay curious. Most of the ash has settled, chat. This is a turning point, dude. The volcanic winter is over, finally, after like 2 seasons, 2 quadrums. All right. A doctor will be with you shortly. And I'm cleaning up in the room at the same time. Dude. That was wild. I'm gonna read some chat. I feel like that was a season 3 finale, probably. Now we're starting season 4. I feel like the snow hare should be venerated after that. That's not a bad idea, but then we're gonna get really sad when we keep hunting them because it's the only food here. Failing the summon on purpose was inspired. I think RimWorld excels at making you increasingly desperate, and I think that this DLC is especially good at making you desperate. That was just a regular siege, though, right? That's quintessential RimWorld, but that's old RimWorld interacting with new RimWorld, and I think that's why the DLCs are really fun. All the DLCs are really fun for that reason, but I think this one more so seems to have more ways to kind of put a huge spin on things that you were... Like, I've seen probably hundreds of siege raids over the life of RimWorld, right? But never one in which I summoned ritualistic man-hunting bunnies to interrupt them. So, the roller coaster of emotions was like, yes! No! Yes! This DLC's really excelled at the storytelling aspects. I agree, yeah. Also, there's a heavy machine gun up top, right? The tree gonna eat good tonight. Blood for the blood tree. Thanks, Feistel, for 23 months, by the way. I gotta go get the mortars as well. Yeah, we can repurpose the things that they brought. I'm just kind of letting everybody chill for a sec. If it deteriorates like 3%, it'll be fine. It's more important than all the flashing orange and red moods right now. Rabid Bunnies was a real good writer plot twist for season 3. This DLC allows such amazing frantic gameplay, yeah. Just started my Anomaly playthrough and the soundtrack is great so far. The new songs are awesome, yeah. There's been a lot of good P music additions as well. How much content would you say it adds compared to others? I'm thinking of buying it. The short answer, well, it's not, I don't know if it's a short answer. The short answer is it's just like hyper focused on you caring about the void, right? If you don't care about the void, I think it still adds a lot of interesting new items and probably some events that you'll still be able to see. And it gives it some nice variety. But it would be like if they made an entire deal. Like, if it would be like if biotech was exclusively about the sanguiphage, right? Like, biotech has sanguiphage, mechanitors, DNA manipulation, and genetics, but all of them combined might equal the amount of content there is in this for the Void specifically, right? It's just very focused on that. So, as far as the Void playthrough goes right now, I've been having a fantastic time. And I'm not even doing the Void start, where you start as like Void worshipping ideology. But I think it's a really, really interesting other playstyle that you might not want to do every time you play RimWorld, but I think it has more to chew on than just like a sanguiphage start. There's not, like, when you're a sanguiphage, it's cool, but you don't really do much, right? This DLC has a lot of objectives and stuff to do. Capture each monster, make sure they're in a secure facility, actually design a secure facility, caring about how that's put together, and then gathering different ritualistic powers. Because, like, your first kind of goal is just encounter them all. Like, we still have one basic, and it's day 5 for me, and I've only seen this many of the advanced and none of the ultimates. And then there's some variations on the ones that we have seen that are upping the stakes. Such as, like, Shambler's kind of scaled up somewhat, I would say. But yeah, I like it a lot. I'm having a great time. A budding artist from League of Kanto is visiting the colony. He's named Komodo Brio. I would say that having played RimWorld on DLC release for every DLC release, I would say that this is the most fun I'm having on the first playthrough with a new DLC. If that makes sense. Mostly lost. You can go to bed. But that's just me. This is like up my alley. I think some people have different expectations, which is fine, because I've definitely seen some different opinions online. I think that this just has the most cohesive gameplay loop. Yes, you're getting attacked by a revolving door of different types of creatures and monsters, but you were already doing that. You know what I mean? I don't feel like that's a really valid complaint. Oh man, now I'm getting attacked by a dozen different monsters that I've never seen before, instead of mechanoids, insect infestations, and 6 different types of xenotypes from biotech. You know, I don't really see that as a actual complaint. That it's too much. I don't think that there's too much of a good thing, which I feel like is what the sentiment that I've seen. Like, sure, I wouldn't mind if there was a slider or something on the main menu so you could kind of dictate how that goes. Like, I wouldn't mind if there was a version of the game where the monolith spawns on every map so that you can activate it. But if you do activate it, it potentially does not hyper-weight the events. Like, I wouldn't mind if the events were equally weighted with the rest of the RimWorld content for one version of the game. And then you primarily might summon via the ritual circle. I still think some mods do what this DLC does, but better. Why would you say that? Why would you say something so blatantly vague and wrong at the same time? Dub's bad hygiene is way better than this. But yeah, I have played some cool mods, but I've definitely never played a mod that had this level of polish. With fully custom sounds, audio, animations, visuals. It feels incredibly balanced, and the progression is very, very fun without feeling like it progresses too fast. I'm sorry, what? While Epic Cat interacted with the obelisk, it pulsed with energy and generated a flash of light. Epic Cat found himself face to face with a copy of himself. The duplicate claims to be the real Epic Cat and has joined your colony. Do you guys have the same... You have the same stats? You're both Cult of Randomarchy. It's a copycat. It's a copycat. Nice one. Well, welcome to the colony, Epic Cat 2. Jim Joffe, 32 years of age, exact same stats. I only wish that we had a mining pond that you could copy. If you don't rename him to Copycat, I will unsubscribe. You're not even subscribed. Your right little toe is gone on both of you, and you both have alcohol tolerance. All right, Copycat is in the colony. His title is veterinarian. This is... I don't know. I think it's oddly fitting that this happens immediately after someone in chat is like, "Meh, I think mods are better, actually." It's like, mods are great, you know? You can keep playing mods if that's what makes you happy. But you're wrong to just sit here and be like, sit on like a high horse and be like, this is just re-uploaded mod content, but worse. Come on. Come on. We know that that's not true. That doesn't, just because this exists doesn't mean you have to stop playing your favorite RimWorld mod. But don't pretend like this is just a shady copy. This is fascinating to me. I'm worried a little bit, but I also think that Good RP says the Cult of Randomarchy, the god of chaos of all people, would just say, "Yeah, come on in. Sounds good to me, dude. How can you call yourself a cult of randomarchy if your moral guide gets cloned? Like, that's an act of Randy. Randy's trying to send us a message. That means that he's happy with what Epic Cat has been doing for us in the colony. You know? I think that's a sign of favor from the gods. Okay, we do need to go get this heavy SMG now, though. Copycat doesn't have a bed. All right, we got a lot of stuff to fix. We have a bed, I think. No, they blew. No, yes, we do. We have bedrolls. They can have a bedroll for now. You guys can just share a room. Three chatters with the same idea cannot be wrong. I don't know about that one. Not sure about that. How unsettling would that be for Epic Cat, your doppelganger, to sleep in the room with you? Okay, but Copycat is also therefore a night owl, so they need the same schedule. Oh, they blew up a heater. And did they do it, chat? Without anybody in chat noticing? They did. They blew up our components. We didn't have that many to begin with, but now we have 0. So yeah, the mortar's got the components. It was only like 8, but 8's more than 0. So I know what we have to do. We have to go steal. We have to go take. Actually, we could go talk to you too. League of Kanto is still chill, but we need to borrow some resources. Oh wow, they actually do have 2 up here. It's time to go get some mortars. So, now that they're dead, this stuff belongs to me. We just might have to claim it. However, after we claim it, it's going to increase our home zone, which I don't want. I don't want them to put out fires and repair up here. Okay, who's going to make the journey? Copycat, why don't you do it? I'm curious what everyone's opinion of them is. They're instantly rivaled with Purple Page, Bite Hammer, and Mostly Lost. Which is interesting. Okay, this trader only has 90 bucks. But they're selling Metal Blood Serum and Vaughn's Whispers. Whatever that is. A syringe full of rust-colored liquid that constantly hardens and liquefies. When injected into the bloodstream, the metal blood substance can harden the flesh when it anticipates a blow, making the user resistant to damage. However, the bioferrite-based chemistry of this serum also makes the user particularly vulnerable to fire. It lasts for 5 days. That's kind of crazy. I think that's worth buying. In case of emergencies. I'll take the heal root. I'll take the pemmican, since our food just blew up. Do we still have our great bow? Yeah. Time to sell some stuff, though. Devil Strand Kid shirt. Should we just sell the kid stuff now and then just make more later? Just to free up some space, because we don't have any kids in the colony now. Poor quality visage mask. Stuff is falling apart. Okay. It's now time to clear. Get rid of this. Mace, knife, equa. Normal quality pump shotgun's probably worth keeping still, but like a normal recurve bow, I think we're beyond. Poor quality auto pistols. Don't even want them. We have auto pistols now, so we're beyond revolvers. We just inherited their weapons. We got machine pistols, auto pistols, and some other stuff. Picked up their bolty. I can't believe the grenades exploded and we were otherwise okay. That part's crazy to me. I'm selling all 44 of the smoke leaf. That's why I had it in the first place. I don't know why we have 3 wake up. Maybe it'll be useful. Wake up could be useful. And then that's it. And we actually make positive money after all that. Oh wait, you were going out to get the other stuff. Are drugs the best way to trade? They're a good way to trade. They're valuable. Okay, it's time to fix things. It's time to build and it's time to fix things. It is not time to make spike traps. I promise you that. Though they did help us out a lot. I guess I need to set up Copycat's work schedule, right? To be just the same as Epic Cat, they're potentially the best doctor. They can help take care of any kids. They can do wardening. Handle animals. And they can haul instead of clean. Perfect. So we're gonna flip a few things around. The grenades did put out a big fire. I guess there was like a fire in here and then the grenades exploded and the pressure moving the air around extinguished the grenades, I suppose. Okay, we're not gonna be planting fiber corn here. We're gonna go back probably, well, we still have 250 potatoes plus, we really don't have that much vegetarian. So yeah, plant some rice. On the other side. All right, Copycat is back with the 2 whole components we've got. Perfect. Lots of repairs needed around the entire base. A couple of blocks that I want to refill manually. And then, do we want to satisfy the tree? Maybe. I want to read this again for myself. A gnarled tree that grows a flesh-like covering. Harbinger trees are capable of feeding on corpses and raw meat and will consume those placed nearby. If well fed, the grove will continue to grow. In a tribal myth, these trees are the emissaries of a mad, shapeless god who rules an endless black ocean. The myth ends after the shapeless god reaches up from the water and tears down the sky. That doesn't seem like a great way to end the myth, in my opinion. But so there's technically 2 of them, and we can create corpse stockpiles there automatically that are critical for any human corpse that is a stranger. Let's start with that. Feed the tree. Feed the tree. Is this a tree type that can grow in any biome? I think the patch today was something to do with this tree, if I'm not mistaken. You have to enable human corpses at italics. Chat, you guys... I'll figure all this stuff out on my own. But you guys are backseating too. I'm tired of reading. I want to look over the chat and see chat, not instructions. You know what I'm saying? Just let everything be. It makes for a more enjoyable experience on my part. And if I have more fun, then so will you. But thank you again, Faisal, for 23 months of sub. I appreciate the almost 2 years. Retrograde Motion also priming for 80 months. I appreciate the prime. Lashley gifted a sub to Amethyst. Thanks again, Lashley. Hey, guys. Okay. I want to give a shout out to 13-year-old Bite Hammer for saving the colony, potentially. Failing a ritual on purpose is pretty sweet. And probably saved the day. This is weird. I guess Epic Cat was already rivaled. They're starting to diverge. Because Epic Cat does not rival Mostly Lost now. Oh wait, did we never finish converting Mostly Lost? Oh, they're right on the edge. Epic Cat, go ahead. Epic Cat has successfully converted Mostly Lost to the random Arcus. Another brave soul joins our number. And they're instantly way happier. Oh, so much happier. No more animals slaughtered ×5. Someone slaughtered an animal. What a horrible thing to do, to snuff out a mind like that. Innocent animal killed ×5. The tragedy. Unsettling conversations are kind of annoying, though. Once Miser Apparel, I can help you. In fact, I will clear all of your forced helmet wear right now, so you can go back to wearing what you want to wear. Also, what do I see here? Is that our first ever fungus harvest? And more fungus to be planted because I just increased the size of the fungus? They're going to be so much happier to start eating fungus. Anyone who joins us is going to be upset, but our colonists are going to be so happy. Speaking of, with the death of Fredato and the conversion of Mostly Lost, we have a completely uniform colony of one singular mind and purpose. And because they are bigoted, they get a mood bonus for uniform thoughts. Our community is free of filthy delusions and non-believers, as it should be. There you go. Put your cool mask on. My rival Fredato died is still giving life to Epic Cat. Chat, is definitely tempting to just send Fumiko back to Cabium to get halfway back toward neutral. We only need to release 2 Cabium prisoners to get back to neutral. And we can have a trade partner who can sell us components. But is it worth parting with a double fireball level 10 doctor and a cook? Who won't mental break very much and people will like. Yeah, she has high social also. Epic Cat is fine. It's not like... I'd send them because I hate lazy. I mean, it's 20% slower work speed, but they're just going to be... I guess doctoring it might matter. I feel like we're always punished for sending away doctors, though. Like, if Epic Cat and Mostly Law... I guess we have a copycat now, but they're both level 7. Why is the mask tattered? I guess we're supposed to make one. Is the short answer. I just noticed that Copycat has been doing some things over here for us. Oh dear. Feed the tree. This dude's middle toes have been digested. They're getting digested, chat. Their fingers are getting digested. I feel like we might be feeding it too much. Man, I forgot how many bodies we had, huh? The animations for these are cool. And just the, like, act of seeing them slowly... Heart was destroyed! Maker's heart was shattered by Purple Page's shotgun blast. Mostly Lost picked up a kill with a shotgun on Bowman. Mostly Lost got another shotgun kill. Purple Page's shotgun blast obliterated Bob's heart. What I'm seeing is the shotguns are crazy, dude. Lucas was killed by Mostly Lost shotgun blast. The head's gone. That head just popped. Purple Page smashed Mushinto in the arm. Purple Page picked that one up. Neck digested. Is this part of the DLC? Yeah, this is part of the DLC. The DLC is crazy. What does the tree do for you? It stops asking questions and just watches because obviously the streamer doesn't know because this is his first time seeing it. And it watches the stream to find out. Chat, you guys are very instant gratification, you know? Copycat. It's kind of like defaulting to Holler right now. It's interesting that they're focusing on bodies before all else. So we actually have 3 night owls at the moment. Gibraltar doing most of the building, which this is taking too long, Gibraltar. Go do something else. You've got so much to build and repair around the base that limestone traps ain't it, buddy. It ain't it. Also, I just sold a whole bunch of stuff, so we should have more space for some shelves potentially, and we might need to build some more. Okay, the kitchen shelves need to be settings copied as well, I think. Oh yeah, we can just link the settings, I suppose. I think we had different settings for these down here than we did for the other ones, though. So we don't want to link all of them. This DLC, purely from your stream, has been the most excited I've been for RimWorld DLC. Gonna pick it up next week. Have fun. It's good times. Oh, dude, I forgot about the batteries getting blown up. And I only have 2 components. And I used 1 or 2 components to rebuild the heater in the bedrooms. Influenced. The colony playthrough has been crazy cinematic. Yeah, it's been just... We have some time to build and we have some time to develop, but we've been getting, I think, a steady drip feed of crazy scenarios. I'm still on the fence with the whole new anomaly horrors. Can you describe why you're on the fence? What does that mean? You're on the fence with the entire basis of the DLC? It looks like it might be a bit more difficult. I don't think that this is more difficult than any other... I would dare say that it's very, very possible that this is coming from a place of Randy is truly random, and maybe I randomly had a better colony this time, but this is probably the only time I have ever tried Randy losing his fun, naked brutality on an extreme temperature biome, and nailed it the first try. So I would say that this is one of the easiest campaigns. And I don't even mean to say that it's easy. I mean it's easy compared to some of the other just nail-biting, stressful, make me hate RimWorld playthroughs that we've done in the past or attempted to do in the past. The real ones remember trying to set up in an extreme desert for 15 attempts in a row. I would say that Anomaly is not harder than any of the other DLCs. I would, however, say it is more dependent on you having some baseline of RimWorld knowledge already. You're going to think that it's actually impossible if you just bought RimWorld, installed it, Anomaly's the first thing you do, and you activate the Void. Like, it's gonna be... Then you're gonna think it's the hardest thing ever. But as far as, like, complexity for the RimWorlder who's seen all the other stuff in RimWorld, I don't think it ranks up there for me. I think it feels very balanced. I certainly don't think any of the events that we've gotten, including the Revenant, have been harder than things that are already in the game. I think it just needs you to have, like, for example, I didn't know about any of these monsters because I didn't read any of the dev blogs after the first announcement. Knowing nothing about them, I have been able to survive my encounter with every single one of them. Granted, some links killed me, but, you know, like that. Think about that, right? Think about all of the codex entries we have so far, and the most dangerous thing in the game has been some links. But yeah, if I had done door strat against the links, or if I had the ability to do the door strat, we probably would have been fine. But still. So yeah, I would definitely say it's not easy, and it does make the game harder by definition of you not knowing how to respond implicitly to each of the threats. But I think that there is a misconception that this is some, like, more brutal than average RimWorld experience. And I can tell you, I've never been more relaxed in a colony. Like, the only time I have gotten stressed in this entire campaign where I needed to step away and get some air was the siege. And that's just a siege. But that's just my experience so far. Prime Decider Kit Schlatter of Cabium needs extra hands. Oh, dude, goodwill for Cabium! But we have to lend them 2 colonists. This is amazing. Yeah, and Anomaly is the only reason that you survived the siege. We might have survived, but yeah, it would have been a lot worse. Do you stay away from crazy kill boxes since they're overused? I've just never enjoyed kill boxes of the RimWorld exploitation sense. I enjoy making bunkers, and I enjoy trying to make areas in which it is strategically advantageous to fight, but I don't like using tactics that deny enemy pawns the ability to move and take cover, unless you just don't give them cover. Like, I would prefer building a large complex in which an enemy has no cover versus building a spot and then filling it with sandbags, for example. Or doing like, and that's not to say that that's a frowned upon gameplay style for me, right? It's just not how I prefer to play. No shame on anybody who thinks those things are fun. I just do what I think is fun, and I don't think the 30 doors in a hallway to rearm traps gameplay's fun. That would make me bored with the game really quick. I enjoy dynamic fights, and I think the RimWorld devs try and constantly make fights that are more dynamic, especially with the Anomaly DLC. We've encountered that multiple times. And they've constantly added, you know, drop pod raids and sieges, obviously, and tunnelers, whatever those guys are called. The siege guys that, like, what is the one that just digs through your base? But yeah, I like making big bunkers where I have a lot of defense and my enemy has none, but I don't like making tower defense mazes. Sappers. Yeah, sappers, what I'm trying to think of. I enjoy the dynamic, frenetic kind of chaos style combat. And then once I have developed far enough and earned it, I like trying to make just a ridiculously lavish fortified bunker to fight from, if possible. But that's just the way I like to play. I think everybody should just play the way they like to play, and if no I'm not bad-mouthing kill boxes. Except to say that you're lame and you suck, loser. I do think it's cool to have like a giant chamber where you've got like uranium slug turrets and other automatic turrets backing you up, and they're just going choo, choo, choo. And you got like a line of sandbags and walls, and you're peeking out and shooting. That kind of stuff is cool. I'm just, personally, I don't get any joy from this. Like this one, this does not make me happy. But you get the idea. What is that? It's a trap hall. I don't know how to make it efficiently, to be perfectly honest. I don't really I don't know the proper spacing because I never build them, but you basically just put traps in places where the door can reach. There's much more efficient ways to build it than this. And then you put like sandbags in certain areas that you don't want them to be able to like walk or stand. I don't know. You put sandbags basically so they can't. Don't build it, you stupid. I had such a cool marsh, lake, mountain killing field last colony. It was wonderful watching the turrets and snipers converge. Yeah, that's what I enjoy. Trap hall in the middle of the field, you got it, boss. But yeah, it doesn't spark joy for me. So I just do other things. But I think if your goal is like to win, then it is like if your foremost goal is to win and be victorious, then I think that's a totally valid way to play. I think that there is fun for a lot of people in finding out how to become more efficient and how to perfect that kind of thing, right? There is a dopamine hit for, like, in some senses, beating the game in a battle of wits, right? Like, are you smarter than the AI? And can you... The same reason why, like, you wouldn't judge someone for making a Minecraft mob spawner, like a automatic harvest spawner. They just want to see what they can do, you know, with the parameters that are set up. Wouldn't I? They want to see how far they can push it. But yeah, we got a lot of repairs to do. So as far as the freezer goes, I'm planning on doing this, I think. Moving the electric stove over. Probably building a copy here looks perfect. I do need to, like, think about linking these up. Are they different, though? This one just allows everything. Sterile materials. Construct sterile tiles to make clean rooms for safe, effective medical treatment, research, and cooking. Are you cooking on a stovetop in a freezer? Yeah, I'm just dealing with it. It's not that big of a deal in this biome. This is what you call an organic, unplanned base. And we're trying to adapt as we can when we're not in the middle of getting shelled. Both Epic Cat and his duplicate are feeling unwell. Their condition seems to be related to the duplication process and is worsening. The psychic connection that binds them is causing them to slowly lose consciousness. The condition won't get better until one of them dies. Duplicate sickness. Psychic interference between this person and their duplicate is causing slow mental deterioration. As long as multiple copies of this person are alive, the condition will keep worsening. However, it will not be lethal. Gladiator fight. Put them in the arena and fight to the death. Okay. I wasn't gonna do it, but now I might do it. I might do a little surgery. At the moment, it's not that bad. It's 5% consciousness plus 4% mental break threshold. That's crazy, dude. I haven't even started with the studying of this. How are you doing? Welcome to summer, everyone. Yeah, they're missing some heads. Pinky toes, ring fingers, fourth toes, a right foot, a left shoulder, and a neck. This one's lost an arm, a leg. This is disgusting, man. Digested eyeballs, just right out. Hand, a toe. A lot of heads missing. The tree hungers. But yeah, I'll figure out what to do with these dudes in a minute. Do we not have enough toques? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. We're supposed to have 7 toques. Why does Dragobot not have one? There's one right there. Oh, and there's a good one right there. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes if you just wake them up, I'm not sure why they just don't have hats. Sometimes you just wake them up and then let them go back. Call me old-fashioned, but should you really be feeding that thing? Listen, when you sign up for the Cult of Randomarchy, you accept the random archy when it comes to you. This is a yes and run, apparently. Where are your new bedrooms gonna go? I don't know. I'm trying to work on, like, refitting some stuff over here. I also think it's valuable to just... You saw what happened to the base. Before I start building anything else, I think we should just fix what we got, because some of this is in, like, shambles. 110 HP. If we get another something that does AoE damage to the base, we're gonna wish that we had just spent the time and fixed it up. So, I say let's fix it up before something else comes along and knocks it down. I'm really just pleased with all of the shells that were landing around us. The machining table survived, and it survived the mortar and the grenade exploding next to it, and the smithy survived, because we do not have the components to spare to rebuild those things. Thank God the production tables are alive. I don't think we lost anything super important. All right, let's link storage settings for all of these, actually, and then... Animal corpses are allowed. Hops are allowed, probably psychoid and smoke leaf leaves, things that expire. I think I want to make an individual shelf specifically for food. That way it's like organized. Wort is allowed. Beer can kind of just go anywhere. But yeah, I'm not going to get like super organized at this moment. But soon. Herbal meds. All sorts of food. Okay, sounds good. Looks good. So eventually we're gonna make another stove here. I'm thinking, chat. I'm thinking. For now... I want to do something like this. Boom. Give ourselves maximum food storage in here, because we desperately need it. Etal, I'm begging you, you named the wrong one Copycat. That's the real Epic Cat. You're being misled. Don't trust that other guy. I'm the real Epic Cat. Please. I wouldn't lie to you. After all, we... Does repairing increase skill? Yeah, it increases construction skill. So they are learning. They're training. I don't love only having 2 batteries, but the 2 extra solar generators that we invested in earlier should be more than... I just realized there's no sun lamp in here. Lol. It got destroyed with the fire. That makes a lot of sense. It's only been like a day. There you go. And probably fix the heaters. We cannot allow the heaters to blow up. What if they have an evil goatee? What if indeed they have an evil goatee? Okay, Draco bots on full-time cooking. Chad, this is living the high life. We're making fine meals and we're eating fungus? Come on. It's too good to be true, dude. Two in one. No more 8 non-fungus plant cooked for us. We got 246 fungus that needs to be hauled in here. The door being held open doesn't really matter right now. And we planted even more. Epic Cat and Copycat are taking a nap. I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to do with you guys. Purple Page is helping us do some repairs. Little Bite Hammer is trying to clean, but it's a big base. Gibraltar's doing repairs all day, every day. Mostly Lost's also cleaning. Yeah, things are trucking. The repair process is kind of a pain in the ass, but we will be rewarded in the end. Today's been an adventure. This colony's come so close to destruction so many times, and just like Dragobot, we said, no. Did we ever grab the mortars? Hold on, chat. Is your mortar refrigerator running? Is your mortar refrigerator running? You better go catch it. Yeah, that's what you sound like. Leave my colonists alone, okay? They will get to it when they can get to it, okay? Also, there's a really important piece of information you need to know about mortars that Big Mortar doesn't want you to know. It's that mortars by themselves don't do shit. And they shot all but 6 incendiary shells at us. So, one could argue that it would have been better if I didn't claim any of these, because it might not have increased my wealth, because now Randy's going to think I'm a badass if I just put these in my colony. And, well, I'm not. He's going to be like, oh, I see the colony wealth just went up. Because you claimed this. Aren't you more powerful now? I'm like, no, bro, I got 6 incendiary shells. And a reinforced barrel. Can incoming raiders use them? I don't think so. But maybe. I doubt it. I didn't mean to build this wooden stool. But now that I have... "15 Chimeras, get out there. You got some work to do." These dudes have mortars. Get them. We must be out of marble blocks. We have a bill. I don't think we have any crafters. You know what, Bite Hammer? You're allowed to craft. The children yearn for the rock cutting table. Realistically, we should be having you help with the crops first. Then crafting, then cleaning, I guess. The base is extremely clean. Let's turn Gibraltar into like a hauler. Did you go all the way out here just to not carry that in, you lazy? Oh, chat, we missed our chance to do the ritual, didn't we? I don't like that I keep alternating between what this room is for. I think we missed the dance this year. No, this is the dance. We missed the symbol burning. That I saw it on the side. Ember Euphoria Extravaganza. We had other things to do, I guess. And we already have enough development points. It just might have given them a mood boost. We have enough development points to reform. I'm just not ready to use the last meme yet. Well, we did harvest a small portion of the hop plants, but blight has been discovered on them. You should cut or burn the affected plants before it spreads. There's now a cut all blight option that actually tracks which plants are blighted, which is pretty cool. Probably should wake up Purple Page here and just kind of help out to save the potatoes. I wish they like prioritize this like fires though. Where this would take like an immediate, oh, you got a potato. Wait, I thought it was supposed to track all. Someone in chat lied to me. They said it tracked them. What's up, Jackal CM? Very small mod list. Very small. Just a little mod as a treat. Alright, well, I was not counting on the hops becoming useless. We have to plant potatoes again in here. Because we're gonna need food. It's also the 2nd of summer, and it's 15 degrees Fahrenheit outside. I want to grow some rice outside, but it's a little too cold. You have designated rocks to be mined, but no one to mine them. I wonder why that is. So sad. So sad. Do you have a 10-day growing cycle or something? Basically, yeah. We're way up north. We're in a special ice biome that's basically like a slightly easier ice sheet. Oh, the quest. Chat, the quest. We should do this. These quests will stay. Temporary workers. KBM wants extra hands to help contain an outbreak of infection. She's asking you to lend 2 colonists for 5 days. for 24 goodwill, which would put us almost right back in their good graces. I feel like that's a great idea. Dude, what if we sent Copycat? Do you think they'll still continue to develop duplicate sickness? No, that could be bad. But what if we did just send Copycat to see what happens? And then, who else do we send? Where do we have the most overlap? Send both of them. That seems dangerous. Just... No, I can't send the moral guide. Is Copycat a clone? Yeah. Yeah. The corrupted obelisk is a funny thing, isn't it? It's a funny thing. This DLC's insane, False Lobster. I'm having a lot of fun. The least useful person right now is probably either Gibraltar. Well, that's not true. They're building. Mostly Lost is researching and is a doctor, right? And then Bitehammer's a kid. I don't want to sit. Bitehammer's done enough crazy things. Okay. I think we send Copycat and Mostly Lost. Just 5 days, man. I'm sure nothing will happen in 5 days. Mostly Lost, Copycat, you guys go. Represent us well. I accept. Okay, maybe not Mostly Lost. Maybe I will send Gibraltar. I didn't realize Gibraltar was 15. I didn't realize you were just like a creepy, weird, disturbing kid that everybody is constantly bothered by. Unsettling conversation ×2 is probably with you. We can't be certain. Is there any danger for the pawns you send? I'm gonna say no, unless this is like a anomaly twist on the DLC. Ordinarily, no. The shuttle has arrived to collect 2 of your colonists. All right, Copycat, get in. I don't know if I want to send Mostly Lost, because sending a second doctor is risky if something bad happens. But we don't really need research right now, so go. Before I change my mind. Yes! Relations with KBM have warmed. They now consider you neutral and will no longer attack you. This happened because goodwill +2 has risen past 0. Did we get more goodwill? I thought we were still going to be negative. If goodwill falls below -75, they'll be hostile again, and if it's +75, they'll become your ally and fight for you. They want their mortars back. They were like, listen, guys, I may hate you, losers retreat, but damn it, I respect the hell out of you. That last raid was ingenious. Let's be friends again. Also, the trees have been fed. They have been growing with the bodies consumed. I was watching their growth rate as they consume more corpses. Speaking of, let's unforbid everything on the map so hauling can continue as normal. Okay. Bite Hammer, thank you for your process learning, but let's go ahead and haul the barrel in. That's the most important, I think. Barrel's easily the most valuable thing here. So when you shoot a mortar too many times, you have to replace the barrel, and they're very expensive. Good for trade if you don't want to use them. Where did we put those? All right, we got a steel mortar here with 8 shots left before the barrel needs to be changed out. You saw what the mortars are capable of. I don't think I need to read, but it is it's not a perfectly accurate weapon. And back in the day, it was much, much, much more random than it is now. Now you can actually get better at shooting a mortar with shooting skill. Is it shooting skill, or I used to play with the mod that made it how smart you are, but I think it's shooting skill now, right? I used to play with a mod that made it dependent on your like research intelligence. Can you make mortars out of different metals? I don't think it's just steel. Steel, and we need fuel, which we don't have. We also don't have a research for that. So you have to research mortars. Is it weird that fire foam shells don't take fuel? But every other version of fire foam does? And every other shell does? Fire foam poppers don't? Oh yeah, they take a component. You're right. They do take a component, but that's still crazy. Fire foam poppers taking a component is kind of crazy. Fire foam pop packs, yeah, and fire foam turrets use fuel though. Which I think is better. I think fire foam poppers should not use components, they should use fuel also. MO. Because if you have any fuel, fire foam pop packs are almost strictly oh, they also take components. But they are strictly better. I guess that's why it takes 30 chem fuel. I just wish fire foam poppers didn't take fuel. That's it. That's all I want. I want to build fire foam poppers, but I can't. Because it's a cool mechanic. All right, they're going up to haul stuff. The Void Provocation Psychic Ritual can now be performed again. So to make a mortar, you need 75 metal. Oh, I see what you were asking. Yeah, you can use something other than steel to make mortars. Okay, I see what you're asking. You can apparently use bioferrite, uranium, plasteel, steel, gold, or silver. Why can't we drill oil in this game? Because you didn't get the DLC, I mean the mod that lets you use nuclear power and oil. Also, I would think from a lore perspective, oil probably doesn't exist on this RimWorld because it's possible life was introduced to it much later because humanity has only been settling it for like 1,000, 2,000 years, which wouldn't be enough time for something like oil to form. So that could be a reason. Isn't deep drilling a thing? I mean, there has to be something to deep drill for. Oil doesn't just exist on every single planet. Fossil fuels. Think about it, chap. Okay, everybody's converted except... Oh, I forgot. You can use the convertibility on prisoners, which is, I think, a pretty good idea. That was a 20% swing in certainty. All right, how many days do we have to wait for our two friends to come back? It was exactly 4.6 days. All we gotta do, chat, is offer up a little Randy prayer, buy our time, 4.6 days. That's all we need until our friends come back. We've paved over relations with Cabium. We finally made amends for the sins of Loser and company. And we might get some traders now who offer us components, and we can dig ourselves out of this. With or without good mining. Because right now we are component locked. I have 3 components. I need to save all 3 of them for repairs to keep things like power gen online, heaters, whatever breaks. The stove. The electric stove could break down, for example. Chat, little bite hammer, 13 years old, learning how to break rocks. It's kind of like mining, but you get to do it in an air-conditioned environment. So that's pretty cool, right? Learning how to do some menial labor, and we're still trying to fix the damn base. Okay, we have so much kibble that I can just go back to banning potate and rice. I'm curious if the duplicate, it's duplicate sickness 39%. Let's see if it continues while the other person's gone. This is still so crazy, dude. I mean, morally speaking, okay, let's say that it is actually a perfect clone of Epic Cat with no catch other than some unknown force genuinely created a perfect copy. Except they have one fatal flaw. They both can't live. Morally speaking, how do you resolve that situation? Like, if it were real? Would you say this is your favorite DLC thus far? It's hard to pick a favorite. I have a different preference. I don't think I can imagine playing without any of them now that I have as much time in RimWorld as I have. It's hard to pick a favorite. I couldn't live without ideology. I couldn't live without the storytelling and biotech now from like having children actually grow up. The fact that Bite Hammer has been like taken in by this group and is literally like developing as a person and maturing and learning skills and watching, like, all that's cool, and all the different interesting xenotypes and stuff. And then I consider royalty very like essential from a vanilla experience, because I'm pretty sure the quest that we're doing that I'm celebrating probably is, if it might be royalty. Either way, there's a lot of good quests. It doesn't matter if this one is, but there's a lot of really good quests that spice up the game. There's a lot of really good items that I couldn't live without in royalty, and I think that the royal faction adds a really good flavor to the RimWorld. But I think this one is the most... Here's the thing. Their inspiration was Cabin in the Woods. This feels like Cabin in the Woods. I think that they succeeded with flying colors and making it feel like the things that inspired it in interesting ways that don't feel cribbed in a cheap way. I would say it's the most surprising DLC because on paper it's the one that I would be least interested in, but in practice it's the one that I've had the most fun first DLC colony with. It's the most highly concentrated. I also, if you've been with my channel long enough, you'll know I very much respect ambitious projects. I think that this is very ambitious. Just taking like the room. If I were in the boardroom with the devs while they were spitballing ideas, I would have raised my hand and been like, listen, that sounds great, but I really don't think that the RimWorld community would want something like this necessarily. Like, I probably would have been a doubter and been like, I don't know, the RimWorld community would be happier with it, something else. And I respect the hell out of them for just being like, we want to do this, we think it sounds fun, and we're going to make it big and packed with content. It definitely feels unique. It's the most immediately unique way to play RimWorld, I think. Epic Cat has successfully turned Fumiko away from post-dependency to the cult of randomarchy. And now your recruitment will begin as well. Prisoners sharing a cell is a little dangerous. But now that we've made them randomarchists, they'll enjoy eating the fungus. I ate a meal with fungus. Is there any dish it doesn't complement? Also, they have, like, really good beds. Maybe the best beds in the colony. I want a masterwork bed IRL. You're considering killing the original cat even after all they've done. I'm not considering killing. I was just thinking, like, if this wasn't a video game and you weren't all-knowing overlord and you were actually a colonist in this colony, what would you do? Like, for real? Because, like, from just a purely moral perspective, killing the new one just for being newer, if they are actually a true clone and 100% the same, isn't definitely right. You could argue that that's the most logical course of action, but I don't think that that makes it morally correct. I think that there's an interesting solution that is by no means even close to morally good, but is interesting, which is the refusal to throw the switch on the trolley. This is a trolley problem. If you refuse to throw the lever, both of them will inevitably over time become potates and be stuck unconscious in bed, but you didn't technically take a life. They're just both going to be borderline comatose. They'll be alive. You'll be feeding them. You didn't have to kill anybody, but they'll be functionally useless. Is that better? You know what RimWorld's missing? It's missing, like, cyberpunk ice vats where you just jack people into a computer mechanism and they just sit there and just process everything with their mind. Because then I could take these people who are eventually not going to be able to do anything unless I kill one of them, and they could just be completely immobilized but still doing stuff remotely. Netrunner stuff. A precog think tank. Yo, this base repair is not coming fast or easy, I will say. Where's the marble? Why are we have marble here. It seems like they were cutting up limestone. They're doing granite, I guess. Bite Hammer's doing their best. They're like 13. This game needs more brain jars that aid in research. Extract their brain and let them still communicate with people somehow via computer or something, but like they're not physically present biologically anymore. That'd be insane. Okay. So, between the two of you, Sora should join in a few days. Fumiko after that. Sora's gonna start mining. Having an artist isn't the worst. We have two people, I guess, who have artistic skill, but they're otherwise pretty busy. Like, Bite Hammer's not gonna have time for art. Brain in a Jar mod exists? No way! It's almost like that's what we were referring to. There's a mod for that, chat, is online. Why are you tagging me? How is it I own more than 1,000 games and yet can't bring myself to play one of them except Helldivers 2 for an hour? Please help, Talix. Give in. Why are you resisting? Just play Helldivers 2 and keep playing Helldivers 2 and then play it some more until you can't stand it. That's the way I play games. You just go all in. Full addict mode. Don't even try and curb it until you're done, and then go. You don't know what else you want to do because you don't want to do anything else. Guess what? When you get tired of the thing you have because you ground it down into nothingness, the next thing you want to do will reveal itself. That's the only way it'll reveal itself. You have to pop every air bubble in the bubble wrap before you move on to the next one. Let the hyperfixation call to you. Keep playing until democracy prevails. I thought I was on 2x speed, my bad. What you making? Pants? Cool. What you making? Granite chunks? All right, you're almost done with those. And then some marble. We're smoothing some walls to make this a little prettier to exist in because it is very ugly and nasty and stinky in here. Epic Cat is a night owl, sleeping during the day. Yay, there's some marble. Okay, we've got 3.6 days until our workers come back. We've got a good amount of fine meals, still some decent meat left in the freezer, starting to run a little bit low on vegetables, but there's some potatoes harvesting right now. Grats on your level 3 Bite Hammer. You'll learn so fast. You'll be a nice jack of all trades character later. And then we got rice 2/3 grown for food. I'm trying to get another heal root harvest before we get to dangerous levels. We were at like 65, now we're at 37. It's not so much I hyperfixate, I just start playing something and then say I should play this other game and then nothing gets played. I've done that before too, and what that means is you don't really enjoy any of the games you're playing, and you're hoping that one of them actually hooks you. In my experience. And that you're trying to force yourself to like the thing more than you actually do. Probably because you paid for it. And you want to justify that purchase decision. Which is understandable. But you've got to be honest with yourself about it. Oops. What did I just deconstruct? Oh, a shelf? Yeah, you're right. That was an accident. Trying to do the, get rid of the little wires on the floor and make this a little more cohesive. Before you even finish building the shelves, you can link them. Boom. Okay. And then I'm gonna take one of these shelves that's by the door and actually clear everything from it except for meals. Any meal. And jelly. With the idea being that they'll enter this door to get food and then go back, so it's the shortest distance that a pawn can walk without putting a shelf out here next to the table. And then it's also the shortest distance the chef has to walk. So they go get the ingredients from the back, bring it over here, cook it, and then bam. They just drop it on the shelf, go back to cooking. Easy, right? Convenience, less travel time. And what we're going to be able to do is eventually kind of lock away the electric stove so we're not worried about the heat. Oh, chat. Speaking of the heat, I forgot that this doesn't have a vent to it, so the bodies might have finally decomposed. Maybe. Possibly. Maybe it's best to have a vent here instead. I don't know. Tempted to just do like that, actually. Dig them up and let's have a little look. I don't know if I want to exhume the graves. I'll just let it be a surprise. No, the corpse fumes add to the flavor. Okay. There we go. Now the air will kind of go through these two. Is it roofed as well? Yeah. Dracobot, go haul that machine pistol. Gibraltar. Actually, Purple Page, you go haul the body that we keep seeing. Yes. Let it... Don't eat next to it. You're watching while you eat? That's disgusting. Feed. Harbinger tree. Eat well. The trees want breakfast company too. Okay, I think base repairs have finally finished. I can't rebuild the batteries until we have more components. Oops, no, I don't want to make either of these because of the component drain. So I'm just gonna kind of like turn these off for now, I guess. Relaxing socially. Are you aware that the fire is unlit, Dragobot? Consolidate some of these tabs on the side. Dude, I can't wait for Frostpunk 2. The first one was so good. There's a weekend-long beta going on, but I'm not sure. I want to pre-order the deluxe edition. Oh yeah, we were talking about that a little bit yesterday. How much is it? $67.49? I am looking with my suspicious eyes right now. Has Frostpunk 1 always been $29.99, $30? Other than Steam sales? I don't know if this is a hot take, but I don't remember liking any of the Frostpunk DLCs as much as the base game. They kind of felt like just challenge modes to me. So knowing that, I'm not really sure what to expect from Frostpunk 2. For 50% more money, possibly 100% more money if you get the deluxe edition. Right? Like, if I didn't like the DLCs, why would I suddenly like the sequel? So I'm in wait and see mode with Frostpunk 2. Maybe it'll come out and it'll be different and interesting and novel, and I'll like it and have fun. But I'm not hyped. I'm trying to be open-minded, but I'm not excited. Love the little art for these. This is ingredients: milk and raw fungus. Delicious. Yak beef, rice, and milk. Warning, contains meat. A meal of potatoes. Goat meat, raw fungus, and milk. Well, I mean, I assume it was cooked, right? Can't be raw fungus if we cooked it. Dude, mushroom slop. What about Prison Architect 2? Dude, I have no idea. Prison Architect 2 went so far sideways compared to what I would have ever expected. I don't even know what to think. Okay, loser. You can have some twisted meat when no one's looking and or hauling. Like, nobody is hauling kibble, so I can't say I blame you. How long have you guys been without kibble? Oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. Who is this little baby? Yak Calf 3? How many Yak Calves are there? Oh my god, guys. Okay, the new kitchen is still a little busy, but also a little more organized, kind of. Maybe. I think. It feels more organized. How did I... Oh, I linked this one. Okay, I'm dumb. Okay, hold on. I did it wrong. Raw food, baby food, kibble, pemmican. I forgot to unlink the other settings before I changed them. And then herbal meds. Wart. Hop, psychoid, smoke leaf. Not sure about dye. Does dye expire? We're not growing any right now, so I'm not too concerned. I think that's it. Okay. Fixed, maybe? All right, hopefully that works. We'll have to check once people start hauling stuff around. So I'm basically reserving these two for the meals and then all the other ones for ingredients. All right, we are 2.3 days away from our 2 colonists returning. Trying to recruit. Oh, I need to check on Epic Cat's health condition. It moved up to moderate. Yep, so it is still going. They're at 60% moderate. Minus 10% consciousness plus 8% mental break threshold. I'm curious how much worse it's going to get before the dude comes back. Because we literally can't sort it out now unless we killed Epic Cat. Which would be very strange. Everyone loves Epic Cat, actually. I think. Yeah. Everyone thinks they're pretty cool. Ugh. Is Parka the best clothing to mass produce? Dusters sell for a lot of money, I think. But for me, I don't really mass produce any clothes. I would just sell what you have left over. Or just make a bunch, keep the high quality ones, and sell anything that's lower quality. But you can't go wrong with dusters. I just make parkas because it's really cold. Speaking of, I think it's warmed up enough for us to do a grow zone out here. Oh, wait, that's by the tree. Dude, it spawned in on the most fertile area. Well, okay. You just had to, didn't you? C. We only have time for rice, so we'll just do a big rice. Been a while since anything bad happened. Bro. Fredato is lying right here. We literally just finished the repairs from the mortar snow hair extravaganza. That was a while ago. I want the whole colony to die right now. The Chimeras attacked on the 8th of April, May. It hasn't even been a full month. And then the siege came after that. It hasn't even been half a month since the siege, chat. You guys are just bloodthirsty. You crave pain and suffering. Epic Cat, I'm not surprised you're about to have a break. You need to go to sleep. You're way more likely to have a break now. Okay, let's take this rice harvest. Trust that the potatoes plus this rice is going to be enough. And then we need to grow hops again. Chat, what happened to Copycat? He's just on a vacation. He's on a trip. Helping our brand new not enemies. The Civil Outlander Union of Cabium. They're coming back. And then maybe they die. I don't know. But they're coming back. Bitehammer, how's your training going? You're level 3? You'll get there. You're still young. And then Dragobot is working on 3 different things all at the same time, apparently. Probably a 7th parka, then some button-down shirts, then some sashes. I don't think we need 2 of each of the kid-size clothes. Meanwhile, Purple Page is dinging level 13 in plants. Like, look at the speed difference between Gibraltar with a level 4. Oh, wait, that's Bitehammer. Purple Page, come back from my demonstration. Look how happy they are. Eating cooked fungus? Delicious. If only we had some insect meat to go with it, but not right now, Randy. I meant like after my friends get back, okay? Just to be clear. But yeah, look at like the speed difference here between level 11 Gamer God. It's almost, yeah, it's 2.5 for every 1 Gibraltar plants. Running circles around them. But they're learning. They're learning, dude. Cut them some slack. Glad they got over that cannibalism fiasco. Yeah. People make mistakes. Just give us a chance. We'll show you that we're good people, actually. Truly. I'm actually super impressed with this colony. We've definitely taken some licks along the way. Fredato, Gnome Sang, and then Garen would be missed. Can we... can anybody exhume this person? Epic Cat, do me a favor. They're back to finish what they started. A bunny has gone mad. And it will attack everyone it sees. Yeah, Dingarin is Dingarin is a bit of a skeleton. Right now. That's not to say that you couldn't bring him back. But there might be better candidates. Bunny! Why is it so fast? Oh my god, guys. You let it bite you in the leg. If you get infected, I'm gonna be pissed. Now I gotta use medicine. We need a prison, a proper prison and a proper hospital. Doctor? Paging Dr. Epic Cat? Large bunny teeth. Okay, so this was gonna be a second battery room. But now I'm not so sure. We haven't even, we're not mining anything because the mining colonists are dead. We can't really settle into new rooms and spaces because we need heaters and warmth. And we can't afford to build those because of components. So I think we just kind of chill with what we got and make do for now. In my opinion. I can't believe how, like, nice the prisoners have been. I'm gonna start putting masterwork quality beds in my prisons more often. Every other RimWorld campaign that I can remember playing is just a constant Prisoner beatdown. How many times I need to teach you this lesson? Oh yeah, Epic Cat is still in charge of the corrupted obelisk. It's ready to study, but are we really ready to study it right now? I don't think so. "73% duplicate sickness, moderate." I wonder if the other character progressed just as fast while they were away and off map. We're gonna find out. Go do something else, bro. We got some delicious food in the house. Look at that fine meal. Milk and raw fungus. Delicious. Oh yeah, loved it. God, that's a nice combo. That is a nice combo. Soon. 0.8, so that's like 2 more attempts to convert, and then they'll be recruitable. You've detected a cluster of cargo pods crashing nearby. Perhaps you'll find some freaking devil strand in the wreckage. Yes, take it. Yes, use it in your base. Don't look at your wealth. It's a gift from me. Oh, because I love you. Because I want you to succeed. Devil Strand Parkas and -70F is kind of okay. I thought Devil Strand was much better as a duster. It does have better heat insulation than cold insulation. I guess you still get insane armor. So Devil Strand Parka would be worth it just as an armor, I guess, because Devil Strand is incredibly durable. Because it is tough to wear armor here, for sure. Alright, I'm grabbing the incendiary shells, which will definitely not come back to bite us later. I think. And we should definitely haul the meals before the bunnies eat the rest of them, because I'm pretty sure that's why they're hanging around up here. Spooky thunder. They'll come back in less than a day. They're on the way home. Goats. More goats? There's so many animals in RimWorld, and yet we always get yaks and goats somehow. Maybe they're the only ones that chill up here, I guess. Oh yeah, we did get donks. We did get the donks. Okay. This is important. This is critical. I'm a little confused. If butchering to make kibble is take to best stockpile, why are they taking it to an important shelf instead of a critical stockpile? What have you buried there? It's good to cure your food underground for a little while, you know? They really soak in the nutrients from the earth this way. Enhances the flavor. Did you just ignore my order? Can you actually dig corpses up? Yeah. Oh yeah. They're still in there. And I'm keeping them refrigerated in the event I ever get the opportunity to join them together back with life, we'll say. So I'm trying to preserve their flesh. Believe it or not. Ding ding. Chad, this is the song that lets you know where we're at in this campaign. I'm alive! Somehow. I really thought that we were dead like a couple times today. I thought that we were super dead a couple times today. And yet, somehow, we're still there. It amuses me greatly. The Algarada t-shirt has reviews from 2022. What? What? That's not possible. Where are the there's reviews? How did you guys review something you don't even own? 105 reviews. Well-made print t-shirt fitted well. Oh, okay. No. I'm pretty sure this is for the premium t-shirt, chat. Like, in general. Like this, they use the same premium t-shirt regardless of what print is on it. Yeah, it's reviews from... I thought they were like specific to my item. Like, I love the Algarada t-shirt. It is the most comfortable t-shirt that everyone in my family has ordered. And every time I go out in public, people are so happy. I thought that's what you meant. I was like, oh, that's sketchy. I guess you... Yeah, I see what you're talking about, though. Oh? Oh? Another? Dude, this has been Transport Pod City and safe. A medical assistant named Abram is crashing in a transport pod. If he survives the impact, he'll be badly wounded. He's not affiliated with any faction. This is a charity incident. If you turn him away, charitable beliefs will be upset. All right. Not bleeding, that's good. And it's 20 degrees Fahrenheit, which is cold, but it's about the warmest that it gets up here. Let's have... We need to come up with a space for you, though. 3 prisoners, huh? Chat, we got too many people. I don't know if you noticed, but we have too many people here. Okay, what if we just temporarily moved a shelf? Mostly Lost is coming home in a second, but for now we're going to turn this into a spot that we can just house this individual. Okay. Anyway. I'm planning on just maybe utilizing this as a barracks. Just kind of a thin... Chat, I don't... My base is weird. My base is weird. And it's starting to bother me. It's got some strange shapes. One day I'll actually build the base of my dreams in here and then draw. We'll just reformat this. I think the only thing that's definitely staying is the powered grid section. But I for sure got to change that up. But I say we just turn this into a barracks. So, an Arctic wolf is hunting Drake. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Arctic Wolfie, you are so close to Dragobot. Get some shots. Okay, we got this. Oh, we're clutching up big time. 3 in a row, he's still coming. Oh, 4 didn't miss? My man doesn't miss. 14 shooting. Will the cemetery room stay? Yeah, it'll stay for now. It's not going anywhere. I'm living on hopium here. This is hopium. It means I still have hope. When I lose that hope is when the colony's over. Oh, sorry guys. False alarm, false alarm. False alarm. We got it under control. I apologize. It is no longer under control. I repeat, the wolf has gotten up for revenge. Little bite hammer. Defend yourself. Bite hammer, this was a growth moment for you. This is a growth moment for you. You've got to take your first life. Okay? And every media, this is a big deal. You've only been fighting like bugs and chimeras now, okay? But you have to hunt the... Okay, you can have some food first. You can have some tindies. But you have to finish what you started. Put it out of its misery. It's okay. It's no longer suffering anymore. Mostly Lost and Copycat have returned after helping Kit Schlatter of Cabium. Where did you guys... Could they have dropped you off closer to home, guys? Why are you all the way out to the west? We may have given your bed to a prisoner. Does that prisoner have red eyes, or is that just a graphic glitch thing? Wait, chat, I imprisoned them? Oh no, they were a rescue, but now they're a captive. And it's a gourmand. I think I'm just gonna release this guy. Is that bad? A gourmand with a melee skill, yes. Incapable of firefighting, doesn't really have anything else. I don't know, we have 2 more prisoners down here. I say we just heal this guy and send him on his way. Chemical Fascination Gourmand is kind of charity fulfilled. Yep, I helped them. Pod Refugee helped. I really am a good person. You guys got back just in time. Cultist hate chanters have arrived. They intend to perform a hate chant ritual to force psychic rage into your colonists to drive them mad. The chant will grow louder and louder until the cultists are stopped. You still have someone drafted, you're right. How many are there, dude? 10? And they're inhumanized, since there's a lot of people. Oh, dude, I forgot that. I did see the message that ship chunks fell earlier, but I didn't click on it. They must have been here. Heck yeah. I forgot about that. They're assuming their positions now. Inhumanization means this person's mind is dominated by a psychic pattern of the void. They are completely disconnected from human concerns of any family, friendship, or love. Their experience of reality is distant and muted, guided by the psychic rhythm of a dark hyperintelligence. This allows them to thrive in up to negative 28.8 degree Fahrenheit conditions, so bad weather is rarely an issue for them, and they take the coveted 50% less pain. So they're quite tough to put down. However, I think we've trained for this, and moreover, we have some better gear now. Mostly Lost, I like the pump shotgun. But we shouldn't need melee in this situation. Actually, Mostly Lost, you have like 7 shooting. You come over here. Purple. A pawn with this good shooting with a heavy SMG is a force to be reckoned with. A heavy SMG has a very short range but packs a punch and handles quite well. 4.5 damage per second, a little bit of armor pin, but it has a really nice 3-round burst. It fires pretty quickly, and it has some stopping power. Heavy SMG is pretty sick. So we'll give it the purple page, give Mostly Lost the rifle. Bite Hammer, you're graduating. You have a level 4 shooting. I need to organize my weapons, to be honest. We have 3 machine pistols. I'm gonna go ahead and let Bite Hammer upgrade to a machine pistol. Okay, and then we kind of need to go stop this before it gets bad. It's time to bring the group out. Hopefully the prisoners are okay till we get back. The chanting has begun. They're in the psychic trance, linked with an ambient psychic field from a distant archotech. They've been placed in a trance-like state. The unnatural influence sustains them. They have almost no need for food or rest. And of course they have to be on this end of the map, because why not? I like that so far in my colony, everyone's mostly the same speed. Oh, you guys are about to have a snap on me already? Can you see them yet? All right, we got to get a little closer. Spread out a little bit. And start popping shots. Ooh. Ooh. Drago Bolt's bolt-action rifle annihilated Barber's torso. Just an insta-kill. Dude, you guys' accuracy kind of sucks right now, but I respect the fact that we can just sit at this range and do this. Another one dead. Mostly Lost. Turned their liver into a holy mess. All right, I'm sending Purple Page up. I'm sending Bite Hammer up. There it is. Cultists have ended their hate chant and begun to come out of their ritual trance. Prepare to defend. All right, back up Purple Page. Back up Bite Hammer. What kind of sword is that? Okay, that's a steel gladius with a different skin. Looks cool though, it's like a jagged blade. Heavy SMG just cleaning up right now, dude. Okay, it's getting a little chaotic in here, dude. Oh my god. Did you see that heavy SMG just dot dot dot? Gomes straight through the lung, kidney, destroyed Roach trying to crawl away, which is very fitting. Draco Bot got bruised in the head. Epic Cat did get cut up a little bit. I think Mostly Lost should do some field tending here, and we should consider Roach. This is so unfortunate for you as a wimp, but so fortunate for you that you are a mining pawn. Delicate wimp. You're a genie after all. A genie with mining skill. Okay. Well, here's the fun part. I gotta remember that Copycat exists. But we don't have the medicine. So Dragobot actually is carrying some. So we're gonna drop him on the ground. Then pick it up. Wait, we're still shooting somebody? Not anymore. Hey. Hold still. Trying to help you, dude. The weapon upgrade is very, very stark, I'd say. So where's construction? Okay, Dragobot does not have a good construction skill. Purple Page and Gibraltar do. So I'm gonna get Purple Page to just go ahead and get some ship chunks. Gibraltar's about to snap though. So I'm gonna let them go. Well. The timing. Prisoners have staged a breakout. They've somehow defeated the door locks while you're out and are making their way out. They might seek weapons, fight, or try to escape. Both Sora and Fumiko are involved. And we're pretty far away from being able to do anything about... Did you pick up grenades? Please don't. Please don't. Oh, you... Oh my god. There's literally nothing I can do right now except like tell the links to run, basically. What are the odds? New area, which we're gonna call Run. And it's gonna be like over there. I'm afraid he might try and go out the front door though. Hold on, that's true, that's true. He might try to go out the front door. It should be distinctively north. Okay. You absolute troublemakers are going to get someone killed. Are you just watching over Sora's shoulder right now? Okay, two things. Number one, carry Roach. Take him in. Two, you guys gotta go home. We got an emergency. Purple Page, I'd say you gotta go home too. I guess they're gonna dig their way out this way. Okay, they're so close to converting to us that we're gonna drop our weapons and try and take on Fumiko first because the grenades, obviously. Please don't. Okay. It's a 3v1 right now, while Sora's just like clawing at the wall trying to get out. Fumiko! Bite Hammer's even getting in on this. Dracobot and the Gibraltar actually have some pretty good melee skills, so like this should go well. Hopefully we don't accidentally kill them. We're gonna have to lock the grenades away. We also need to rebuild this wall that they just broke out of. Okay, what happened? Copycat is tired. Just tired. What did you... guys? Whose responsibility was this? You dropped someone. All right, we need to do the beds. We have another bedroll. Who wants to share? Dracobot, you have a roomie. Okay. Maybe someone could heal them also? That's an idea. Do a little bit of medicine. We need to do some medicine on a bunch of people, actually. We have so many friends now. That's actually the first time the prisoners have gotten pretty close to causing some irreparable damage in their mischief. It was almost bad. What? Oh, they blew up a potted plant. We got lucky that was it. It could have been a lot worse. I would like to ban them from eating packaged survival meals. Oh, I have. I just forgot to put the new colonists on the new bill. Dude, we just got done fixing all this up. And then they just come around and throw some nades. Sorry, Purple Page, you're free. I don't think anybody else is recruited, but Purple Page doesn't have a bed or a bedroll. And I don't think we have any beds that haven't been placed. It's getting a little crowded in here, to be honest. I don't know if we have enough food for everyone. I guess it's good then that we're growing a bunch of extra rice, but I don't know if 2 of these is going to be enough for all of us over time. That being said, we do have options, don't we? We can call some more animals. Though this time we might actually want them to not have Scaria. That could be a good idea. We do, actually that's true. I forgot to account for fungus. We are growing a lot of fungus now. Loser has returned to the wild, chat. And it's only a matter of time before Loser turns on us and gets hungry. Loser had it too good. This Kato has been fed every day. It's gotten to snack on meats. It's gotten to walk through the base however it pleases. And it's still not satisfied. It thinks it can do better on its own. Ooh, chunks. 3 chunks of spacecraft have landed. Praise be. Randy giveth. Randy provideth. Components have arrived. Mostly I'm excited about everybody just like being back and being home. What happened to Epic Cat and Copycat so far? They're at extreme duplicate sickness. Slow mental deterioration. As long as multiple copies of this person are alive, the condition will keep getting worse. However, the condition will not be lethal. So they're at extreme with minus 15% consciousness and plus 14% break threshold. Consciousness going down is definitely bad, and I have to assume it's going to go bad again. The question is, are 2 mediocre Epic Cats better than 1 full power 1? As a doctor, probably. Okay, how about this? Once we heal, everyone heals and does some repairs. We'll do a little science. We'll try a little science. Since when did Tynan add non-lethal illness? Food poisoning is non-lethal. Unless you don't eat. Muscle parasites are non-lethal. I could probably think of some more. I can't wait until we get traders from Cabium. I'm so looking forward to some traders, dude. All right, Dragobot's hopping back in the kitchen. I need to move where this stockpile is. I'll probably just do this. This is going to be important for animal entity corpses that are not rotten. Stash them back there, butcher them in there. That way we're not walking over them. Okay, Epic Cat's helping us maintain the corrupted obelisk, which is what did the duplication in the first place. And then maybe we can finally apply some components to some builds, dude. You lost one, Purple Page. You lost us one. There are 3 total ship chunks left. But guess what we do have? Food for the blood tree. Graveyard right next to kitchen for emergency food. Yeah, why not? It's a good idea though. Right? Uh-oh. We've reached debilitating, chat. Oh, this is the final stage. I wanted to see what would happen. They are stuck at 10% consciousness. That is debilitating. Okay, I was waiting to see what would happen. Wow. That's very interesting. Okay. Here's the plan. The plan is we take Mostly Lost, we take Copycat, and we do what needs to be done. A surgical inspection. Using... How much medicine do we have? 6? I'm scared to use heal... Okay, we're gonna use Heal Root, which is not great for surgery success quality. And we need at least a good, like a really, really good bed. This excellent bed would be preferable. Remember when you couldn't carry pawns? All right, we're gonna make this copycat's bed. There we go. Boom, boom. All right, copycat, you're in a much nicer bed with a higher chance of surgery success. I'm not sure whether this surgery is a good idea or not, but I feel like at this stage, Mostly Lost just wants to know, okay? Mostly Lost is greedy, our chief intellectual, scientist, and anomaly researcher. So I think now that they've reached this sort of catatonic almost state, we should make an effort to understand whatever we can about what is afflicting them right now. Hopefully the surgery is not a failure. They have a surgical scar on their right eye, a cut made during surgery. Lowers the efficiency of their eye. Mostly Lost performed an extensive surgical inspection of Copycat. He says that he found no anomalies. However, a doctor may lie if it's within their own self-interest. Interesting. All right, and now we try doing an anomaly test. Should we wait until he heals a little more? I'll wait until they heal. But we're 2 colonists down. We have to do something. You know what I mean? I don't think it matters if they have some things wrong. All right, heal root to do a surgical inspection. Not you, Byhammer. This is a job for Mostly Lost. 7 medical is better than 3, bud. But I appreciate your enthusiasm. Here's what you can do, Bite Hammer. Go in here, see if there's anything nothing to clean. Wait, were you doing the surgery when I wasn't looking? Oh my god, you were doing the surgery, weren't you? Little bastard. I just told you not to. Oh, he was feeding him? Okay, alright. Here we go. Let's see the results. So they didn't get a scar, but we did make a cut in their lung. Mostly Lost performed an extensive surgical inspection of Epic Cat. He says that he found no anomalies. However, a doctor may lie if it's within their own self-interest. So as far as we know, chat, this is a perfect clone. A perfect copy of Epic Cat. As far as we know, this is the same person. It's just one of them has been with us and the other one hasn't. What's interesting is everyone else's opinion of Copycat is down. Disfigured minus 15. Wait, is it just because I just gave you an eye scar? Or because you're missing a toe? Do they all hate him now that I gave him a nice card? I think it's his toe? That'd be a weird thing to just like hate someone over. But yeah, they all don't like him. Murder the scarred one. I mean... What choice do I have, chat? What choice do I have? I feel like we should just... Here's the thing, everyone's gonna be upset, aren't they? It's that or lose both. Yeah, it seems like it's that or lose both, but it's gonna... Everyone in the colony is gonna be upset about it. Because it's gonna be like we actually killed a colonist. Wait! I just had an idea. What if we had a trial for the clone? And tried to make him guilty to execute him. However, we have to wait. I don't know if they'll be able to move with 10% consciousness. So I don't know if we can have a trial against someone who can't move. So maybe not. It's a good idea anyways. I personally think you should probably be able to do it, but we'll see when the anesthetic I see they're woozy right now. I remember once we couldn't execute a prisoner because they couldn't walk. Yeah. Joke's on you. You didn't even get a duplicate of all the clothes. Lay him by the tree. Bite hammer. Why don't you sleep in here? What if I told you that Gibraltar does not require a bed? Chad, this tree's 51% grown. And it's about to get a little bit more succulent dinner. But yeah, we're gonna find out what happens there in the not too distant future. All right, did you guys have a nice sleep? Yeah, they can't move. So I wonder because they can't move, we can't do a trial. Yeah, when they're down. Okay. Devs, if you're out there, you probably have statistics that back up the fact that not one single ideology player has ever intentionally done a trial. To that end, I suggest that you allow people to be carried to the trial and laid down, much like a person who is at a conversion ritual lies down during the event. We could also do a public execution. Can you? Yeah, you're still not allowed to execute downed pawns. So no public executions of people that can't walk. Who's... Wait, is that who I think it is? Loser just killed a bunny in range of the Harbinger tree, and now the Harbinger tree is actually eating it as well. Chat. I thought the trial was a great idea. It was a great idea. But unfortunately, I waited too long. If I had done it sooner, I didn't know they were going to be completely incapacitated. Where is the alien voice? I don't know. Why don't you subscribe and find out? Why are you, chat, trying to come up with ways to passively let him die? Like, that's going to make it any better for the colonists. We're just going to do what needs to be done. The one with the scar. It's time. They're both incapacitated. Someone needs to do the deed. We're not going to harvest any organs because our ideology doesn't believe in that, and they would all be very upset. The pretty much only thing that I could do is just take the clothes, which honestly, they're not very good anyways, except for like one shirt. So, Bite Hammer, don't you should not be involved in this. Okay. You should not be involved. You're too young. Avert your eyes. Copycat, I'm sorry that you had to be born into this life unwanted, created out of thin air. It shouldn't have had to be this way, but one of you had to die so that the other might live. What if we can bring you back to life? What if we could bring you back with everybody else in here? We need more graves. Chat, I need room for more graves, dude. How do I get room for more graves? We will eventually have the technology. I do feel bad. Mostly Lost probably doesn't feel great. My rival Copycat died. Serves them right. At least there's some justice in this world. They hated that guy. Either way, that was kind of just a cool event. We didn't do anything special with it. We just were suppressing it, and it was like a random event that happened. Which makes it even cooler that it was just like unexpected because there wasn't like a build up to something. It just was like, whoa, okay. Colonist euthanized, -3. It was humane, but still sad. Execution horrible if innocent. Were they considered guilty? Because horrible I thought was a much larger debuff, is it not? I guess innocent prisoner died is 5. Oh, okay, if you euthanize them, it just mitigates it, because it was more humane. Instead of just, like, hacking them to death with, like, an axe. Copycat will... we can give them a funeral, at least. For the first time, we can actually do a funeral. You can hold a random Arcus funeral for Copycat. To begin the ritual, select a grave containing Copycat's corpse and begin the Dance of Shadows. Oh wait, we need to wait for Epic Cat anesthetic to wear off. Do they have to recover from duplicate sickness over time as well? Wait, they're healing. Epic Cat is no longer incapable of walking now that their clone is dead. That's so funny they're chill about it because they hated him. But like, it's Epic Cat. Yeah, let's see what Epic Cat thinks. My rival, Copycat, died. Serves him right. At least there's some justice in this world. Purple Page was rivaled to Copycat. Bite Hammer was rivaled to Copycat. Gibraltar was rivaled to Copycat. And Mostly Lost was rivaled to Copycat. So the entire colony unanimously decided. We had a trial in our hearts, right? We didn't actually have a trial, but they had already decided guilt themselves, collectively. All right, I'd like you to come in. They're just not sleepy. Do we have beer? You deserve a beer after that. We have no beer. No beer, so sad. I feel like somebody is gonna have a snap during this. Is my expectation. Night owls in daytime. Classic. Do they all hate Epic Cat as well? Nope. The only person that doesn't like them a bit is like one of the prisoners. Everyone else thinks they're cool. So we haven't been recruiting them because the warden has been hospitalized with a debilitating clone psychic suppression. Gibraltar doesn't need to eat, that's right. Yes! New recruit! Epic Cat woke up and promised friendship to Sora, asked her to join. Sora has joined the community. We have someone who can do mining, maybe, eventually, but they're also a pyromaniac wimp misandrist. And building. Double fireball building is going to be very, very useful. But mostly the mining. Okay, good job, everyone. Now, you should have a fine meal. Have a little snack. And then prepare to lead us recounting the memories of your clone. A gathering that occurs around the believer's grave after they die and are buried. Chat, one of our own is still dead, sad though it is. If the body is destroyed, an empty grave can be used. Epic Cat and everyone else will come in attendance. Sora, you're new, so we just need you to observe. You're a recent convert. Chat, we need to name Sora as well. Before we do anything that'll name Sora, how should we go about naming Sora? Bro having to speak at essentially his own funeral. Oh, that's hilarious. Also, Roxy RoboFox, thank you for the gift sub. Hold on. I'll sort that out in just a second. I hear you talking, Epic Cat. What are you saying? Epic Cat discussed death and family, beginnings and endings, and celebrated the next step. Listen, guys, there's something I need you to all understand, okay? There's only one Epic Cat in this colony, and it's me. I was testing all of you. I am the moral guide after all. You've all passed and chosen well. Everyone hated this guy because he was like me, but worse. But this is still a really cool event. I really like this. The Dance of Shadows was good. The speaker's final words provided a path for everyone to move on. Everyone participating in the ritual gains +5 mood for 6 days. I mean, they're effectively all responsible for condemning this person to death, who is, for all intents and purposes, the same. They just didn't like him because he was different. They thought he was different. +5 mood for 6 days is awesome, though. We do need a research project. Oh yeah, lights. I forgot lights were in the game. Build powerful outdoor lights. Additionally, customize the color of electric lights and reduce their power consumption by half. Ooh, this does not affect sun lamps. Ooh, yeah, with the floodlights. Yeah, this is a new tech. I just kind of glossed over it. Sure. Floodlights, multicolored lamps, having the electric cost of them from 30 watts to 15 each. My only issue with this event is that it's too easy to tell the real one. Well, it's not the real one. They're both real is the whole point. At least in my game. Like, it might be different depending on the campaign. They're both technically the real one. That's the quandary. Because of how you've kind of gamified it in your mind, you've decided which one is the real one. There is nothing, though, that says that if an obelisk can create a clone, why do you think it can't also switch their places when it does so? How do you know which one's the real one? Like, it just created a clone out of thin air. How do you know it didn't just do a little cup game swap while you weren't looking? We might have just killed the real one and not the clone. It's possible. Okay, how are we gonna name Sora? Chad, how should we name Sora? In a way that is different from the norm. We each type a letter. Okay, fine. Let's do the one that sometimes doesn't even work.
Yes, alien, please. Me. Thank you, Earthling Roxy RoboFox, for gifting a sub. Dances happily, Algaradalada.
There you go, Roxy. Thanks for the sub. Okay, here's what I was gonna do. I am gonna pick... What is this one? Chat, I just picked a number between 1 and 1,000. And you have to guess the number. And if you guess the number, Nightbot will pick you, except sometimes it doesn't work. And I've seen you guys pick the right number and Nightbot doesn't realize it. And then I'm going to need 100,000 channel points on top of that. Give me 100,000 channel points right now! Ooh, this is a jam. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna go ahead and set their schedule up. Patient, of course. Oh yeah, hold on. I'm certain someone has typed the number by now. Probably? Oh, I just saw someone actually type it. I saw someone type the exact number, but Nightbot hasn't recognized it yet. Oh, it did. It recognized you. Late LJ, 703. Even the machines are picking numbers with 7s and 3s in them, chats. It was 703 and late LJ got it. Late LJ has redeemed. We got 75,000 channel points. I typed it ages ago. It wasn't ages ago. It was when I said someone just typed it. It was like 2 minutes ago. You only typed like one number after that. You want to complain right now? I will change your name and turn this car around. Give it to someone else. So here's what we want. I want late LJ to basically just always be mining. And then if not mining, building. And if not building, arting. And if not arting, hauling. Yeah, pretty good. Why does... Gibraltar doesn't have a sleep schedule. They don't sleep. So that's kind of a weird one. Now there's only one night owl. Well, there's two night owls, but there's only one that sleeps because Copycat's gone. And then you're going to be assigned Icy. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We should have 7 articles of clothing at all times, but we should make 8. 8 toques, 8 pants, 8 parkas. Apparently we already have them, I guess. Welcome to the colony, though, Late LJ. Late LJ is a pyromaniac. That's it. That's your defining characteristic at 17 years old. From an early age, Late LJ had an unhealthy fascination with fire. She would set refuse heaps ablaze and become so entranced by the flames, she would absent-mindedly burn herself. One day, while playing with matches, she carelessly burned down her home. -2 cooking, +3 artistic, and -3 social. Pyromaniacs love fire. Late LJ will never extinguish fires and will occasionally go on random fire-starting sprees. She will be happy around flames and happier when wielding an incendiary weapon. Late LJ is weak and cowardly. Even a little pain will immobilize her. So she'll fall over. It's the opposite of tough. She's 50% more susceptible to damage and hurting. And when a pawn hurts enough, they collapse. And loses their certainty of their ideology even faster. And really dislikes and distrusts men. Does putting a torch or campfire in her room improve her mood? Yes, that is what it means when it says she'll be happy around flames. So being near fire will appease Late LJ. They want to stare into the fire. And that's fairly, in the grand scheme of RimWorld's lifetime, that's a pretty recent change. I remember reading the patch notes for that, like... if I was on a game show, I would say Biotech Final Answer, but it might have been ideology. It seems in my mind like it's pretty recent. But yeah, it's pretty cool. We'll probably end up putting a torch in their room once they get one. It's time to develop this. We kind of dug this out and like haven't done anything with it yet. We should consider doing something with it. So I'm gonna get some flagstone down and some brick. And then I want to get some lights in here for sure. Though I don't know how many is a good amount. Well, we're researching the tech that's about to make it cheaper, so I'd say like 4 is fine. It's probably too many. I think that's what wall lamps have done to me. They make me want symmetry. Even to the detriment of having too many lights. Whereas a lamp, I could just put a lamp. Maybe I should just try a lamp. Like a standing one. Because we really just haven't done that. Because if I was just doing lamps, I'd probably do like 2 lamps. Classic style. 1 in each corner. And if they build those first, that'll actually build everything else faster. The light is very helpful. There you go. Okay, I notice you guys are missing a lot of your weapons. I would like to secure the weapons somewhere that they're not going to be disturbed very much, but I don't know where that is right now. We're also just kind of not hauling certain stuff in general, it looks like. It's gonna be a while before late LJ is good at mining, but they learn faster, so that's good. You're doing great, late LJ. F for the long-serving batteries. Yeah, we're lucky. It could have been worse, to be honest. It really could have. All right, they have a good deal left to mine over here to kind of carve this out. This was gonna be a battery room. Now I'm thinking it might become a prison cell until we have more batteries. We could rebuild a couple, I guess, because we have 14 components and there really should be even more. Though we are apparently just totally out of steel, which is a little crazy to me to hear. There's obviously some there too. Okay, components. Ah. I see. Ah. I see. These guys just gonna leave those out there, I suppose. Who needs them, right? Just filed my taxes while listening to the stream. Did you filed your America taxes? I think you missed it by a day. Maybe. But I'm glad that you're done with them. How come you always play at the slower speeds so that way I can play Iron Man without losing my focus and I play better and have longer lasting colonies when I don't 3 times speed all the time? RimWorld's a game of many details, and that's how I best focus on it. And it also lets me answer questions like yours and talk to chat without worrying about some irreparable, devastating thing happening just because I'm not paying attention. But yes, I basically play self-imposed Iron Man, where I'm not ever going to reload this campaign unless I go AFK on one-time speed, come back, and the entire colony's dead. I would consider doing it if I was like not at the computer. But if I'm here and I'm playing, anything that happens is and to be fair, there's been a lot of stuff that's happened while I'm not here and I leave the game at one-time speed. I have not reloaded the save yet. But there's been some bad things that happened while I was gone a few times, and I just let it ride. But I also appreciate the little things in RimWorld. I appreciate each prisoner that I forgot about being healed. Like, I forgot that guy was there, right? So if I'm playing too fast, I forget what I'm trying to do, and there's just a lot to do at any given time. We have 4 prisoners now. We need to convert 2 of them if we want to keep both of them. I was going to release the Gourmand with Chemical Fascination, I think, and they're not even part of a faction. So let's let them go. And then Roach is the genie with Fantastic Mining, so we do want to keep them, potentially. They have 55 resistance, though, because of their inhumanized state. So they would be quite the effort to convert. However, we do actually have someone with social potential, and that'll give them some training. They'll get better at it over time. So I'm going to keep that. I filed an extension because I knew I wouldn't have mine ready by the 15th. Yeah, that's the smart way to do it. But the other reason I play at a slower speed is because this is not a full-time RimWorld channel. I have been playing RimWorld since 2013, and it's probably the game that I'm most quote-unquote known for, but I don't play it as a... I don't play RimWorld as a job, so to speak. So when I come back to it, it takes me a while to refamiliarize myself with certain things because I let it sit on ice, sometimes for over a year, so that it feels fresh to me when I come back. And what that means is there are a significant number of people probably who watch my RimWorld stream that, because I don't play it full-time every week, you know, for years on end, they're not going to be as familiar with it either. And it's a lot easier to follow what's happening in the game when all of your characters aren't, like, doing this. And I also like having more of a focus on the individual stories and the characters. And it lets me be more detail-focused and check their individual needs and what story is that telling, and how their health is progressing, or how their social relationships are developing. And it feels more like a story I can follow when it's like a 2x speed, maybe max. And I feel more detached when I'm just doing this. If I'm going like fast forward to fast forward, that's what loses my interest in games that I would otherwise like Songs of Six. Songs of Six is a game that I think is really, really cool. But I get bored once you hit the phase where you need to do 100 to 1,000 times fast forward until the next thing is built, then pause for an hour while you design the next building. If that makes sense. I think that if I was playing by myself and not streaming, I'd probably be playing faster in general because you're just trying to, like, accomplish something. I don't really have a goal for this campaign outside of survival. So I don't really know what I'm working toward until it dawns on me as well. I also associate you with Kinshi. I learned about RimWorld through you back when you first talked about it on YouTube. Yeah, that was a long time ago. And I still love it, but I still love it because I give it space. If I play... Chat, no, I love all of you, chat, but if I played it as much as some of you want me to, I would hate it. Because some people were like, he hates RimWorld, and you genuinely think that I, like, hate one of my favorite games of all time just because I don't play it all the time. But I think that space is what lets me come back in times like this and genuinely enjoy myself and not just do it because views or that's what people expect or whatever. I play RimWorld in seasons. Yeah, I think that's fair. But I also think that I did expect to play it more during, say, the subathon, but I wasn't ready, and I was trying to force it, I think. The new DLC just breathes so much life into the game, and I think 1.5 breathes so much life into the game. And it inspires me to want to do more stuff in it and try different runs that I didn't find as interesting before. I think Anomaly probably has resonated with me the most since Ideology. I liked Biotech, and I still like Biotech on paper and in practice, but I think Anomaly definitely, like, in practice resonates with me more. I think it's more focused on the fun kind of challenge that I like. But yeah, since this is kind of like the benefit of a stream versus YouTube, where the stream is about the game, but only to an extent, right? It's much more about the adventure that we are sharing live together, and also just kind of like being people in between that. Just chatting, just talking. We're all passing time today. Sometimes we've been passing a lot of time, like 13-hour streams the last few days. Not going to be a 13-hour stream today. I promise that. But we're trying to find entertaining ways to pass time. But the shortest answer is I just don't have a good attention span to cover all my bases when things go fast. Danian says, yeah, when you're playing on like the fastest speed in Crusader Kings, that's another good example. When you're fast forwarding as fast as possible through like CK3, you don't care about the events. The story stopped mattering a long time ago. You're trying to wait for something very specific to happen, or have enough money to build something, or waiting for your heir to get old enough to actually rule. You're just like, I think the only times I've done max speed fast forwarding Crusader Kings is when I'm checked out mentally. RimWorld, sometimes there's just moments where you need to 3x speed. Typically for me, that doesn't come until I start manufacturing like advanced components, and we have like 12 to 16 colonists, and we're just kind of waiting for the next resource to drop. Advanced light. Build powerful outdoor lights. Additionally, customize the color of electric lights. And perhaps the biggest change, this is brand new, reduce their power consumption by half. This is all new, actually. Does not affect sun lamps. Screw you. How freaking dare you not cut the power cost of sun lamps? Reduction by half was in biotech. Oh. Okay, but the outdoor lights is new. Right? That's a new item that was just put in the game. We got a lot of stuff that we need to do. At this point, we're just researching things for later, almost. Which, nothing wrong with that. I really like smoke pop packs. I think that they're lovely and amazing, and I would like to know how to make them. I'm playing a Darkness Ideology, and I'm kind of bummed I can't try out floodlights. You still could. Your people are just gonna be really annoyed at you. You definitely still could. All right, let's check in on everybody. Purple page, why do you need warm clothes? Bird skin parka's just not very good. Okay. Cleaning dirt, so yeah, they need some new tasks. This is more or less ready to go. So what I'm planning on doing with this is setting up a barracks, but we don't really have that much wood. How do I want this visually laid out? I want to put something else over there. Maybe like a dresser over there for comfort. It's also probably not the worst idea. Look at the little multicolor wheel. That's cool. Maybe we just put like a lamp over there. Put this one by this door. Switch them up. Put a little potted plant, which we're gonna make out of marble instead of wood. It's crazy we have no colony relationships. Nobody likes anybody. They're all just like, ew, gross. Bro, who are you? All right, that's too many beds. Oh, we just got a heel root harvest? You don't say. Okay, well, let's replant all the heel root and turn that into fiber corn then. Try and grow our own wood. It's the 11th of Jugust. I don't think that I don't know if the rice is gonna grow in time. I don't think it will. We'll see. How's the flesh tree? Oh, it's still snacking. The flesh tree is at 61 and 57%. They're still snacking. Potatoes coming in. We're kind of running out of vegetables, actually. All right, late LJ's doing some slow mining. They're learning. Mostly lost on research. Gibraltar on build duties. Bite Hammer just hauling stuff. I feel bad. Bite Hammer just turned 14 and is just hauling snow hare carcasses around the map right now. I don't know if, like, bones can be fed to the tree, but maybe we should try. And then Epic Cat seems to be the primary donator here. Night owl in daytime. You could just go to sleep. It's easy. Is Loser still hanging around? Yep, Loser's still here. Just wandering. It'd be funny if they like walked off map at that exact moment. All right, let's get some weapons re-equipped. I kind of still don't mind if Dragobot puts the Masterwork Great Bow back on. Because it's 20% armor pin, 6.5 DPS. That's a lot more than a bolt-action rifle, but a bolt-action rifle has range. That's its advantage. We're gonna have Epic Cat don the normal Gladius. We're gonna have Bite Hammer take up. I enjoyed you with the machine pistol. Uh-oh. An eclipse. We have some normal quality machine pistols that we were able to get. Gibraltar is probably our best candidate for the Thrombohorn. God, I love the search. Can I just say? That's probably the best feature. And then late LJ has barely any shooting, and they're a wimp. So we want them to stay as far from combat as possible, because they will keel over at the first sign of trouble. So I think giving them a survival rifle is reasonable. Because they are prone to collapse. Total collapse. There's a search command? Yeah. The new update 1.5 added the letter Z opens the search. And you can do it whenever you want. What's up, Carson?
Earthling Carson 12, thank you for 50 years of loyalty. We shall dance our way into the future together. Beware of Reba Woo World updates. Meep, meep. Keep on grooving. Alien out. La Algaradalada.
It's like they left and then came back and were like, oh yeah, Algaradalada. I'm out. Peace. Algaradalada, by the way. Oh yeah, my catchphrase. Okay, did we get all the components? Do we have 26 components? I know that the colonists didn't do this on purpose, but they've put them in so many different stacks. We've accidentally protected against a snap that someone targets my components to destroy them by diversifying the storage portfolio. Okay, well, if we've got that many components, it is finally time for geothermal soon. It's also time for the biofuel refinery. We're actually steel deficient right now. You can't move the biofuel after you build it, right? That's the part that pisses me off. So I have to come up with like an actual good spot for it. And it makes the most sense to go near the crops. But I also... Ooh, smoke pop packs. I also don't have anywhere that I like want to put it where I know for sure I'm not going to want to move it, you know? Like I could put it in this hallway, but this hallway is pretty vulnerable. And it gets invaded fairly frequently. One day we'll be wealthy enough we can just undo it and put it somewhere else. We can just... Actually, let's just move this good bed in here. Oh, wrong button. Anyway, yeah, we'll be like wealthy enough one day that we can just say, who cares? Temporarily put it there, deconstruct it, move it, do whatever you want. Like, crematorium's here. I don't think I care enough about putting it immediately next to the crops. Maybe just down the hall from the crops is okay. Like, a room that's about this size that also... maybe has a door, and we put the animals up somewhere else. Sorry for Jeff, but can you move the shard thingy out of the hallway? No. Negative. This is a little too much space for biofuel. Unless we wanted we could have room for 2 biofuels. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to make sure we were queued up because I do want to start getting some biofuel in. We also, unfortunately, just really need steel right now. We have 60 steel. Take back everything I just queued. Are you gonna make enough for 2 biofuels? One day I will. Not right now, but one day. I can't believe this obelisk landed right next to us. I want to start studying it, but just not yet. All right, here's what I need to do, chat. It's almost midnight here. I'm hungry. I want to stream more, but I also want to start earlier tomorrow. How about I take a BRB and think about it? Because I need to take a step away anyways. Take the dog outside. And then I'll come back. I'm also out of drink. This is a big drink, though. But it has no sugar. Okay, that's not true. It has 2 grams of sugars. 2 grams. Randy, give Randy mortar. My mortar now. Ha ha. My mortar now. Uh-oh, it's 19 degrees outside, chat, and the rice isn't ready. Who could have foreseen this? Do you think I'm gonna get attacked while I'm gone? Do you think the animals are gonna starve while I'm gone? Because once again, no one is... They don't haul kibble here. This kibble is set for critical, and they don't take it there. It's very strange. Unless I tell them to. I haven't quite figured it out. They're all so hungry. Oh, dude, they're so hungry. All right, they're fed though. What else do you guys want to research? We're kind of on a roll because our researcher is god tier right now. Normally, I'd want auto doors, but I don't think we're there yet. We could learn blowback operation for auto pistols and machine pistols and just work our way up to, like, better guns. Because now we've kind of passed auto pistols and machine pistols. Well, kinda. Kinda. We don't have enough components for flak. We have one pawn who mines with a skill level 3, and they're doing their best. Those 26 components are going to go to other stuff. Alright, I'll be back in just a minute, chat. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Hope you're having a nice start to your week. Monday just coming to a close here in Las Vegas. Carson, thanks for 50 months. Sorry you had to die in the game. 50 years of subscription. Here's to another 50. Maybe Tiny will have completed RimWorld by then. Perhaps. One can only dream. Yeah, the heavy SMG we picked up was awesome in the last battle. Okay, I'm glad I didn't AFK yet. Other power needs to come on. The Eclipse is still going. I'll be right back. Hey. So, I got some water, and I decided I still got some left in me. We ride. How we doing? Dude, we are so back. Dude, we are so back, dude. Whew, okay. Let me fix this. And then this. All right. Howdy, gamers. I see you now. Pump it. Yo, pump it. Dragobot, everybody's going to sleep. Alright, we did release the other prisoner that was in here, the Gourmand. But he wasn't part of a faction, so we don't get any, like, pat on the back for that. We just helped the dude. We helped the dude, and the dude left. You know, you'll like this little barracks more. Here's what I like to do. Which one of you is greedy? Is it mostly lost? Yeah. But you know what mostly lost? Too bad. Too bad. Dragobot is the ruler of this colony for a reason, okay? They have seniority, and they deserve to be in the room that has all the cool furniture. It's just a normal quality bed, though. In fact, I'm gonna deconstruct the poor quality one and be a little picky. I think that Epic Cat should get maybe the one across the hall as second in command, more or less. And then we'll give them that bed. There you go. Okay. There's nothing wrong with putting a bedroll in the room as a bed temporarily. Like, bedrolls are still comfortable. They're better than sleeping on the floor. Can anyone briefly explain how the original pawn came to their end? Links are vicious. As it turns out. And loser wanted to become one. So, now they are. I guess they're still surviving out here. Epic Cat tried to convert Roach, who was convinced and changed ideologies. Very cool, Roach. Now let's start breaking through your 55 resistance. It's easy. Pawns that you capture who are inhumanized, that are cultists chanting their psychic chants, are much more difficult to convince to join you because they really don't care about human things. They're distant, they're difficult to talk to, and they're not good with animals, social, or artistic at all. But we do have kind of a weird colony. Like, we're borderline cultists at this point. We have so many strange individuals. But we are going to get some excellent training for our warden off of them. And our warden is also our moral guide, which will make all of their speeches and rituals better. So, they're going to figure out how to convince them. And then we'll have a double fireball mining pond to help us out. Is that fungus? Yes. More fungus. We got like 700 fungus. Dude, fungus makes a lot. I think we've picked tunneler before, but it's been a while. I forgot how good it was. Because not only do you get this like fairly easy growing stuff, but also it just makes you happy to eat it, which is really strong. Okay, do we have some steel now that we can use? We have like 219. All right, let's cancel this and go back to mining over here. And then from there, I was doing like... I don't really want this to be a big square. Fungus? Fungus? Does minus 50% pain cancel Wimp? It's a good question. Because it would depend on which one applies first for the calculation. Because if Wimp calculates first, then you'd lose 50% pain shock threshold and then gain... I guess, because your pain shock threshold is reduced by 50%, but so is the amount of pain you feel. If you don't feel pain, it won't go up to your shock threshold. If I'm understanding it correctly. So I want to say yes. Is that a crematorium? If yes, what do you use it for? I use it to get rid of corpses instead of making endless graveyards for my enemy raiders, as well as burning clothes that are tainted and cremating. I have two different cremate corpse. One of them is for everyone that's not a colonist, and the other one is for animal corpses that are rotten. So it's just a fast way to get rid of all that. And you can burn some old clothes as well. And I try to turn it off when I'm not using it for the most part. Jade! We got Jade! You've intercepted a distress signal from a nearby camp of League of Kanto. The frantic voice begs for immediate assistance defending against the threat. They offer everything at their camp in return for their help, including shards of powerful Arco technology. As the voice tries to explain the nature of the threat, the signal goes dead. Oh yeah, we also have the compound mission that we can do at some point. Which I think we should go ahead and accept. You've learned of an ancient complex nearby. It's said to contain information on the Prism of Destiny. If you can break into the structure and hack the computers inside, you could collect information, but watch out. There may be all manner of danger, and other enemies may also be attracted by the activity at the structure. It's for one of our relics for our ideology. There's the ancient complex, thankfully out of reach of the pollution. And then secret compound mission is Lyre, High Stellarch of the Fallen Empire. has discovered an ancient complex a long distance away. She believes it contains information on the relic known as the Prism of Destiny. Liar can't spare people to look into it, but hopes you can help by supplying 3 colonists for an investigation. There are unknown threats, and the complex is being sought by Liar's enemies, Confederacy of Wellbow. She will send a shuttle to pick up your colonists, bring them to the complex, and take them home afterward. They will be fed and tended to en route. Once landed, you must hack the terminals within 4.4 days. Chat, I think we're ready for that. Dare I say, I think we're ready for that? Maybe? Snow Hare has self-tamed. I might just plant... What should I plant here? Can't go wrong with more hops, I guess. I'm just worried that we're going to end up needing some more vegetables. A bunny has become tame. A bunny? Inject us with go juice. I don't have any go juice. But yeah, I'm thinking, how are we doing on cotton? Not well, I guess. It's too hard to grow everything that we need with only 2 of these. We need like a 3rd one. A 3rd and a 4th one, I dare say. Okay, who should I send? I think we send Purple Page with the 13 shooting heavy SMG. I think we send Dragobot with the combat command. You can now craft low-power blowback-operated guns like auto pistols and machine pistols. We're kind of blowing through these early ones. And then I want... Do we just go straight to gas operation, or should we, like, pivot and just put some points and some time into... pushing microelectronics? We could just go straight to microelectronics and do that. In theory, we have mortars. We should learn how to use them, right? Like, we can't make the shells yet because we don't have enough resources, but it would be nice to be able to. Okay. Nutrifungus has been exposed to light. The heater is producing light, unfortunately. I'm gonna do a little bit of give it a little flair, I think. Give it a little flair right here. And then work from the inside. All these square rooms are killing me, man. So pumped, I just ordered my sister and I Algarotalata shirts. Nice, Tay-Tay, thank you. I hope you enjoy them. The shirts are available, chat. I know it's in big text at the top of the chat, but you would be surprised. How easy it is to miss. We talked about it pretty extensively at the beginning of the stream. An Italian has been accompanying us today. I totally missed that. Yes, the t-shirt is here. This is what it looks like. Ashley Lang made this, commissioned, and it's now available for you on the link in the chat. And it'll stay available for like at least a month, so you don't have to worry about immediately grabbing it. But I'm super happy with the way it turned out. I'm wearing it now, in fact. I think it's the perfect vibe for the character. But yeah, on Redbubble you can choose kind of a bunch of different options. My recommendations are premium t-shirt in black. If you get a different color shirt, you're at your own risk because it was designed to go on a black t-shirt. And also right now there's a site-wide 25% off sale on Redbubble. When the sale's done, I'm gonna try and bring the prices back down to what they're at right now so that there's less FOMO. It'll be closer at least. Because Redbubble just did like a site-wide sale and they don't take the hit on that. So there were a couple people who bought the shirt, found it before I did, and got a nice deal on it because I hadn't known that there was a 25% off sale, and I'm eating the margins on that with Redbubble 50-50 there. So they got a bit of a deal. We got a new quest. Safeguarding an ally. Christian Woolley Alberts, Universe Chief of League of Kanto, is requesting a favor. His friend, a 23-year-old carver named Scorpion, recently violated an ancient supercomputer terminal. Woolley is asking you to guard Scorpion for 16 days until he can soothe the mechanoid hive. There will be 3 raids of roughly this size: 2 Lancers, 1 Militor, and 3 Scythers. Scorpion is suffering from paralytic abasia and must be kept in bed. Also, if you accept this, you can either get a Psylink Neuroformer, which is very valuable because it creates a Psylink, and then Zyner is someone who... Oh, why did you show me that? Gourmand, but they're a jogger, they're fast, and they have building and mining. 3 raids of roughly this size. Chat, are we afraid of 2 Lancers, 1 Militor, 3 Scythers times 3? Here's the thing. A Lancer can end your whole career and not bat an eye. I would say cautious, but not afraid. Yeah, the size of it's not that big. It's basically about 6 humanoid-sized enemies-ish times 3. And they'll be pretty quick. I think the key is, as long as they're not breachers, we can probably win just because they'll split up around the base. Though I've been punished for picking those in the past. Nah, I'd win. The key to the fight is pick off the Scythers first, and then hunt the Lancers when they get in close, and just have the melee take them down. My fear is if I wait too long, we're gonna have some other problems that make this harder. Did he tell her say if he preferred the pullover or the zip-up hoodie? I haven't seen either of those from Redbubble, but in general, I prefer pullover because I don't like the zipper splitting the graphic awkwardly. I do have a pullover sweatshirt that's not a hoodie, and it was nice. But I would say, wherever your heart takes you. I mean, if we did this successfully, it'd be a great way to get a new colonist. Perhaps it would be wise. We're really close to recruiting Fumiko. She just got 1.2 resistance taken out. And Fumiko is lazy, but has a 5 melee, so we'll give them a sword. They're a doctor. They can heal themselves. I love zip up with graphic on the back. I think that that's cool. I don't like graphic on the back as much though, because I want to see it. I don't care about other people. I want to look at it. Oh, dude, we can make a smoke launcher. We can't make a smoke pop pack. Maybe we should make a smoke launcher. 4 components is kind of expensive. We just need chem fuel because there's so much stuff that I want that would be very, very useful right now. And I think I'm just getting too picky about where everything should be instead of just building it. Four components is nothing. It is when you only have 26. And the only reason you have 26 is because drop pods, I mean not drop pods, ship chunks fall. Then it is. It is when you have no geothermal and you need geothermal. That's 8 a pop. It is when you only have 4 batteries but you want 8. I could go on. I was gonna put the other batteries in here actually. And probably just like kind of tear this down. I forgot we can't get to this. Eight batteries for more zzz. You know, you gotta separate them. That's what power switches are for. Put those batteries on their own grid. Then they won't pop. I always forget about smoke launchers and then kick myself when I get wrecked by an auto turret. Yeah. No, they're good to have. They are very good to have. Separation does nothing. Zubris, where'd you come from, bro? What rock did you just crawl out under? Spewing misinformation in my chat? So convinced that you're right. So authoritative, but you don't know. Snowhair 1 is being attacked by Loser. The new bunny that joined us is being attacked by our former Lynx. Anyways, to be more constructive, what I'd like to tell you is, if your batteries are not connected to the grid, which, by the way, is the entire and sole purpose of a power switch, if you get the event that discharges your batteries in an explosion, then the batteries that are not connected to the grid will not discharge, and therefore not only will they stay full so that you can switch them on and then continue having power, but you have lessened the size of the explosion by the amount of power that is not currently connected. So, I would have a significantly stronger explosion if both of these were connected than if only one. That is what this is for. So, glad I was able to teach you something today. It's up to you how many you want to put in the same block. Rip Snowhair 1. I mean, to be fair, we were gonna probably kill Snowhair 1 anyway, so it may as well be a donation to Loser. But Loser wants to have their cake and eat it too. Won't the people of the colony get damage from the trap? From these traps? Generally speaking, they will not ever take damage from these traps. If they're forced to walk over them for some reason, they might trigger them. But if you have a colonist, any colonist will move around them without triggering them. They'll dodge them automatically. for example, if we take Dragobot and right-click here, you'll notice that there's a little hump as he goes around the trap. Boop, boop. So they will simply pathfind around it because they know the traps are there, but the enemies don't know the traps are there. Most of the time. Sometimes they do. Loser, you be careful how close you walk to this tree. Okay? What? Don't tempt fate. It'll grab you. It'll grab you. Okay, chat. I say we just go. I say we just take the raid, and if we bring about our own demise, then so be it. Okay? But I believe. Okay, I was gonna wait until Fumiko joined up. I want to ride. But I feel like having one extra person would make a big difference. I think having somebody else that has a gun might be life or death. Chat, I think I just timed out an AI. It's possible. The first audio AI. Etel, I appreciate this late hour stream. What's up, Baconator? Yeah, it is definitely uptime right now. How goes the colony? We're about to make things worse, Hammer, but otherwise, it has been, I would say, a drama-filled day for sure. It's been a fun one. We got sieged, which we countered by summoning a pack of man-eating snow hares. We had a tragic death, fought off a horde of chimeras, you know, all sorts of good stuff. We're feeding meaty corpses to blood sacrifice trees, creating accidental identical clones of our colonists with mysterious obelisks. You know, it's just that kind of day. The usual. Do you prefer not to play with the kill box? Yeah. I mean, I'll make a bunker eventually, like a turret bunker, but I don't like making trap halls and kill boxes because I think the dynamic gameplay of chaotic RimWorld battles are pretty fun. And I also think that it shows that you can be quite effective by just building a base. And really, I don't even feel like we're over reliant on traps. At most, we usually only have like maybe 6 traps at a time. We do most of the work ourselves. Our traps serve to pretty much just like wound maybe 2 people, and then we have to take out the rest. They kind of give us a little advantage, I guess. But they don't, we do most of the heavy lifting. And we don't even have any armor right now, so I think some people pigeonhole themselves. But I do think that it's definitely stronger to play. If you're playing at like the upper max level difficulties, then it's probably not optional anymore to optimize. Because this is definitely the less efficient way, but I just like my bases to have some kind of aesthetic purpose, and I realize half of it is empty rock hovels at the moment, but I have big dreams. I got big dreams. My long-term dream is, chat, I want to have in the very center of this mountain the SCP containment facility, the cabin in the woods lockdown zone, where we just have like floodlights, spotlights, a bunch of separate chambers, just deep in the heart of the mountain. Totally secure depending on what we've got contained. Maybe one of each specimen if possible. And then sort of surrounding that, probably bedrooms, so that the bedrooms can respond to different areas. And then I'd like to have the actual proper entrance to the colony over here. Have this kind of be like the mouth. The only downside with that is there is a steam geyser over here, so I don't know if I like that. I guess that lets us maybe pivot out and defend it, but I was thinking about having this kind of just be like a giant maw of an entrance where we have turrets and set up a bunker inside with cover, try to kind of like lure them in. Basically a kill box, but without being a meta kill box. Just like a box in which killing happens, but not one in which the AI is necessarily exploited, per se. So I was thinking about that. If not, because it doesn't make sense to make this the entrance, because this is all where all the soil is. This is the fertile soil. And then down here, it's kind of like, doesn't look like an entrance to me. It looks kind of chunky. But yeah, we got, let's see. You can actually use the search to find all of the steam geysers now, which is amazing. Lots of them on the western and southwestern side. Most of them are pretty far away. Fumiko is down to 0.9 resistance. I have this suspicion that we're going to wait until Fumiko is recruited, accept the mission, get raided, but then there'll be another raid on top of that, is my thoughts. This is a nice, hopeful song, too. Hunter lacks suitable weapon. That's because Epic Cat is got a decent, like, level 4 shooting, but is a nimble pawn. That melee dodge chance is so huge, even if they can't really fight back that well. How are they feeling about the barracks? Oh, it's cold. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It is cold. All right, I'm moving these again. True. I love the idea of this containment facility out in the middle of nowhere, away from civilization. Yeah, that's why it's appealing to me as well. A new area has been revealed. Doesn't look like it, but okay, if you say so. Probably gonna end up actually just like pushing this out. Don't worry about all that, okay? That's gonna change one day. One day that is all gonna change. Maybe. I need a plan. That's my problem. I don't like this just building random rooms because I end up with a bunch of half-finished things. But we got plenty of time. These are just like a bunch of holes. We are looking for components, so this is not the most efficient way to do that. All right, let's go ahead and add a bill. I've decided that we do need a smoke gun, a smoke launcher, you might say. Do it. There's the steel. We need like a few components. There it is. Smoke launcher could be key to what the quest we're about to take. A wide-barreled smoke shell launcher. The shell, upon impact, will release a cloud of smoke obscuring incoming shots and preventing turrets from locking on. That's the most important part. You can just hide in plain sight with turrets there. Mega base? Mega base? Perhaps. There's actually a slightly impressive barracks, and we got a heater in here now. Oh, a proximity detector has detected an invisible creature. What? No way, it's finally paying off? Uh-oh, Gibraltar's outside, dude. Gibraltar's just out there, dude. And it is somewhere in here. Uh-oh, all right, everybody out. Because you can't just let Gibraltar fight alone, right? We don't know where it is, though. Uh-oh. Okay, well, now we know where it is, but I'm understanding the flaw in my plan. Just because you know there's an invisible creature here doesn't tell you specifically where it is. A twisted creature has appeared out of thin air. Oh, purple page! I've been debated. You missed. No! Oh! Your colonists hear sight stealers shrieking in the distance. It's hard to tell where they are or how many. They might arrive immediately or days from now. Okay, kill it before anything else can happen. Hit it, guys. Come on, shoot it. That was so easy by comparison. Dragobot's great bow arrow annihilated its heart. Ah, yeah, that'll do it. Well, now we've got more. We don't know when. So perhaps we wait in the safe zone. Until it seems... Oh, we need the rice. Okay, who's the best crop grower? That's gonna be Purple Page, Bite Hammer. Yeah, we got like a bunch of rice out here that we need to get before summer's over. At least there's not a mechanoid raid at the same time. I've learned to respect the sight stealers. Question. What if we built another one of these, but up here instead? I want to build it here, but I feel like they're going to break in and delete. We don't have enough bioferrite. Damn. We got to start harvesting it. I really don't have a good, like, progression of the new tech. I really haven't done very much with it, but I think we haven't been able to. Not easily, anyway. You're just going to leave the rest of this out? I guess it is ready to be left out here. Bite Hammer, I don't really like you being out here by yourself, dude. You go inside. You worry me. Yaye, no. We've yayeoed twice today, I'll have you know, Evanito. 2 times, okay? And it was like 4 times yesterday because the song is like super weighted somehow. You botched construction on a spike trap. It's very sad. All right. How you doing over here, bud? Like halfway done on the smoke launcher? We got another detection. Dude, the proximity sensor is great. It gives me so much information. Quest available. Ignacio Loscos, Baron of the Fallen Empire, recently lost his scouting party to a pack of 27 man-hunting snow hares. He wants to draw the beast toward you to be killed, to uphold his honor. The snow hares will arrive at Loser's Retreat 2 hours after you accept. Chat, idea. We call in the mechanoid raids and the snow hares at the same time. Profit. Manhunters will attack mechanoids, I believe. They used to. I assume they still do. Dude thinks having someone kill snow hares for him will save his honor. I feel like this might be genius. Or it might get us all killed. Isn't that the best? Recon helmet is pretty sick. It's a high-tech armored helmet with a built-in status computer and protective plasteel weave plate, often worn by Imperial scout troops or Glitterworld police forces. Huge 119% sharp armor. It also covers your eyes, your nose, your jaw, your ears, your head. You get full head protection with this thing. We could also get the tech print for compact weaponry, which would effectively allow us to learn how concealable bionic weapons like an elbow blade, a hand talon, or a knee spike could be used. Those are pretty cool, but I don't see myself using them right now. It's cool, and then you have advanced components, which we don't need yet, but we're going to. And this could be the perfect opportunity to get them. Once we start pivoting up into high-tech research bench, which is how we're going to unlock a lot of the mid to late game tech, we're going to need advanced components. And the choices are either trade for them or quest for them. So when they're offered here like this, you have my attention. We have 1 day to accept this. They'll arrive 2 hours after you accept. That's interesting. I'm wondering if... we should go ahead and... chat, let's just do it, right? Let's just do it, right? Christian Wole Alberts, Chief of the Liga Canto, wants you to take care... Wait, he's going to appear outside. Oh, dude, he's going to appear outside. We have to protect him, right? He's going to drop pod in. So we actually have to take out the invisible enemies first. So that the guy can drop pods, so that we can rescue him, so that we can take the mech, you know what I mean? Like, we have to do order of operations here. Okay, let's go. Show me what you got, Sight Stealers. I already know what you'll like. I'm ready. I hear him roaring outside, too. Let them come. Though I don't know how far away they are. Oh, it was right next to us. Uh-oh. I wasn't expecting that one. Oh, God. Gamers, we gotta move up, gamers. We got a shard of Arco technology. Epic Cat took some hits. Too many hits. Scary amount of hits, actually, and that's despite being nimble. Didn't you have a proximity sensor? Yeah, that's how I knew they were out there. But it could be anywhere inside this circle. See, RimWorld's a little smarter than I gave it credit for, because I assumed as soon as I opened the door, we'd have line of sight on everything out here, and I would instantly see their position. But instead, I had to walk outside before the one next to me appeared because I couldn't, like, see that it was over here. So it was a little bit more advanced than I thought. Either way, I think that's going to be all of those dudes. So we need Epic Cat to go rest. We need to accept... It sucks that, like, one of our dudes has now got to, like, heal. We go ahead and accept probably for Zyner, who's the mining construction pawn. Scorpion has arrived. Transport pods. They're actually going really close to the base, but it still would have gotten attacked. Alright, anyway. Wait, there's more? Chat, we got detections of invisible creatures. We can hear them. We can sense them. We know they're out here. Alright, do your treatment. We're leaving Gibraltar out here to just tank for us. Oh, Lord. Oh, God, chat. You got this, Gibraltar. Put him down! Bite Hammer with the auto pistol just picked up a kill at like 14 years old. Purple Page getting the heavy SMG action. Gibraltar just like face tanking very well, I might add. Purple Page just KO'd 2. Late LJ like didn't hit anybody. They died too fast. Those quick firing bullets. That's the most important part. All right, we gotta go get our boy. Purple Page rescue score. Chat, the music stopped, so like. Okay, let's do this instead. Purple Page, you give us some covering fire. Dragobot, go rescue. We're gonna go ahead. They're getting up! Dude! They stood up and immediately super howled. I'm trying to kill them all right now. I'm trying to kill them all right now, dude. That man popped up like a horror movie and just went, ah! And then he like shot him in the head. You know what I mean? Like the graphic point blank shot where it's just bloody into the camera and then fell back down. It's like a jump scare moment before the main character like puts him in the ground. That's what happened. Anyway, this might actually be the best thing that happened to us. Your colonists hear a huge number of distant sight stealers screaming in twisted rage. They're coming. They might arrive immediately, or days from now. Who knows? Okay, Purple Page, put the rest of these dudes down, man. Are they dead? They're dead. Everybody retreat inside, okay? We're gonna ignore all these corpses out here. Mostly lost. You can use heal root, dude. Oops, sorry, wrong buttons. In fact, everyone can have some heal root right now because we have 64. And Gibraltar is bleeding. Okay, Scorpion has paralytic abasia and probably won't be a problem while they're here. This one's not going to be a colonist with us. We just need to protect them. The Jeffs are coming. They're already inside the house. So, the question is, when do we think the first raid will come? And number 2, do we care? I think we have the guy that we're supposed to protect. I'm pretty sure that Zyner won't join until we succeed in this. Therefore, we don't have to worry about him dying on the edge of the map. So we should go ahead and accept jagged snow hares. Baron of the Fallen Empire recently lost a scouting party to a pack of 27 man-hunting snow hares. Draw the beast toward you to be killed to uphold his honor. I accept. They're on a 2-hour timer. It's gonna be a free-for-all outside. Yeah, this is a risky play. But we have a few things under control. We know that man-hunting hares are gonna wait outside, and we know that side stealers are gonna linger outside, right? We have those definitive. The mechs are the unknown. That's the variable. That'll be where the challenge is. I also just realized we might have a ton of hops. Yeah, we have a ton of hops and we have not been processing them at all. Because I have a brewery here that needs to be repaired. Well, I guess that was 2 hours, wasn't it? I don't really want it to be in here with the bedroom, but I also don't know where to put it. A pack of man-hunting snow hares have entered the area. Driven insane by the disease known as scaria, they will roam the region and hunt for humanoid flesh. They will leave the area in 1 to 2 days. All right, so this is only gonna be good at most for like the first mech raid, assuming that it comes within the next 2 days, which if it doesn't, that would be a very unfortunate series of events. And they're gonna make that noise the whole time. Oh yeah, they're gonna trigger all the traps that we just built. Well, don't I feel stupid. Okay, we didn't make that many. We have 6. Rip traps. We're weakening the onslaughts. We're making them weaker. Okay, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna build more batteries. Not necessarily this many, I'm just kind of like deciding. Can also do that, but it's a little ugly. Is it ugly? I don't think it's that ugly. 3 batteries per pack is maybe not bad. And then for the time being, we just kind of like freeze a bunch. Just kind of plotting it out. 2 batteries for now is a 50% increase in our power storage, which I think is good. Man, these were 85% grown and we barely got a handful of them. This happens every year. The summer's too fast. Much too fast. Well, we're gonna feel real silly if the mechs don't raid. We will feel real silly indeed. Oh yeah, the obelisk. Oh dude, that's actually 10,000 IQ. Turn all the bunnies into flesh beasts to kill the mechs, but then we die. That may be what happens. It's not impossible. This could be the most hilarious unintentional death. We have 3 days. I think that the bunnies will leave before the obelisk goes bad. Oh no, guys. Oh no, bad timing, guys. A group from Cabium are passing through the area. If they stay far enough away, they won't aggro. they might be in the clear. Maybe. I'm surprised. I'm actually really surprised. Oh, dude, an Arctic wolf hunted them? Ultimate plot twist. Not at all where I thought that was going. I'm gonna need you to clutch up, Shields. With your... You just friendly fire killed your companion, dude. Revolver bullet straight through the torso, man. It's a shit show for these guys. Shields is like, I'm out of here, dog. Peace. A sight stealer? Oh no, Shields. It's bad here. You gotta get out of here, man. Oh no. They're already here. That's terrifying. Just watching them phase in. Oh, you turned around. No, he's dead. He was so close. My expectation is that these guys will not fight each other, but we'll see. Dude, there was an unknown quantity of sight stealers here because we saw that many over here and we're detecting them over here, and this mega sloth is helping himself to a drop simple meal, as you do, Hungy. Gotta eat. Man's gotta eat. There are invisible creatures outside the base as we speak. And you know what? Another bunny's like, you know what? Damn it, those bunnies are right. I'm rising up against the humans. I've seen too many of my kind killed. It's about time we put them in their place. Loud chunk of spacecraft. A bunny general strike. Chat, we got 2 days until the corrupted obelisk goes ham. What do you mean night owl in daytime? You're in a bedroom. Just close your eyes. Dole Hospital. Shut up. I've been outside too much. That's not gonna be a problem soon. You want randomizer apparel? I can help you with that. Yeah, this proximity detector is going to be popping off for a while. I'm just hoping to keep everyone out of snap range so they don't go outside for no reason. Ooh, we built the batteries. Yo, sick. And having a cross through here is kind of nice, I guess. I say we get this room a little fancier. I also think the battery room should be completely surrounded by granite. Like, the doors are an obvious weak spot, but nonetheless. Mechs? Hello, mechs? I was told there would be mech raids. Maybe we jumped the gun on the bunny. There's a lot of horrible creatures outside, and we might have made a living hell for ourselves. The 500 IQ play is send a person over here, attract all these dudes to them, send someone else out the back door to contain the obelisk. Did you ever accept the mech raid? Yeah. Yeah. It's right there. The Sight Stealers was not a quest that I accepted. That was just a spat of bad luck. Yeah, that was just bad luck. Fumiko has joined the community. Welcome aboard. I'm gonna put a gun, actually, I'm gonna put a melee weapon in your hands. Here is a steel axe of okay quality with your name on it. And please don't leave. Please don't leave. And we're gonna need to give you some traits. We got another doctor, yeah. Very cool. Help us with childcare. And wardening, oh yeah. And cooking. And crafting. You're actually quite good at crafting. That means I can probably turn Purple Page down some. Like, they have a passion, but why not have someone better? Yeah, I'll put smithing, tailoring at 2 for you. You guys can just both do it because you need to practice. Okay. Looks good. Do not open the doors or we all die. We might all die anyways. I'm getting worried that the mechs aren't coming on a schedule that I expect. So we actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 colonists. What? How is that allowed? I'm gonna turn the smithy on, make 2 more helmets, and then I want to make a warhammer. A uranium warhammer would be sick, but I can't do that. We're still streaming? Yeah. I'm hoping that some chaos unfolds, but I can't be certain. I mean, it'll unfold. I'm just hoping it unfolds in a predictable way that I want it to. I also think I'm having a change of heart here. What if we changed this and this? Right? And then made this sort of like a hospital. We still have too many colonists even for that. And these rooms are too tiny. I don't know. I guess it's better that this is a barracks. We do need to build another bed. And then... or we could save the wood and install the bedrolls. Because Scorpion is in probably the best medical bed other than this masterwork that the prisoner's in, which I could just move for now. Groaning sounds continue. Did we lose a bedroll? Yeah, we must have lost a bedroll in the explosions. What happened? We're listening to the sound of combined rabbits. I've turned the volume down a lot. Rabbits and sight stealers outside our walls. Hungry pin animals. Okay. Why do we even have goats, chat? Seriously, why do we have goats? What do the goats do? We should only have 1 adult, 2 young, 2 female. Wait. Yeah, 1 of each adult. That way we can, like, trade. Goats are funny, lol. Oh, I deleted the kibble spots. Ha ha ha. That's what happened. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. Here you go, animals who are still alive. Don't spend it all in one place. Oh yeah. Can you send the mechs already? Like, are they coming? My plan! My plan! Maybe they just show up whenever they damn well please. They're not very punctual. They are not, no. But we know there's supposed to be 3 raids. Someone who stepped in a trap after all that time. Sorry, Yak. Well, there can only be 1. Why are the yaks in the battery room? Somebody please take that yak out of the battery room. Nobody said the mechs would be early. Yep. Nobody said they'd be early. Doom, can we have less wiki comments, please? Thank you. I don't like having the wiki open in my chat all the time. Too much backseaty, too much wiki. Bet they won't show up when you have so many hostiles in the map. Trust me, compared to in-game RimWorld, this is not a large quantity of enemies. They can definitely show up. So loud, though. One day I'll make it to in-game RimWorld. One day. One beautiful day. And it will be glorious. Okay, let's do this. I don't want to mine too much because we don't want to accidentally collapse the ceiling on top of us. That would be bad. So I think it'd be wise to build the hallway there. Or to build that wall there while we mine down the other side to create a hallway. All right, late LJ, how are you doing? You started at level 3 mining, you're at level 5, almost level 6. I'm kind of proud of you. You're getting there. You're getting the hang of it. You're learning. If we could get you some light, you'd be going even faster. I don't know what else I should be focused on building, per se. We don't have enough steel for what we need here, because I'm only mining all this stuff inside to try to free up some space. I want to get the animals out of here also. I think it might actually be fine to just... maybe even like mine this. Create a little actual barn, because we can't build another wind turbine here because there's a roof. So if I were to build like a barn for these dudes, it wouldn't need to be huge. It just needs to be somewhere that's heated, that has a place to sleep. And maybe throw an animal flap on the front. How many man-hunting rabbits do you think you could beat in a fight IRL? It depends on how fast they are, I think. Like, real rabbits are bad. They're just like... I feel like if you wanted to catch a rabbit, you wouldn't be able to with your bare hands. How are you gonna punch and kick one? I watched Monty Python, so 0. Do you ever do modded games of RimWorld? Not like heavily modded. Very rarely. We've done some in the past, but I don't find them as fun. How many times would you miss with your pump shotgun? Pump shotgun, I guess, would be kind of hard from range because you have to like pump the shotgun and then reacquire the target each time in between. Which sounds like it could be difficult. Rabbit hitbox is OP, yeah. Chat, what do? We're at 82%. We're gonna have, within the next 24 in-game hours, we're gonna have to make a play. Or watch as every animal on the map becomes something hideous. And there are an unknown number of Blade Boys out there too, so we probably just have to like open this door and then just fight to the death inside here. And that's it. Just let them come in. I think bunnies might be small enough they could disperse into these tiles around you, but that's gonna be the only choice if we get that far. I'm hoping the mechs just show up today. That'd be nice. There's 3 raids of them. Supposedly. The bunnies all went to bed, which is kind of hilarious. I'm not gonna door strat the Sight Stealers unless... I mean, it's going up pretty fast. My plan is being ruined, chat.
Oh, Earthling kid gloves, embracing your uniqueness is the key to happiness. We alien beings celebrate all forms of individuality. Let's dance to the rhythm of self-acceptance together. Meep, meep. Keep shining bright. Algaradalada.
Keep shining bright, chat. Level 6. Nice, late LJ. Well frickin' done, dude. Okay, so I want to finally get some stuff queued up that I had been meaning to finish a while ago. This room is kind of a mess. I've been wanting to do this for a while. This is too big of a room for biofuel. You know, like this is a large... We could probably separate this into 2 different rooms. Something like that. That wouldn't exactly work. At least it wouldn't be evened out. Alright, that one's messed up. But... This is gonna work, I think. Maybe I'll put, like, the prison somewhere over here or something. I don't know. It's a little far away. I don't really like the way that I'm building this base. I have to remind myself this is not the base. We're gonna have the base over here, and we're gonna fix it up, and we're gonna retire this section and reformat it one day. One day. Because I'm thinking about just plopping this on this side. Some shelves. Alright, chat. I think we gotta pull the plug and give up on... We gotta give up on... the mechanoids. They're gonna come when it's least convenient. This is not how I wanted this to go. But then again, the best laid plans in the face of Randy often go this way. We never named this character, did we? Alright, let's name this character. We're being forced by the obelisk to go out here. Chat, it is super yup time. So to name this character... The first chatter... What should I do? How should we name this character? Let's just do a good old-fashioned...
This is the Sound Redemption.
Let's just do a good old-fashioned keyword. It's pick me smiley face. 3 words. Pick me smiley face. All right, where is another... Simple hat. Okay, the rest of you... Come to me. We have business to attend. It's showing me the simple helmets on their heads. All right, this is gonna get real messy, dude. Everyone's here. So let's go ahead and pick the name first. Welcome aboard, Operator Chan Actual. All right, that might be too much word for one name. Operator Chan, the housewife. The title is Actual. You're in. Chat, I'm worried. I am a bit worried. But I think it's now or never. I'm just gonna pop the door open. The reason I'm doing this, by the way, is because the obelisk is at 92%. So if we don't do something right now... Wait a second. Oh yeah, the bunnies are... Are they leaving? Did I even need to do anything? Well, Epic Cat run, dude. Oh my god. I don't know. Maybe we didn't need... We have to get out there, though, because the Sight Stealers... Dude, I don't know. Okay? It's live. The army of freaking Sight Stealers is here. And Epic Cat has taken a scratch to the arm and hand, but it's otherwise feeling okay. They've taken another scratch. Gibraltar is leveling up. Epic Cat is the most nimble of our colonists, and despite not having a great melee skill, is incredibly difficult. Epic Cats have preternatural grace. Did you know that? So that worked out pretty damn well. There might be more, though. So now that the door has conveniently closed for us, we're gonna have... Oh, we got another alert. Alert. Invisible creature detected. Okay. So... You know they're out there. Oh god, they're gonna get up and scream. We gotta go. There's more. Oh my god, dude. All right. Melee attack Sight Sealer to death. We gotta kill all the Sight Stealers. Does that one look weird to you guys? Is that one just on its belly? Alright, let's bop outside real quick. Cover each other. They dropped the shard. Okay, are any of them moving right now? Let's have mostly lost. Do a little combat tint. And then whoever the best warden is. We could actually have Operator Chan. Operator Chan, listen. Your first order of business is to suppress this obelisk. I know that you just joined us out of prison, but we told you about the crazy obelisk, right? Right? We told you about the strange murderous obelisk that we're trying to contain, yeah? Okay, do we think it's actually calmed down? Do we think that 23 Sight Stealers was enough? That's so many. Transport pods with advanced components because of the bunnies. We just kind of like held out against the bunnies. Cool. Bring those inside. They almost landed right on top of us. We kind of just hung out, chilled inside, and they paid us 3 advanced components. It's pretty sick, dude. All right, I assume there's no more sight sealers. Like, if they were, they're taking forever, number one. Number two, there's some people passing by, some travelers. So about that mech raid, yeah, about that mech raid, chat. Here's the thing. Guess what? If it hasn't shown up by now, I'm not gonna hang around and wait because I took out the immediate threat. If you want to see what happens to the mech raid, you're gonna have to tune in tomorrow because it's been 10-hour stream today. It's 1:30. I haven't even eaten dinner. 1:30 in the morning. The dog has got to eat some dinner. This has been a long stream considering how late a start I got, all right? So we're gonna pick this up tomorrow. Earlier. Today I started late because I had to do my taxes and make sure those were finished before the deadline. So I stayed up till 3:30 a.m. last night just doing taxes, got like 6 hours of sleep, and then woke up, immediately rolled out of bed, and started doing calculator things. But I just got here, Mr. Streamer. Well, where were you the last 10 hours? Righteous? Sounds like you have a nice big VOD to watch. Sounds like you got some catching up to do. I'm gonna try and be here. I don't have any obligations tomorrow because really, like, it was taxes. They were getting to me, dude. I was seeing double. I was going cross-eyed. I was like, it was jumping off the page at me. I was just like, ugh. ADHD, focus. I have to focus. Etal, did you have to calculate the exact moment in the subathon? Nope, because I wasn't paid, Evanito. We get paid over a month after, so I didn't actually receive any money until 2024 from the subathon. I don't have to know when you subscribed. I only have to know when I got paid. So that'll be 2025's problem to try and calculate. But it shouldn't be that hard. Anyways, chat, good stream today. I think the biggest thing we can say is that the colony is looking stronger. I'm not comfortable with them yet, but I'm happy with some of the upgrades we got, such as survival rifles, heavy SMG, and auto pistol. We got some helmets for most of them. I'm disappointed with our lack of armor and our lack of mining, but we're about to correct that because we now have one mining pawn that's in training and another mining pawn as part of this quest reward. We just have to succeed against the mech raid. So this is going to be multi-mech raid for some hacker guy. Or just hacker. For future me to know that there's incoming mech raids. I'm planning on starting again tomorrow. Let's see. If I had to give a time, it's 1:35 now. I gotta eat, wind down a little bit. I would say my goal is by 1 p.m. My goal is starting by 1 p.m. Pacific. We'll see if it's earlier. I'm tired. I need a full night's sleep. I've been getting lack of sleep to try to grind out more RimWorld. And it has been worth it. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for tagging along. And hope you enjoyed your stay. Whether you came in from the directory or you just your regular schmuck. Check out the t-shirt if you haven't already. I'm gonna post a Discord update about that tomorrow in our Discord. But yeah, I'll try to be here like 1 p.m. Pacific, which is in a little less than 12 hours from now. We'll see. That might be ambitious, but I'm gonna shoot for 1 p.m. So slightly less than 12 hours from now. All right, good night, gamers. I'm gonna send you guys off on an end of stream raid. How about that? I will send you into The unknown. Monkas. Pog the unknown. That's my least favorite? Why is that your least favorite? That's my favorite play. Oh, that you said that's my favorite, not that's my least favorite. Okay, chat. Let us go on an adventure. How about... Sorry, I'm totally... Dude, I'm zoning out. I gotta go eat and sleep, chat. I gotta go eat and sleep, dude. Random streamer raid? I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about just doing a directory raid. And make somebody's day or night a lot nicer. That's what I mean when I say let's go to the unknown. Okay, sure. Why not? Let's go. Let's raid a new channel. New to me. Named Project Incursus, whose stream is titled New Player Experience RimWorld Blind Playthrough. It might be fun to watch someone who has never played RimWorld and has apparently just started playing RimWorld. New to all of the wonder that is RimWorld. Experience the game through fresh eyeballs. Okay, so I got the raid queued up. It'll take you over there. Go give a new streamer some love. Check them out. Toss them a follow if you like what you see. And don't judge them, okay? Because I guarantee you, whatever they're doing as a new player, I'm doing in this colony worse. So let's go say hi, introduce ourselves, be nice, chat. Give them a nice strong raid and give them some support. Maybe just, even if you gotta go somewhere, just pop in, say what up, let them know you're there. I'm sure they'll appreciate it, all right? I'm gonna go get some food, but I will see you over there. I'll go with you, okay? So it's not so scary. Good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging. I'll see you again for another one in like a little less than 12 hours. Come back then. All right, let's go. Good night, everybody. Have a good sleep or a good wake. Sorry if you just got here. We ride.